Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Finds Enchanted Scythe. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Izuku stood in the classroom, feeling the weight of Kaken's words. Go take a swan dive off the roof of a building for all I care. Maybe you'll have a quirk in your next life. Kaken had spat, laughter echoing from his friends as they left the room, one of them kicking Izuku in the stomach on their way out. Wiping away the tears that had fallen, Izuku gathered the scattered contents of his bag from the floor. As he stepped outside, he made his way to the fountain where he had left his notebook. Picking it up with 2 fingers, he stared at it in disgust. Why am I even trying? He whispered to himself before tossing the notebook into the trash. It contained all the information he had meticulously gathered about every hero he admired. He wanted to be a hero, he still did, but without a quirk, that dream felt impossible. Diagnosed as quirkless on his 4th birthday, he was part of the rare 20% of the population without a quirk. Sarcasm dripped from his thoughts as he walked home, deciding to take a shortcut. Little did he know, he was about to encounter his idol, who would shatter the last glimmer of hope he had. No, you can't become a hero without a quirk, sorry kid, All Might had told him just moments ago. The words hung heavy in the air as Izuku stood on the edge of a roof, looking down at the street below. The wind whipped around him, and he closed his eyes, leaning slightly closer to the edge. He wasn't afraid of falling. If he fell, he fell. The breeze felt nice, but he wished it would push him forward instead of back. Taking a deep breath, he thought of his parents. They would be heartbroken if they lost him. He shouldn't be here, wishing for an end. With a sigh, he took a shaky step back from the edge. He needed to get home to Mama before she started to worry. Later, as he entered the house, he heard his mother call from the kitchen. Izuku, baby, is that you? Yeah, Mama, he replied, his voice lacking enthusiasm. Come here, I have news, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. He sighed and walked into the kitchen. What is it? He asked, taking a seat on a stool as she turned to him with a sad smile. I found a job that pays really well, she said timidly, rubbing the back of her neck. Really? That's good, he responded, his spirits lifting slightly as she nodded slowly. It is, but it's in America. We're going to have to move, she said almost in a whisper. It what? His eyes widened in shock. We'll be moving to America Friday morning. I talked to your father, and we'll be staying with him, she explained nervously. Friday was only 2 days away. Oh, was all he could manage to say. I'm sorry for telling you on such short notice, Aizu, but I didn't know how to, she said softly. It's fine, Mama, he replied with a smile. It'll give you enough time to say goodbye to your friends. We can throw a going-away party for you, she suggested happily. He quickly shook his head. Oh, no need really. I don't really have any friends, so no need, he said hurriedly. She tilted her head, surprised. Well, you have Katsuki. You guys can have a sleepover before we leave, she suggested, but he immediately shut that down. And we aren't friends anymore, he said with a frown. Her eyes widened before she gave him an understanding smile. Oh, I'm sorry, baby, she said gently, pulling him into a hug. You'll make some friends in America, I'm sure of it. Maybe, he replied quietly. Chapter 2. 3 days later, Izuku stepped out of the taxi and grabbed his bags. Hey, champ, his dad exclaimed, and Izuku walked toward him, a smile breaking across his face. Dad, he said, returning the hug. It had been 3 years since he last saw him. I'm sorry, buddy. I've been busy, his dad said, pulling away with a sad smile. Yeah, I know being a pro can take up a lot of your time. I get it, Izuku reassured him. He glanced back, noticing the tension between his parents. They had divorced a few years ago due to the long distance. Izuku had stayed with his mom because it was safer for him to be with her, given his quirkless status. The way his dad looked at his mom spoke volumes. Izuku hoped they might rekindle their relationship now that they were all together again. Hisashi, his mom said warmly as his dad grabbed her bags. Coco, he smirked, and she rolled her eyes playfully. Still with that ridiculous nickname? She teased. Of course, love, he replied, and Izuku felt a mix of emotions. Clearing his throat, he nodded toward the front door, and his dad chuckled, opening it for them. Did he mention that their new place was huge? Wow. Did you change the place? Izuku exclaimed, quickly taking off his shoes and running inside. You like it? His dad asked, using his foot to shut the door behind him. Yeah. Izuku replied, already racing upstairs. Your room is the third door to the right, his dad called after him. Thanks. Izuku shouted back, throwing the door open. His room was decorated with an All Might theme. He set his things down and began carefully taking down posters, thinking he could sell them later. As he boxed up All Might figurines, he heard a knock on the door. Turning, he saw his dad leaning against the doorway with a sad smile. Not a fan anymore? He asked. Izuku shook his head, continuing to pack. What happened? His dad asked, folding the All Might bedsheets. He told me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk, Izuku sighed. That idiot, his dad muttered under his breath, but Izuku heard him. You know it's my dream to become a hero. Quirkless or not, he said, frowning. I know, champ, and you still can, his dad reassured him. Izuku paused, turning to look at him. What? But All Might is mistaken. He can't say that when. His dad stopped, standing up. I'll go get different blankets from the hallway closet, he said before leaving the room. Izuku felt a flicker of hope. Maybe his dream wasn't over after all. I had initially planned to sell my old belongings but decided to donate them instead. Tomorrow marked my first day at Narwin Middle School, or at least it was supposed to. My dad wanted me to be homeschooled and train with him during the day. If I wanted to become a hero, I needed to know how to defend myself. I was determined to work hard to achieve my goal. 5 months later, I was sitting at my desk studying when I heard a knock and the door creak open. Midoriya, your father would like to see you, Zara, our housemaid, said softly. Okay, I replied, setting my pencil down and pushing off my rolling chair. I knocked on his office door and entered after hearing him say, Come in. You need me? I asked, taking a seat across from him. He nodded. Yes, you've improved so much, not only in your fighting skills but in your academics too. He paused for a moment. I was talking with a good friend of mine from Japan. He'll be coming to New York for a few days, and he's impressed with your skills. I'm not going back out there, I blurted, but he held his hand up. Let me finish. No, you aren't going back to Japan anytime soon. What I meant to say is that he has an enchantment quirk, and I want to know if you'd like to learn how to handle a specific weapon and get it enchanted. His explanation made my eyes widen. Absolutely, I exclaimed, and he chuckled. Thought so. Do you know what you'd like to learn in the meantime? Remember, you need to know how to use it by the time he gets here. His tone turned serious. How long do I have? I asked. 10 months, he replied, a smirk forming on my lips. That's more than enough time, I said confidently. Are you sure, Izuku? That thing is bigger than me. Dad exclaimed as I traced my fingers along the cold metal. This is perfect, I said, and he sighed. Fine, I called someone to help you train. Do your best, son. I'll be back later to pick you up. Dad patted my shoulder, and I smiled down at my scythe. Over the past 10 months, I had worked hard to overcome my shyness and boost my confidence. I refused to let anyone walk all over me because of something I couldn't control. I was determined to become the first Quirkless #1 pro hero and show everyone that it was possible to achieve dreams without a quirk. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is the first step in my journey to becoming the first Quirkless #1 hero. 10 months later, I met Kai Sato, who extended his hand for me to shake. Ah, Izuku Midoriya, is it? I'm Kai Sato. It's nice to meet you, I said, holding my scythe over my shoulder. May I see that? He asked, and I nodded, handing it to him. He inspected it before shrugging and tossing it aside. I have a better one. He opened a giant suitcase, and I gasped at what I saw. Inside was a scythe twice the size of mine, black with green lightning running from the handle to the blade. It was stunning, and I felt an urge to touch it. Go ahead. Once your fingers touch it, it will respond to you and only you. You could say it will automatically trust you, Sato explained as I picked it up. Good thing for all that weightlifting, huh? Dad joked, but I was too mesmerized by the weapon to respond. As soon as I touched it, green lightning sparked through it. What does it do? I asked, my eyes glued to the scythe. This is your ultimate weapon. It controls fire. Go on and try to use it, he said, stepping back. With a sly smirk, I swung it at the wall in front of me, watching as green fire erupted and covered the surface. When I lowered the scythe, the flames died down. Cool! I exclaimed. You could also summon it. Just say, Dakuseisu, come to me. You can say it in your head or out loud, and once you learn to control it fully, you'll be able to summon it without saying the words. When you don't need it anymore, it will disappear, but don't worry, it's still with you, he explained, and I felt tears welling up. Thank you so much, I said, my voice filled with emotion as I wiped a tear away. You're welcome. You've worked hard, and you deserve it. I know you will achieve your dreams, he said, reassuring me. After some more practice, I learned how to control my upgraded weapon. When I got home and showed my mom Dakuseisu, she may have fainted from excitement. I also got to know Kai until he returned to Japan. He mentioned that UA, the most prestigious hero school in Japan, wanted to meet me to see if I wanted to attend. However, I was set on not going back, especially if Katsuki was attending. It had been 2 weeks, and today was Sunday, the day before my first day at NA High. I felt a mix of excitement and nerves. I hadn't been to school in a whole year. I couldn't wait for people to find out that I was quirkless attending such a prestigious school. I wondered if they would treat me differently, like the kids at my old school had. I had gotten a good handle on Dakuseisu, and all I needed to do was practice controlling its power, which I had picked up quickly. Izuku, come down here please. I heard my mom call from downstairs. I scrambled out of bed and made my way down. What's up, Mom? I just want to know your thoughts. You know that people might be nicer here than in Japan. I interrupted her. It's okay, Mom. I'm not worried. I reassured her, but I could see tears welling up in her eyes. I walked up to her and wrapped my arms around her. My baby's all grown up, she said through her tears as I rubbed her back. Stop crying or you'll make me cry, I said, feeling my own eyes welling up. She pulls away and wipes her tears. Sorry, she chuckles, and someone clears their throat. Why wasn't I invited to the crying party? Dad asks as he walks to Mom and kisses her head. Did I forget to mention that they got back together and Mom is almost 9 months PRGNT? Because we didn't want to? I state, tilting my head, and Mom playfully slaps my shoulder. I'm sorry, I laugh. You should get some rest, Aizu. Tomorrow's your first big day, Dad says sternly, and I nod. And I mean it. Don't stay up setting your room on fire again. He finishes and I roll my eyes. Yeah, whatever, I mutter before trudging upstairs. I shut and lock my door and flop back onto my bed before summoning Dakuseisu. I trace my fingers along the green linings before making it disappear. I dim my lights and get under my blanket. I feel like tomorrow will be an eventful day, I think before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, I wake up to the sound of my alarm blaring and the sun's bright light pouring through the window, illuminating my bedroom. I throw my phone across the room and groan while groggily rubbing my eyes. I should have asked to continue online school. I take a shower before changing into black jeans, a green shirt, and my red sneakers. I drape my yellow backpack over my shoulder and slip on my glasses since I ran out of contacts. I mess with my hair a bit before leaving my room. I jog downstairs and meet Mom, who is making breakfast, and Dad, who is reading the newspaper. Morning, Mom, I say, kissing her cheek. Dad, I say flatly, and he rolls his eyes. What, I don't get a kiss? He jokes and I scrunch my nose. Ooh no. I pop a piece of bacon in my mouth. All right, I'm out. I exclaim. Wait, you haven't had breakfast, Mom says as I make my way to the front door. I don't eat breakfast like that anymore, and besides, I had some bacon. Love you guys, bye. I holler, closing the door behind me. Since I live close to the school, I can walk there instead of catching a ride, and frankly, it's not that bad. I finally make it to the front of the school, and before I even reach the stairs, someone bumps into me from behind, making me stumble forward. I quickly turn and catch the person before they can fall. "Are you okay?" I ask, looking down at the girl. She has dark skin, black eyes with 3 scars on the left one, and shoulder-length black curly hair. "Ella, we told you to be careful." "Huh, told you she'd bump into someone." I help Ella up and turn to the voices in the distance. "Stop it, guys, I didn't mean to," she pouts. "You better not have broken my skateboard, love," a guy with black hair and green eyes mutters. He has a black lip piercing, 2 silver stud eyebrow piercings, and multiple ear piercings. "If you did, that would have been hilarious." A girl who looks similar to the guy laughs before blowing a pink bubble. She has a black ring piercing on the right side of her nose and a green ring piercing on her right eyebrow. As the twins begin to bicker, I take my time to analyze the other 2 people who seem to just be listening. One of them, a boy with shiny brown hair and piercing yellow-gold eyes, is typing away on his phone, ignoring those around him. I think his quirk may have something to do with felines, judging by his face. I look at the girl. She is staring me down. Okay, 2 can play at this game. She has long white hair and icy blue eyes, with a lip piercing, nose piercing, eyebrow piercing, and ear piercings. That's a lot of piercings. "What's your name?" she speaks up. "Izuku Midoriya," I reply. "Sorry for bumping into you, Izuku." "I'm Eleanor," she says excitedly, grabbing my hand and shaking it vigorously. I am taken aback by the use of my first name being used by people other than my family. "I forgot that they call you by your first name in America." "I'm Jonah, and this is my twin sister Jackie," Jonah says, and Jackie blows a bubble, giving me a blank look. "And that over there is Hayes." "Hayes, say hi." Eleanor pokes him, and he glares at her before looking back down at his phone. "Hi," he says without giving me a glance. "I'm Ivy, nice to meet you, Midoriya," Ivy says, and I smirk. So she knows her stuff. The bell rings. "Where's your class?" "We're all in class 3, Eleanor exclaims, bouncing in her seat. Wow, she's such a hyper person, I think. "I'm in class 3A2, I reply, and she squeals. "Sorry, you're stuck with us now," Jackie shrugs. "I don't think I mind." Izuku's POV. It's lunchtime, and I am sitting with Ivy, Jackie, Jonah, Hayes, and Eleanor. So far, this school isn't that bad. All we did today was go to homeroom and orientation. They told us about the school and whatnot. "So, Izu, what's your quirk?" Eleanor asks, bouncing in her seat. "Oh, I don't have one," I reply, taking some noodles into my mouth. When I don't hear a response, I peer up to see them staring at me. "Wah! Eek!" Eleanor squeals, and I flinch back, my eyes widening. This is going to take some getting used to. That's so cool and rare. "So you fight Quirkless?" "I do too." "All I can do is manipulate emotions," she exclaims. "It's not all flashy, but it helps when the time comes," she says sheepishly, and Jonah drapes his arm over her shoulder and kisses her head. "They're so cute." "Mine is shapeshift. I can turn into any animal," Jonah says. "He can turn into any feline." Eleanor points to Hayes, who is too caught up in his phone. "I can blow huge bubbles with my gum and capture people. If they pop it, they turn into a sticky mess," Jackie shrugs. I turn to Ivy. "Ivy's quirk is so powerful." "Tell him, Ivy." "Tell him." Eleanor cheers, and Ivy throws away her finished apple. "I can control the 4 elements, fire, water, air, and earth," she says, and my eyes widen. "That's so cool," I exclaim, and she shrugs. "Yeah, and what about you? How do you fight Quirkless? Like, do you have a support weapon or something?" she asks, and everyone's attention turns to me, even Hayes. I smirk and nod toward the door while getting up. They look at each other with confused expressions before following me outside the cafeteria. "This classroom was abandoned years ago," Eleanor says. "How'd you know that?" Jackie turns to her, and Eleanor shrugs. "Overheard it from some seniors." I walked to the front of the classroom and turned to them. They watched intently as I held my hand out to the side. "Doxy, come to me," I whispered, and black, bubbly smoke enveloped my hand, forming the shape of my scythe. I could hear gasps from the group as I twirled it around, then swiped it at a desk, watching it erupt into flames. Lowering my scythe, the fire extinguished, and I looked up to see the 5 of them staring at me in disbelief. "That was amazing," one of them exclaimed. "Can I try?" another asked. "Where did you get that?" someone else chimed in. "Dude, is it enchanted?" another voice added. I chuckled as Dakusetsu vanished. I walked over to the group and sat on a desk in front of them. "Yes, it's enchanted. My dad has a friend with an enchantment quirk who helped me out. It only responds to me, so no one else can summon or touch it," I explained. "That's so cool." "You're so cool, Izuku," Eleanor exclaimed. "Who's your dad? Is he a hero?" Jonah questioned, and I nodded. Yeah, you know the pro dragon?" I said shyly, and their jaws dropped. "Wait, really? He's your father?" "Yeah, but you can't tell anyone, okay?" I said, waving my hands, and they all nodded eagerly. We stayed in the classroom for a while, getting to know each other. Since no one ever came into this room, we decided to make it our hangout spot. When the bell rang, we headed to class. I chatted with some of my other classmates, and they were pretty cool. They didn't make fun of me for being quirkless. In fact, they thought it was interesting because of how rare it is. "Hey, Midoriya, every day after school we chill at Shake and Skate Diner. Do you want to come?" Ivy asked, and Eleanor added, "Yeah, they have free roller skating there." "Sure, I just need to tell my parents first," I replied. "Okay, we'll meet up after school. Girls get ready at mine and boys at Izuku's." Eleanor cheered. "It." I stammered, mentally kicking myself for it. "Yep," she confirmed. "Can I pierce your ears?" Jonah asked, but Jackie shoved him away, causing him to lose his balance. She moved my green curls aside and tilted my head up with her fingers. "You should let me give you an eyebrow slit," she suggested. Ivy draped her arm around my shoulder and pulled me toward her. "Guys, leave the poor boy alone," she rolled her eyes as the twins huffed. "It's all right, I could go for a change," I blurted out. "Really? Good, because this plain look isn't doing it," Jackie said. Ivy sighed and turned to me. "Are you sure? You don't have to change yourself for them," she reassured, and I nodded. "Actually, I could go for a little change. But maybe not the eyebrow slit and piercings, that seems like a lot right now." I smiled, rubbing the back of my neck. "Oh, let me go shopping for you. Please, please," Eleanor begged, and I chuckled. "Okay, but don't go overboard, please," I said, and she nodded enthusiastically. "I'll go with her to make sure," Hayes added. "But let's go now." Eleanor cheered. "We still have one class left," Hayes started, but she was already being dragged down the hall as the bell rang. I guess they were skipping. "Let's go to our last class before heading to my place," Jonah suggested, and I nodded. 2 hours later, I looked at myself in the mirror. "My mom is going to be shocked when she sees me," I said. "It's not that big of a deal," Jackie shrugged. "You pierced my ears?" I exclaimed. "They're just ears." "I could have done your tongue if you hadn't said no," she replied casually, and I groaned. "My mom would have killed me if I came back with a tongue piercing," I mumbled. "How do you like your new look?" Jonah smirked. The twins had pierced my ears, and while Ivy wanted to give me an eyebrow slit, I politely declined. However, she did give me an undercut and dyed my roots black. "I like it," I said as Jackie handed me big silver rings. "Thanks," I added, slipping them on. "Do you like karaoke?" Jackie asked, and I smiled, nodding. "Yeah, I think it's fun." "I am back." I turned to see Eleanor skipping toward me, with a tired-looking Hayes holding multiple bags. "You look so appealing," she squealed, and I felt my cheeks flush. She then rushed back to the bags and pulled out some clothes. "Go change," she urged. Okay. I took the clothes and walked out of the bathroom into Jonah's room. The outfit she handed me was a tight white shirt that showed off my toned arms and abs, black baggy jeans, and white sneakers. When I stepped out, everyone looked shocked. "What a change," Jackie stated, popping her gum. "I knew you had muscles," Eleanor exclaimed, clapping her hands. "You look so good, Izuku. How long have you been hiding that?" "About 5 months," I replied, walking toward them. Come on, I still need to put the finishing touches, Eleanor said, taking my hand and dragging me into the room. I stumbled in and was pulled down onto a chair. We kind of figured it out. It was pretty obvious, Ivy chuckled while putting a silver chain around my neck. No what? I asked, tilting my head. Eleanor giggled. We saw you checking out Hayes earlier, she whispered. My eyes widened as my cheeks flushed even more. Don't worry, your secret is safe with us, she winked, and Ivy nodded in agreement. Plus, the others wouldn't judge, she assured, and I nodded. You're going to be so hot when we're done. Jackie grinned while painting my nails. Let me do the lip gloss, Hayes exclaimed. No, me. Jonah chimed in. No, me. I laughed as they playfully argued over the lip gloss. We don't act like that, you two, Jackie said, snatching the lip gloss and tossing it on the bed. The boys chuckled as she walked up to me and began to work her magic. I felt something wrap around my ankle, and when I tried to look down, Jackie playfully slapped the back of my head. I tensed and glared at her. Done, she shouted, dragging me in front of a mirror. Wow, I look different. I touched my hair and noticed it was soft and a bit damp. Eleanor smiled playfully. Your hair needed a little touch-up from that mess you had on your head, she said, and I shot her a look. Dang, Eleanor, Jackie chuckled, and Eleanor shrugged. I'll give you a list of moisturizers and stuff to buy to keep your hair nice and healthy, she offered, and I smiled. Thank you, I love it, I replied happily, unable to take my eyes off my new look. Good, you like it? Now, to the rink. She clapped her hands together and pulled me out of the room as everyone laughed at her enthusiasm. Today was the most fun I had in a while. When we arrived, people, both boys and girls, came up to me and asked for my number. Eleanor taught me how to skate, and everyone laughed when I fell. They introduced me to all the delicious foods the diner had to offer. I really liked these guys. They felt like the siblings I never had. Well, almost, since my mom was expecting my baby sister or brother. We all decided to wait until she gave BRTH to find out the gender. When I got home, I felt a rush of anxiety as Dad met me at the door. But he told me he liked my new look. When my mom saw me, she fainted at the sight of my piercings and dyed hair. After she woke up, we talked, and she told me she loved my new style, though she was a bit shocked. We shared a family hug, and they expressed their longing to meet my new friends. A few weeks later, they did, and let's just say they seemed to adore my friends even more than me. I also learned that the twins and Ivy had grown up together in the same orphanage, and when the twins turned 10 and Ivy 11, they were all adopted together. If you had told me a few years ago that I would move to America and meet these amazing people who would genuinely like me for who I am, I would have thought you were crazy. But right now, I couldn't be happier and wouldn't change anything that happened for the world. I just hope things stay this way forever. Izuku's POV. 3.5 years later, he's 17. Zuzu, wake up. It had been almost 4 whole years since I moved to America, and a lot had happened. I now had a 3-year-old little sister named Izumi. After Mom gave Beard to her, Dad remarried. I earned my hero license and made a name for myself, Aki. Many people question why I chose that name, but I guess they would never know. I made a name for myself one night while patrolling with Dad when we encountered a villain. This villain had a sleeping quirk of some sort, and I still didn't fully understand it. All I knew was that it was similar to when Sleeping Beauty pricked her finger and fell into an endless slumber. The villain shot needles from his fingers, and when one hit Dad, he said he felt sleepy and passed out, leaving me to stall until other pros arrived. Fortunately, it didn't take long for me to take him down with the help of my scythe. I'm up, Izzy, I said groggily, stretching. Ivy, Jackie, Joe, Ellie, and Hazy are here, she giggled, pulling on the blanket over me. All right, I groaned, sitting up. Izumi tugged on my covers, trying to climb onto the bed. I chuckled and picked her up, settling her on my lap as she wrapped her arms around me. This was our morning routine before I got up for school. She would get her morning cuddles in before I left for the day. On weekends, she'd wake up early to cuddle and then fall back asleep. After a few moments, I stood up with her in my arms, put on my glasses, and walked to the bathroom while stifling a yawn. I set her on the counter and began brushing my teeth and washing my face. Then I headed back to my room to pick out an outfit. I chose an oversized white tee, red sweatpants, and white high-top Converse. I slipped on a silver ring on my pointer finger that had chipped black nail polish and followed my daily hair routine that Eleanor had taught me years ago. She helped me take care of my hair and brought my curls back to life. I inherited my curls from my dad's side of the family. He is half Japanese and half African American, so we got it from my nana's side. Once I was done, I turned to the bathroom to find the door shut. "Izzy, what are you doing?" I called out. You should never leave a toddler unattended in the bathroom, especially if they're quiet. The last time I did, she got into all my skincare products, $2.50 worth of good stuff wasted. "I'm going potty," she shouted, and I hummed in response. I walked to my dresser, picked up my car keys, and pulled out 2 lollipops from my drawer. I heard the water run for a few seconds before it turned off, and the door opened, revealing Izumi. She ran up to me as I unwrapped a lollipop, handing it to her before unwrapping mine and popping it into my mouth. "Let's go," I said, taking her hand and draping my yellow backpack over my shoulder before flicking the lights off. "Took you long enough," Jonah groaned. "You think it takes 5 seconds to look this good?" I replied, raising an eyebrow. He chuckled and shook his head. "Umi!" Eleanor exclaimed, making Izumi giggle and run to her. "Your sister loves her more than her own brother," Jackie teased, and I rolled my eyes. "Izuku, please don't tell me you gave her that lollipop this early in the morning," I heard Mom groan as I walked into the living room. "Oops," I said innocently, walking up to her. "Morning, Mom," I said, leaning down to kiss her temple. She huffed, shaking her head playfully. "Here are your lunches," she said, handing me a bento. "Have a great day." I leaned over again so she could kiss my cheek. Everyone saw and rushed over to her. "I want some sugar too." "Move, Izuku." Jonah shoved me aside and turned his head, pointing to his cheek at Mom. She giggled and kissed his cheek before handing him a bento. Then it was Jackie, Ivy, Hayes, Eleanor, and Izumi, who didn't get a bento since she wouldn't start preschool until next year. Mom placed Izumi on her hip and walked us to the front door. We waved goodbye and piled into my Jeep Wrangler. Upon arriving at school, we walked down the halls, feeling the weight of everyone's stares. Initially, I had disliked the attention, but over time, I grew accustomed to it and eventually began to enjoy it. Hayes had one hand in his pocket, engrossed in his phone with the other. Eleanor skipped happily, her hand intertwined with Jonah's, who looked down at her with admiration. Ivy shot glares at anyone who dared to meet her gaze, while Jackie chewed her gum obnoxiously, blowing bubbles larger than her head. I draped my arm over Ivy's shoulder, swaying my hips confidently with a smirk on my face. As I opened the door to our classroom and shut it behind me, Eleanor clapped her hands together. "So tonight, shake and skate. Bring Izumi too, I want to finally teach her how to skate," she exclaimed. "Oh yeah, she's been begging me to take her," I replied. "I'm in, I have nothing better to do," Jonah shrugged and Jackie scoffed. "Let's face it, we all have nothing to do, and this is probably the last time we'll be able to spend together until we start hero work again soon," Jackie said, blowing a bubble. "Yeah, I hate to admit it, but I'll miss you guys," Ivy added, and Jackie chuckled. "Yeah, we won't have much time for each other like we used to," Eleanor whined, sitting on Jonah's lap as he wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his forehead on her shoulder and nodding. I envied what they had. "I think you guys are over-exaggerating, we'll always have time for each other," I said cheerfully, but everyone still wore sad expressions. "At least we'll be achieving our dreams," I added, and everyone began to nod slowly. "Oh, stop, Hayes, you love your phone more than us," Jackie pouted, tossing her chewed gum at him. He dodged it effortlessly, and it landed in the trash. "Whoa, that was impressive," Jonah exclaimed. "Umph," Jackie replied, poking him. He swatted her hand away with a glare before putting his phone away and curling up like a small cat, hissing at her before settling on my head, making himself comfortable in my curls. I picked up his jacket and slid it on, flicking the hood over my head to cover him. I could tell he was already asleep. "Oh, just date already," Eleanor shouted, and I rolled my eyes. They had been shipping Hayes and me since sophomore year when he saved me from drowning in the pool. I couldn't swim. After that, he spent the entire summer teaching me, and yes, feelings began to develop. We were each other's first, but we never officially dated. We hooked up a few times but decided to stop to preserve our friendship, even though it felt a bit strained after that night. But we never spoke about it. It was as if we had silently agreed to avoid the topic. We interacted normally around everyone else, but things sometimes felt awkward when it was just the two of us. As the bell rang, we groaned and got up from our desks, Hayes still fast asleep on my head. We entered the classroom just in time for the late bell. All eyes were on us as we took our seats before Ms. Honey entered and began taking attendance. "Marisol," she called. "Here." "Jackie." Ms. Honey glanced up from her clipboard to see Jackie staring her down while loudly chewing her gum. "Jonah." "Sup." "Ivy." "Absent." "Izuku." "Present." "Hayes." Ms. Honey looked at his empty seat and then at me. I pointed to my head, revealing the sleeping orange and yellow cat. She nodded and continued taking roll before starting the lesson. In class, we mostly trained and learned about the importance of becoming pros. I had the chance to patrol with my dad for a bit, taking down low-life criminals and stopping drunk drivers. At home, Jonah burst through the front door, shouting, "Mommy, I'm home." I heard Mom calling for Izumi to stop running in the house as her tiny footsteps echoed throughout. "Joe," she yelled, extending her arms toward him. "My favorite little green bean," he said, picking her up and twirling her around before hugging her tightly. When Eleanor walked in, he held Izumi's head to his chest and glared at her. "Don't word. And let me have my moment, you witch," he warned, while Eleanor rolled her eyes. As you could probably tell, Eleanor was Izumi's favorite. She never left her side when she was around, meaning no one else could pick her up. So for her to run to Jonah was a big deal since she rarely did that. The rest of us, Jackie, Ivy, Hayes, Eleanor, and I, sneaked to my bedroom, letting Jonah have his moment with Izumi before she ditched him for Eleanor. "I'll never get over how soft your bed is," Ivy said, belly flopping onto it. "I know, right? It's like a big cloud," Jackie added, lying down and closing her eyes. That didn't last long, though, as Eleanor jumped on her stomach, making her gasp for air. Hayes made himself comfortable on my green beanbag, his eyes glued to his phone. I sat down on my spinny chair, rolling my eyes at their antics. After a few minutes of silence, Jonah entered the room with a grin, Izumi in hand. "I can go skating with you guys?" she asked excitedly. "Yes, but you have to ask Mama," I said sternly. She nodded frantically before running out of the room, shouting for her. "Ha, she loves me more than you," Jonah teased, pointing at Eleanor. "We all know that the only reason she came up here is that she was looking for me," Eleanor said, raising an eyebrow, and Jonah scoffed. "Whatever," he mumbled, laying beside her and pulling her close. They had been dating for 4 years now. A few minutes later, an out-of-breath Izumi burst through the door. She said yes. Mama said yes. "Come on, Zuzu, help me pick out an outfit," Izumi exclaimed, pulling me out of the room while the others followed behind us. After what felt like an eternity, Izumi settled on a pink skirt, a plain white shirt, and white sandals. Eleanor styled her hair into 2 ponytails, Jackie painted her nails pink, and Ivy added a bracelet and strawberry lip balm to her look. Izumi was determined to make a statement on her first day of roller skating. I changed out of my red sweats into green ones to match my roller skates. When we arrived at the rink, we changed into our skates. Mine were green, Ivy's were blue, Eleanor's were purple, Jackie's were black, Jonah's were gray, and Hayes's were yellow. "Ah, I don't have pretty skates," Izumi pouted. Hayes approached her with a blank expression, hands behind his back. Izumi looked a bit nervous. I couldn't blame her. He often looked intimidating with his serious demeanor. He revealed a pair of small pink skates, and Izumi's face lit up. "Thank you so much, Hazy," she exclaimed, hugging his legs tightly. To our surprise, he smiled down at her. We watched in awe as he helped her sit on a booth and assisted her in putting on her new skates. She tied them proudly, showing off her skills for a 3-year-old. Hayes helped her stand, and she stumbled a bit, gripping his hands tightly. She looked up at him with a proud smile as she began to find her balance. She reached out for me, and Hayes hesitantly let go, allowing me to catch her before she fell. "Watch me, Izzy," Eleanor called out, demonstrating how to skate properly. Izumi tried to mimic her but almost lost her balance, huffing in annoyance. "It's okay, you'll get the hang of it, Bug," Jonah reassured her. Just then, my phone rang, displaying my dad's contact. I chuckled at the nickname I had given him and handed Izumi off to Eleanor as they made their way to the skating floor. "Hello," I shouted over the loud music while heading to the bathroom. "Hey, Izu, just wanted to let you know I'm heading on patrol," Dad said. "Have fun fighting evil, old man," I joked, picturing his eye roll. Yeah, whatever, son. "I love you, goodbye," he replied. "Goodbye, I love you too," I said, hanging up. Every night before Dad went on patrol, he called to tell us when he was heading out and that he loved us. After a close call during a fight, we agreed to say our goodbyes just in case. It was a sad reality, but it was necessary. I tucked my phone back into my pocket and skated over to my friends, who were helping a struggling Izumi. After about an hour of skating, decided to get milkshakes. We settled into a booth filled with laughter and jokes. Izumi had finally gotten the hang of skating and was eager to go out again once we finished eating. Ivy sat next to Jonah, who had Eleanor on his lap due to limited space, while Izumi perched on mine, with Jackie and Hayes beside us. Jonah and Izumi were in a playful competition to see who could make the most bubbles in their chocolate milk. We cheered for Izumi, laughing at Jonah for losing to a 3-year-old, when suddenly a loud crash echoed through the rink, followed by smoke and dust filling the air. What on earth was happening? Ivy quickly used her air quirk to clear the smoke, revealing the skating floor covered in RBB from a giant creature that had just crashed down. "What is that?" I muttered as it got up and ran off, chaos erupting around us. Screams filled the air as people ran in all directions. I turned to Izumi, covering her face as we exited the booth. Eleanor, Jackie, helped the people caught in the rubble. "Ivy's, Jonah, come with me," I ordered, and they nodded. Eleanor and Jackie rushed toward the scene, while Jackie popped multiple pieces of gum into her mouth. I held Izumi close as she clung to me, guiding people out of the building. Once outside, the scene was complete chaos. Heroes were battling villains while civilians scrambled for safety. Massive creatures were wreaking havoc all around New York. "Hayes," I called, and he nodded, transforming into a large dark orange wolf. I placed Izumi on his back, and she looked up at me, tears in her eyes. "Zuzu, don't leave," she hiccuped. I pressed my forehead against hers, closing my eyes for a moment. "I love you, Izumi. I'll be back before you know it, okay? Right now, I need you to hold on tight to Hayes. He'll take you to safety," I told her softly. She nodded, resting her head against his fur, gripping him tightly. "Keep her safe," I instructed Hayes, giving his head a reassuring pat. He nodded and took off. I turned to Jonah. "You know what to do." He nodded and transformed into an eagle, soaring toward the fight to assist the heroes and gather information. I checked my phone and saw multiple missed calls from Mom and Dad. I would have to call them later. I dashed back into Shake and Skate to check on the girls, who were already helping injured civilians. Paramedics were arriving to assist. "You guys okay?" I asked, and they nodded. Jonah returned, shifting back to his original form. "They definitely need help. A group called the League of Villains is here, and we need to change and fight," Jonah exclaimed, and my heart sank. "Aren't the League of Villains supposed to be in Japan?" I shook off my worries as Eleanor spoke up. "Where are Hayes and Izumi?" she asked, panic in her voice. I told her he was taking her to safety. We split up to change, and my hero costume was simple yet effective. I wore a fitted long-sleeve compression shirt with a vest and a black hoodie over it. My black briefs were equipped with metal knee pads and a gray belt where I secured my weapons, just in case I needed to defend myself. My red shoes had black soles that enhanced my jumps and speed, and I finished the look with black gloves to protect my already scratched-up hands. People often asked why my hero costume was so plain. I preferred it this way because it was also suitable for undercover missions. I made sure my hood covered my hair and my mask concealed my freckles. Before meeting up with the rest of the group, I placed a black mask over my face to prepare for the fight against the villains. I summoned Deku and began battling the low-life villains. Eleanor distracted them with her quirk, instilling fear and stress, while Ivy used her vines to tie them up, leaving them for the authorities. Hayes returned after ensuring Izumi was safe, transforming into a lion to take down a bizarre brain-like monster. Jonah transformed into a gorilla, incapacitating villains before Ivy's vines swiftly secured them. Jackie deftly dodged attacks, blowing bubbles that stuck to the villains like glue. She created large bubbles to trap them, and when they popped, it was game over for them. I focused on fighting off villains and strange bird-like creatures with the help of Deku, utilizing support items like quirk-canceling cuffs and sleeping darts to subdue my opponents. Once we regrouped, I asked, "Everyone okay?" They nodded, but I felt the heat rising as I stood on my toes to scan the area. I spotted my dad glaring at a man with light blue hair and a disheveled appearance, Tamura Shigaraki. "Kids, get out of here," I heard Honeybun, our homeroom teacher, say as she stood beside me, watching the fight unfold. "It's dangerous," she insisted. "No. We have licenses and are allowed to fight alongside you. Plus, you need our help," I replied, remaining in my fighting stance, not looking at her. She ignored me and rushed to confront one of the monsters called Nomu. "Come on, Aki, more people need help," Ivy urged, but I shook my head, keeping my eyes on my dad. "Go without me. I'll stay here just in case my dad needs assistance." They hesitated but eventually nodded and ran off. I watched as my dad and Shigaraki clashed, my dad dodging punches with impressive agility. I fought off Nomus and villains who threatened civilians. Suddenly, I saw my dad struggling, breathing heavily as he faced Shigaraki, who smirked in triumph. Dad stood tall and unleashed fire from his mouth, but it seemed ineffective against a massive Nomu that suddenly appeared. The Nomu grabbed him and threw him harshly against the wall. My heart sank as I watched him fall to the ground, coughing and spluttering. The #1 hero of America isn't as strong as I thought. "That's fantastic," Shigaraki taunted, approaching my dad. Before he could reach him, I seized Shigaraki by the hair and hurled him against a brick wall. The Nomu lunged at me, but I dodged its attacks and pierced its skin with Deku, igniting it in flames. It screamed in agony and swatted at me, but I evaded its blows and threw a sleeping dart, which had little effect. I glanced around to see my friends helping civilians, their expressions filled with concern. Shigaraki was regaining his composure but was halted when vines ensnared him. He disintegrated them, but more vines kept coming, frustrating him as he searched for the source. It was amusing to see Ivy seemingly unaffected by the chaos. Then I looked back at my dad. Why wasn't he moving? In that moment of distraction, the Nomu seized the opportunity, lifting me and throwing me against the wall. I gasped for air as I landed beside my dad. The Nomu tried to grab me again, but Hayes and Jonah, now in a feline form, pounced on it while Ivy used her vines to restrain it. "Wake up," I spluttered. He slowly opened his eyes and managed a weak smile. "Son," he coughed, lifting his hand from his chest, and that's when I realized Shigaraki had touched him. "Did it know?" I shouted, drawing the attention of everyone, including Shigaraki and the Nomu, which was now approaching me. But Hayes and Jonah intercepted it, allowing Ivy to tie it up. "Oh, this is your son." Shigaraki laughed, and Hammerarm growled before throwing a punch at him, only for Shigaraki to turn him to ashes instantly. "Izuku, listen to me," my dad stuttered, and tears stung my eyes. This couldn't be happening. "Dad, don't do this. Please, we need a medic," I cried, cradling his head. "I want you to promise me something." "No. You're not leaving me again. Why, you hear me?" Screamed, my voice cracking. "W will help you, I'll get help." As I tried to rise, he gripped my hand tightly. His quirk. It's more powerful than before. It's spreading. He managed to touch my heart. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I don't want it to be this way. Can you promise me something?" I nodded, tears streaming down my face. Tell your mother that I'm so sorry and that I love her. Tell Izumi that I'm sorry I won't be there to walk her down the aisle when she gets married. Tell her she'll always be my princess and that I love her. I sobbed, holding him close. I want you to promise me that you'll never stop achieving your dream of becoming the #1 quirkless hero. You're almost there, Izuku. Promise that you'll always take care of your mother and little sister. Promise me. I promise, I sobbed, and he let out a dry chuckle before coughing up blood. I love you. I'll wait for you in heaven, champ. I began to scream as he went limp in my arms. No. Don't leave me again, please. I cried in agony as his body slowly began to turn to dust before my eyes. I shut my eyes and held him closer to me. Evil laughter echoed around us. Oh, look how pathetic this is. Shigaraki taunted as he approached slowly, his hands out beside him. You would think that the #1 hero in New York would be somewhat of a challenge, but he turned out to be my weakest opponent yet. He laughed, and I felt a growl rise in my throat as I stood up. My father was gone. You son of a, I shouted, glaring at Shigaraki, hot tears streaming down my face. Dakuseisu, come to me. I ran at Shigaraki, tears blurring my vision. I swung my scythe, but I hadn't noticed the large purple creature standing in my way. Its stomach slashed open but immediately began to regenerate. What was happening? Haha. Face it, kid. Shigaraki grinned maniacally. The Nomu punched me and I hit the wall, falling forward and coughing up blood. Aki! Eleanor shouted. You're weak. Just like your father. Shigaraki continued, his voice mocking. I coughed again, feeling something wet running down the back of my neck. A hand rested on my shoulder, and I looked up to see Eleanor, worry etched on her face. She slung my arm over her shoulder and I winced. The #1 hero is dead. Who is going to protect you now? Thunder rumbled ominously as he laughed. I glared at him, trying to hide my pain as I gritted my teeth. You can't defeat something 100 times your strength, he yelled, his laughter echoing. Slow clapping came from a distance. I turned to see Ivy handing an injured Haze to Jackie, who was also supporting her brother. Eleanor helped me over to them. You're funny, Ivy said, a dark shadow crossing her features. What? You hurt my friends. She began to walk toward the Nomu. You hurt my family. Thunder cracked in the sky. You hurt my home, she shouted, her eyes glowing gray as her hair began to levitate. And you killed my father. The ground shook as she glowed with power. Lightning spread across the dark sky, and a tornado formed around her as she focused on Shigaraki and the Nomu. You killed him. Vines erupted from the ground, building walls around us and sprouting from her back. The glow intensified, forcing us to look away. You will pay. With that, the vines shot toward Shigaraki at full speed. Purple smoke enveloped Shigaraki. Ivy do. Ivy leaped at the Nomu, and as her fist made contact, it vanished in a flash of bright light that illuminated the city. I squinted, searching for Ivy. She stood, looking worn and dirty. Silence fell before cheers erupted, celebrating Ivy's victory. I smiled, relieved she was okay. She turned to us, offering a weary smile before collapsing, energy spent. There was no sign of the Nomu. Ivy's quirk allowed her to control 2 or 3 elements at a time, but she had never used them all at once. Quirk specialists warned her that her power was too dangerous to unleash fully, as it could harm others and herself if she lost control. But in that moment, her anger had fueled her strength, and thankfully, she had managed to harness it. Soon after, we were all taken to the hospital, facing the harsh reality of our loss. Dad was gone. 2 months later. Izuku's POV. It had been 2 months since the fight, 2 months since Dad passed away, and 1 month since his funeral. Everything had changed. Mom was devastated, lost in her grief, not eating, drinking, or sleeping. I couldn't remember the last time I saw her smile. After that night, Izumi constantly asked where her dad was and why he hadn't come back to cuddle her to sleep during that scary night. Explaining to a 3-year-old that her dad was in a safe place called heaven was difficult. And then there was me. Izuku, please, Mom pleaded, gripping my arm tightly. I could hear Izumi crying in the background. "Let go of me." I shrugged her off and slammed the front door shut. We had just had another argument. She thought moving back to Japan would be a good idea, claiming there was nothing left for us in America. That was absurd. My family was here, the people who had supported me through everything. When she said there was nothing for us here, I was furious. I didn't want to go back to Japan, where the nightmares lingered. But I understood why Mom wanted to escape her problems. I went to the one person I knew I could always talk to. "Hey, Dad." 2 weeks later. "We're going to miss you guys." Eleanor cried, holding Izumi tightly. Jackie and Ivy hugged me fiercely while Hayes watched with tears in his eyes, Jonah comforting Eleanor. After visiting Dad's grave, I felt a little better. I gathered my friends and told them I would be moving back to Japan soon. Of course, there were tears, and we decided to spend as much time together as possible. They took time off school to stay at my house and be with Mom, Izumi, and me. We went skating every night, had movie nights, and slept in the living room for the past 2 weeks after the workers cleared out our rooms. "I don't want to go, Mama," Izumi hiccuped, clinging to Eleanor as if her life depended on it. "Last call for flight 7 a.m., New York to Tokyo, Japan." "Come on, guys," Mom said, walking toward the boarding bridge. She didn't even say goodbye. I sighed and began to cry as they formed a huge group hug around us. "We love you guys so much," one of them exclaimed. "You better visit every holiday," another added. "We'll visit every holiday," came the enthusiastic response. "FaceTime us every chance you get, no matter the time difference," someone urged. "Stay safe and out of trouble, okay?" another voice chimed in. We briefly pulled away from the hug, and I picked up Izumi, who wrapped her arms around my neck and her legs around my hips, nuzzling into my neck while softly crying. "I love you guys," I said before walking inside the boarding bridge, giving them one last look as they waved us off with tears in their eyes. The last thing I saw was Eleanor covering her face with her hands and crying into Jonah's chest as he and everyone else went to comfort her. Mom twisted her key in the door and pushed it open, revealing a cozy-looking place. "This isn't home." "Here we are," she sighed, looking at me. I didn't meet her gaze. "I'm going to lay Izumi down," I whispered, cradling her as she slept peacefully in my arms. Mom nodded. "Okay, can I talk to you afterward?" she asked timidly. I hummed a yes before walking to the door that had Izumi's name hanging on it. After laying her down, I went to the kitchen where Mom was waiting to talk. "Izuku." "Sweetheart," she said, standing up and walking over to wrap her arms around me. I hugged her back. "You know I love you, right?" "I did this for us," she said, her voice trembling. "No, you did this for you." "I know," I mumbled quietly. "I know your dad's passing took a toll on you. It did on all of us." "I think this was the best decision," she said, and I nodded. She pulled away, holding both of my arms. "You start school tomorrow." "I know it's soon, and you don't have to go if you don't want to." "It's all right. What school will I be attending?" I asked, and she looked down, whispering, "Don't get mad at me." "Hi," she said, biting her bottom lip as she searched for a reaction from me. "Okay," was all I replied before walking to my room. I could hear Mom's sigh of relief in the distance. When I shut and locked the door behind me, I took a deep breath before grabbing the vase on the stand beside me and throwing it at the wall, watching it explode into millions of pieces. I slid down my door, gripping my hair, trying to hold back the tears that were threatening to pour out of my eyes. I began to laugh, a sound filled with pain. "Why?" I looked up, still laughing. Why did my life have to become so messed up? What did I do? What did I do? My voice cracked on the last sentence as I began to sob. I wish Dad were here. If he were, I wouldn't be here. I would be out patrolling with him, then going to shake and skate with my friends and Izumi. I would have continued to fight against villains. Why did you have to leave? After crying for another 30 minutes, I began to clean up the glass. Izumi might come in here to cuddle later, and I didn't want her stepping in it. I took a shower and changed into a pair of black basketball shorts and a brown plaid jacket. I heard a knock on the door. "Aizu? I have your uniform, and can you come down here? There are people here to see you," I heard from the other side. It better not be who I think it is. Who's here? I questioned. Silence. Mitsuki, Masaru, and Katsu. I cut her off. I'm not going down there to see him. If they want to come up to say hi, they can, I said sternly before sitting next to the door after locking it. Not him though, I added. Izuku, please, she begged, and I ignored her. After a while, I heard her footsteps fade away. A few minutes later, footsteps returned, followed by a knock on the door. Izuku, may I come in? Auntie Mitsuki called. No, I replied. Silence. Please, she added after a moment, and I sighed, unlocking the door. It creaked open, and she walked in, closing and locking it behind her before sitting down beside me. She pulled me into a side hug, and I leaned into it. I missed you so much. I'm so sorry for what that brat did to you years ago. It's all right, I don't care anymore, I replied, and she turned to me shocked. You really have changed over the years, she said. I nodded. I'm sorry for your loss. Hisashi was an amazing hero and father, she added, and I tensed. I nodded again. You know, I saw you on the news. You're going to become an amazing hero, and I can tell you're inspiring other quirkless kids out there. That they too can become a hero, she said briefly. I nodded again. There was a knock on the door. Hurry up in there, Mitsu. I want to talk to him too, you know. Uncle Masaru's voice whined from the other side. Auntie Mitsuki clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes before kissing my cheek and getting off the floor. Don't do that again, dumbass, she said, walking past him as he chuckled. He shut the door behind him and stared down at me. I'm too old to be bending down, so I'd appreciate it if you stood up to hug me, he said with a sly smile. I shook my head before standing up, towering over him. His eyes widened. Goddamn, my boy. How tall are you? I chuckled. I'm 5 feet 8 inches, uncle, I said with a smile, and he dramatically stumbled back. I could have sworn you were this short the last time I saw you, he said, leveling with my hip. I shrugged, and he pulled me into a bone-crushing hug. I missed you, Izuku, and I'm sorry for your loss, he said, and I hugged him back. He pulled away. How are you feeling? He questioned, and I shrugged. All right, I guess, I lied. He seemed to buy it. Katsuki's been asking about you, he said, and I scoffed. Of course he had. He was wondering where his punching bag had run off to. Would you like to see him? He asked. I shook my head and he nodded. All right, I'll go get your uniform, he said before walking out of the room. The door burst back open, revealing a hyper Izumi holding her pink skates. Zuzu, can we go? She asked, holding up her skates to me. I looked down at her with pity. She had gotten so much better at skating and begged us to go every single night so she could practice. I couldn't say no to her. I slowly nodded, and she smiled brightly before running out of the room. Mama! Mama! Zuzu said yes. I heard her shout in the distance. Masaru returned to my room, handing me my uniform before I closed the door to change. I slipped into a long-sleeve black turtleneck and layered a gray knitted sweater over it. My outfit was completed with black ripped jeans, black Vans, and a gold anklet and necklace. After applying some chapstick, I adorned my pointer finger with a silver ring that Ivy had gifted me before we left. I put on my glasses, grabbed my keys and skates, just as Izumi burst into my room. She was dressed in a brown long-sleeve top, a plain brown skirt, black tights, and black boots, her green curly hair tied up in a high ponytail with a brown bow. Come on, Zuzu, she exclaimed, grabbing my hand and pulling me down the hall. I kept my head down, trying to ignore the stares from everyone around us, especially his. I refused to meet his gaze. We're off, I announced. Izuku, my mother called, causing me to halt in my tracks without turning around. I could feel her footsteps approaching until she stood directly in front of me. Baby, I know you're upset with him, but please. He's changed, she said, a hint of sadness in her voice. No. Yuki, you should come too. Can you skate? I can skate really well because Ellie and Zuzu taught me. Izumi chimed in, running over to him. I glared at her, but she just smiled happily back at me. I rolled my eyes and she stuck her tongue out at me, prompting me to mock her in return. Wow, Izuku, when did you get that? I asked, lifting Izumi and turning to Masaru with a blank expression. He was referring to my tongue piercing, which I had gotten last year after Jonah had persistently asked me to do it. Surprisingly, I liked it. He always had it. Open, Zuzu, Izumi said, and I stuck my tongue out. She attempted to tug at my piercing, and I playfully bit her finger. "Oi," she exclaimed, holding her finger and glaring at me. "I told you to stop doing that, Izzy," I replied, kissing her cheek and setting her down. She pouted and slapped my leg before turning back to him. I glanced at him, and he was staring right at me. He still looked the same, but undeniably more handsome. What? There's no denying it, I thought. "Yuki, come," Izumi urged, tugging at his breathed leg. Sorry Umi, I think I should stay here," he replied softly. Katsuki Bakugo speaking softly? I was taken aback. I had expected him to yell at her. Please? Can you skate? If not, it's okay. I will teach you," she pouted. "Zuzu, he can come, right?" she asked, looking at me. I shrugged my shoulders. My mother gave me a soft smile, kissed my cheek, and mouthed a thank you. I smiled back at her and kissed her head. "Come on before I leave you," I said firmly, extending my hand for Izumi to take. She grabbed my hand and we walked out the door. The car ride was slightly awkward, aside from Izumi's loud singing and bouncing in her car seat. I could feel his gaze burning into the side of my face, but I kept my eyes on the road, scowling. "Deku? Who's Deku?" I snapped, and he sighed. "Izuku." "Better." I pulled into the skating rink driveway and got out of the car, Katsuki following suit. I smiled brightly as I opened Izumi's door, lifting her out of the car seat and placing her on my hip. At the cashier, I took out my wallet and paid for us. "You're not paying for me." "Shut up," I interrupted, handing the cashier the money and giving Katsuki his ticket before entering the rink. Izumi bounced out of my arms and went with Katsuki, who was busy getting skates. I found us a table and began putting on my skates. "Zuzu, Yuki's never been skating, we have to teach him," Izumi exclaimed, dragging Katsuki to our table. "Okay," I replied, smiling at her as I sat her on my lap and helped her put on her skates, holding them up so she could tie them. I glanced at Katsuki, who was struggling with his red skates. I stood Izumi up and checked my phone, seeing messages from my friends expressing how much they missed us. I smiled softly at that. Katsuki cleared his throat, and I looked down at him over my phone, my expression neutral. "What are you doing?" "Stand up," I instructed, and he complied, beginning to wiggle. I snorted, and he glared at me. "Zuzu, don't laugh, that's mean," Izumi chided, moving to his side and taking his hand. "Now you take his other hand, Zuzu," she added, and I frowned at the suggestion. "I'll help him, Izzy, I'm going to test the floor," I said, though it sounded silly. Izumi nodded, and Katsuki looked at me, confused. I rolled my eyes and skated toward the rink. As soon as my skates hit the smooth floor, I began gliding faster, performing tricks. I loved the feeling of the air rushing past my hair. Whenever I saw someone struggling to get up, I would swiftly assist them before the workers could arrive, skating backward to wave and smile at them. I passed Izumi and Katsuki several times, watching him cling to the wall while Izumi held his hand, laughing each time he let go and stumbled. I couldn't help but wish to see him fall. An idea struck me. As I skated backward toward them for the 5th time, I faced them. Izumi giggled at my antics, and Katsuki looked on in awe. I blew him a kiss and winked. His eyes widened, and a blush crept across his cheeks. When Izumi called his name again, he flinched, lost his balance, and fell. I burst out laughing, turning back around with a grin on my face. As I passed them again, I slowed down when Izumi called my name. "Zuzu, it's your turn to help him. He's a lost cause," she sighed, and I raised an eyebrow at her. "How do you know what a lost cause is?" I asked. "Mama called our old neighbor Chad that all the time," she replied cheerfully, making me laugh and shake my head. "Here, you help him," she said, connecting our hands, and I flinched at the contact. "And I'm going to help him. He looks like he needs it," she added, glancing at a boy around her age, maybe 4. I nodded, and when she skated off, I tried to pull my hand away. When I helped him up, he began to wobble, wrapping his arm over my shoulder and gripping the wall. I instinctively placed my arm around his hip to support him. "You really need to work on this," I muttered, trying to maneuver us away from the wall, but he held on tightly. "Katsuki, let go of the wall," I urged, and he shot me a glare. "No way. I don't want to fall again." "That was embarrassing," he whispered, looking away. "I promise I won't let you fall," I replied flatly. He searched my face for any hint of deception before slowly releasing his grip. I could easily throw him to the ground like he did to me years ago. I pulled him a good distance away from the wall. As I moved my arm from his hips, he flinched and clung to me tighter. "Pinky," I said, holding out my pinky. "What?" "Pinky," I repeated, and he entwined his with mine, wobbling slightly. "We'll skate a few laps to help you get your balance before I teach you how to turn and stuff so you won't fall," I explained, and he nodded. I noticed Izumi helping a little boy skate properly and smiled to myself. After about 3 laps, he started to get the hang of it, and I began teaching him how to turn and other basics. He stumbled a few times but was improving. A slow, romantic song began to play, and I noticed some people leaving the rink. Izumi skated between us. "Zuzu, I'm going to sit down and drink my juice," she said, and I nodded. I chose a seat where I could keep an eye on her. She smiled at us once more before skating off. Couples began to hold hands and sway to the music. "Are we getting off too?" Katsuki asked. "Nope," I replied, skating in front of him and turning to face him while gliding backward, swaying my hips to the beat. He watched me intently. I slowed down a bit, letting him catch up as I wrapped my arms around his neck, playing with his hair. His gaze remained fixed on mine as I bit my bottom lip. My expression shifted to a glare as I looked up at him. I stared at him, feeling a mix of disgust and something else as I leaned closer to his ear. I dragged my hands down his broad shoulders and wrapped his hands around my waist. "You know I can't stand you, right?" I whispered, and I felt him tense. I clicked my tongue, my lips brushing against his jawline as I met his gaze again. I smiled sweetly before pushing off him and skating away toward where Izumi was sitting. Izuku's POV. I sat down across from Izumi, who smiled at me. She placed her juice box down and exhaled dramatically, making me chuckle. "What do you want to do for your birthday tomorrow, Izzy?" I asked, and she placed her finger on her chin, pretending to think hard. "Skating rink," she cheered. "How about something else?" "We skate every day," I reasoned, but she shook her head vigorously. "No, I want to go skating. Mama can come. Auntie can come. Uncle can come. And Yuki," she exclaimed happily, raising her hands. "Thanks for the invite, Bug," Katsuki said, ruffling her hair as he sat down beside her. "Don't call her that," I snapped, and he turned to me. "Joe calls me that." "I miss Joe," Izumi said sadly, slumping in her seat. "Joe?" Katsuki asked, staring at me intently. "None of your business," I retorted, rolling my eyes, while Izumi frowned at me. "Zuzu, why are you being mean to Yuki?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. "I'm just tired, Izzy," I sighed. "Oh, can we skate for a little while longer?" she asked, and I nodded, standing up. "Izuku, can we talk?" Katsuki asked. Before I could respond, Izumi interrupted. "Tyson." "Zuzu, stay here," she called before running off to the boy she had been helping earlier. I turned and glared at Katsuki. "Look, I don't care if you've changed over the years. That doesn't erase the fact that you tormented me throughout our childhood for something I couldn't control. So do me a favor and stay out of my way, or better yet, my life," I spat, taking in his shocked yet guilty expression. I shot him one last glare before looking for Izumi. I didn't want to be there anymore. The car ride back home was silent. Izumi was asleep in her car seat, clutching a stuffed panda she had won from the claw machine. Katsuki hadn't tried to start a conversation. He just stared out the window. When we reached a red light, I sighed, leaning back in my seat and glancing at him again. It was hard to deny that he was good-looking. From his messy, spiky blonde hair to his crimson-red eyes, defined jawline, and full pink lips, everything about him was undeniably attractive. And I hated it. "Izuku," the light turned green. His low voice pulled me back to reality. I rolled my eyes and looked back at the road. We finally arrived at the house and I got our skates out of the car. Katsuki unbuckled and lifted Izumi from her car seat, and she wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his hips. I unlocked the front door, and everyone paused their conversation to look at us. "Did you guys have fun?" "It seems like Izzy did," Mom said, and I nodded slightly, putting the skates down and taking Izumi from Katsuki. "I'll go lay her down," I mumbled, walking down the hall to her bedroom. I took off her shoes and tucked her into bed, kissing her temple before cracking the door and returning to the living room. Mitsuki was hugging Mom, and Masaru was grabbing the car keys. Finally, Mitsuki walked up to me and enveloped me in a tight hug. "I'm so glad you're back, Aizu," she said softly. "Yeah. Auntie, let go, you're squeezing me," I grunted, and she released me with a chuckle. "See you later, boy," Masaru said, and I smiled. "Izuku," I turned to see Katsuki looking at me. The smile vanished from my face as I glared at him. "No," I replied before walking to my room, ignoring Mom's calls for me. A few seconds later, I heard the front door shut and footsteps heading toward my room. The door opened as I was taking off my jewelry. "Izuku, why are you acting like this?" "He's obviously trying," Mom fretted. "Well, he should stop." I clearly stated that I hated him today at the rink, I grumbled. "Why would you say that?" my mother asked, concern etched on her face. "Ma, do you know what he did to me years ago? He hurt me, not just mentally but physically, because of something I couldn't control. He told me to take a swan dive off a roof." I shouted, tears stinging my eyes. "Do you have any idea what that did to me?" My voice cracked with emotion. My mother stared at me, her eyes filled with pity as tears streamed down her cheeks. "What if I had taken his advice, huh?" I added, wiping my tears away. "But Izuku." "No. No buts. Just get out of my room," I muttered, walking to my dresser to pull out a pair of shorts. I heard the door close behind her. Angrily, I wiped my tears and changed before lying in bed, letting sleep consume me. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of my alarm blaring. I shut it off and rubbed my eyes, stifling a yawn. Looking down, I saw Izumi cuddled against my chest. I kissed the top of her head. "Izzy, it's time to wake up," I cooed, and her eyes slowly opened. She smiled at me. "Happy birthday," I said, showering her with kisses. She erupted into giggles, trying to push me away. I picked her up and walked down the hall, expecting to find my mother, but instead I found a note. "Morning Aizu and Umi. I'm out early running errands, so can you drop Izumi off at Mitsuki's house? Thank you, Pumpkin. Love, lunches in the fridge." I frowned, crumpling the paper and tossing it in the trash. She could have woken me up early so we could both get ready. I set Izumi down and knelt to her level. "All right, Buttercup. We have an hour to get us both dressed and fed before I take you to Mitsuki's and head to school on time," I said, and she looked at me with determination. Aye, Captain. But where's Mama?" "She went to run errands. Now move. Move," I shouted at the end, and she giggled, running to her room. I laid out my uniform on the bed along with my rings and necklaces, then checked on Izumi, who was picking out a birthday outfit. "Can I wear this?" she asked, holding up a white and pink dress that said, "Birthday Girl," with a number 4 on the back. "Of course. We were going to have you wear that anyway," I said, and she jumped up and down in excitement. "Okay, come on. You're going to take a bath now since you didn't last night," I said as she grabbed my hand. After getting Izumi bathed and dressed, I put cartoons on in the living room and ordered breakfast since I wouldn't have time to make any. I took a quick shower and as I was patting my hair dry, I heard a knock on the door. "Zuzu! Someone's at the door!" Izumi yelled from the living room. I wrapped a towel around my waist and rushed to the front door. Izumi laughed at me as I hurried, and I shook my hair, sending droplets of water flying at her. "Now who's laughing?" I joked, and she pouted for a moment before bursting into giggles. I opened the front door to find a DLVY person looking surprised. "F for Izuku?" he stammered, and I nodded. "Thanks," I said, taking the food and handing him a tip. I shut the door and locked it before walking into the kitchen, with a giddy Izumi following closely behind. I sat her in her high chair and placed her birthday pancakes, bacon, and eggs in front of her. "I'm going to get changed," I said. "Are you going to eat anything?" she asked with her mouth full, and I shook my head. "Not hungry." "We'll leave when I'm done," I replied, heading down the hall to my bedroom. I took the neatly packed uniform out of the plastic bag and laid the folded briefs, shirt, and tie on the bed. After putting on deodorant and some lotion, I got dressed, making sure my tie was loosely done and 2 buttons were undone. I added my necklace and silver ring before putting on my glasses and heading down the hall. I grabbed my keys from the key hanger, ensuring I had everything in my backpack, including my school ID. I had Izumi take a few pictures of me to post before buckling her into her seat. "Hello, Izuku, Izumi." Mitsuki greeted cheerfully when she opened the door. "Auntie." Izumi cheered, hugging her leg. "Happy birthday. How old did you turn?" 10. Mitsuki asked playfully, lifting Izumi as she giggled. "No, Auntie, I'm 4, Izumi corrected, holding up 4 fingers. "Well, I'm off," I said, stretching. I kissed Izumi on the cheek and told her I would see her later before driving off to school. As I checked the time and saw it was 7:25, I realized I had 30 minutes until the bell rang. I walked through the front gate and to the school entrance, taking a deep breath to steady myself. I knew it wouldn't be the same without my friends by my side, but I needed to make the most of it, to be confident and brave. I kept telling myself these things to hype myself up, but truth be told, it wasn't working. I was nervous. So, I did the one thing I knew would calm me down. I took a deep breath and prepared to face the day ahead. "Izuku!" I called out to Hayes, knowing he'd be on his phone with everyone. Laughter erupted from the group, and I pulled the phone away with a chuckle. I missed them. "Hey, I'm at the front of the school but I'm nervous as hell, and I knew you guys would make me feel better so." "Oh please, you have nothing to be nervous about," Hayes reassured. "Yeah. Hayes, flip the camera this way." Eleanor cheered and Hayes complied, showing her winking at the camera before she catwalked toward it, waving and blowing kisses. "Oh God, Ella, I'm not doing all that," I laughed and she giggled before sitting on Jonah's lap. Hayes zoomed in on Jonah, who was pretending to be horrified. "EW. Hayes, you pig." Jackie snatched the phone, giving him a disgusted look while laughter echoed in the background. Ivy leaned into the camera, blowing kisses. "Izuku, babe, you got this. Go in there. And show them who's the baddest of the school. Yeah, be a bad Izu. I'll kick anyone in the nose who has something to say to you. Remember Cody? Make their nose bleed like you did to him." I scrunched my nose at the memory. "Thank you, I miss and love you guys so much. Mwah bye." I kissed the screen, watching as they all jumped in front of the camera to say their goodbyes before hanging up. I felt so much better now. I could walk in there and act like they were with me. They wouldn't want me to walk in there with my tail between my legs. Taking a deep breath, I opened the school doors. Now all eyes were on me. With a blank look on my face, I glanced down at my phone to see what class I was in. Class 3A. Before I could put my phone back in my pocket, the group chat buzzed with notifications. These idiots. I began walking down the hall, smiling at my phone where Jonah and Jackie were arguing over who was the better twin. I knew they started this to distract me, and it was definitely working. This was the second funniest thing I'd seen since being here. The first was seeing Katsuki fall on his backside. I glanced up and saw Katsuki staring intently at me, flanked by his little group of friends. One who looked like Pikachu, one with red hair, another whose elbow seemed a bit odd, a girl with earphones dangling from her ears, and a girl with pink hair. They looked like a fun group. I walked past them and spotted the door labeled 3. Just as I was about to open it, I heard a really irritating laugh. Confused, I turned to see a boy with blonde hair pointing at me. "Class 3A? You're the one who replaced the purple-haired guy. What's your quirk, huh?" He reached out to touch me and I instinctively punched him in the face. "Who even is he?" I looked at my hand in disgust before pulling out hand sanitizer and vigorously rubbing it in. Gasps echoed through the hall, and I glanced up to see everyone staring at me. Rolling my eyes, I turned around and opened the door to the classroom, stepping inside. I sat down at the second desk next to the window and kicked my feet up. I had only gotten 4 hours of sleep and was exhausted. I might as well catch some sleep now. I put my arm over my eyes and dozed off. Hey, new kid. I groggily opened my eyes to see a guy with blue hair and glasses making chopping motions with his hands at me. What was that, some kind of secret code? You cannot have your feet up and you cannot sleep at school. It's inappropriate, he said in a monotone voice. I yawned and pulled out my phone to check the group chat, which was still buzzing. Lifting my phone, I snapped a picture to send to them. Hey, are you listening to me? He asked, clearly annoyed. I sighed, slamming my phone on the desk and turning to him. What's your name? I asked politely and he looked taken aback. Titenya Ida, he stammered. All right, Ida. May I politely ask you to let me be and get out of my face? I asked sweetly, causing everyone in the class to stop their conversations and look at us. Ida gaped at me. Move for eyes. Just my luck, he was in this class. Bakugo, I'd appreciate it if you'd use the words, excuse me, instead of, Ida was cut off when Katsuki made small explosions from his palms. Ida gulped and adjusted his glasses. All right, I'll be on my way, he said before scurrying off. It was nice meeting you, Ida. I called after him, waving. Hi, dude. I'm Eijiro Kirishima, the redhead said, extending his hand. I shook it. Izuku Midoriya, I smiled, and his cheeks turned crimson as he pulled away. I'm Denki Kaminari in case you were wondering. The guy who looked like Pikachu moved his hand toward me. I shook it and giggled. I'm pretty sure he wasn't, the guy with the funky elbows said. Hanta Siro, he introduced, and I nodded. I heard a high-pitched squeal and looked up to see the girl with pink hair jumping up and down. I'm Ishido Mina. OMG, you're so cute, she cheered, and I blushed slightly, thanking her. I'm Kyuka Jiro, the girl with earphones said, looking me up and down. I like your piercings, she added with a slight smile. Before I could reply, the door burst open, revealing a man who looked disheveled, his eyes glaring red and hair standing on end. Everyone rushed to their seats. Good morning, class. Today we have a new student joining us, and I want you all to be on your best behavior. He stopped when his eyes landed on me. I glared back at him with equal intensity. His eyebrows raised and his expression softened. You were supposed to be in the principal's office before you came in here, he said, and I shrugged. I didn't know, I replied, and he nodded toward the door before walking out. Ignoring everyone's curious stares, I stood up and followed him. The piercings aren't school appropriate, and your undone tie and buttons are highly inappropriate. I cut off his rambling with a scoff. You're just going to have to deal with it. I crossed my arms and glared back at him. You know I could have you expelled with the snap of my fingers, he spat. I chuckled. You'd think I'd follow dress code if I really wanted to be here. I hate this school. So do me a favor and expel me, I shot back defiantly. Just as he was about to respond, someone behind him clapped their hands together. You must be Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, a small, mouse-like creature said as it stepped in front of Aizawa and shook my hand. You don't look upset, I remarked, glaring at him. He merely smiled in response. I'm Principal Nizu, as you might already know, and this is your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Please head into class while I have a quick chat with him, he explained, sipping his tea and gesturing for me to go. I rolled my eyes and walked into the classroom, taking a seat behind. Oh great. Aizawa entered shortly after, shutting the door behind him, his gaze fixed on me. I grimaced and rolled my eyes before raising my hand. Yes, Midoriya, he asked. Is there any other open seat? I inquired, noticing Katsuki turn to me with a frown. I scrunched my nose at him and scooted my chair back. No, he replied, sounding bored before starting the lesson. Finally, it was lunchtime. I packed my bag, waiting for everyone to leave. When Katsuki got up, I grabbed his wrist and he turned to me. Izumi's birthday party is at the skating rink at 6 p.m. sharp. If you're late, I'll make sure they lock you out, I said, releasing his wrist and walking away. Izuku, he cleared his throat, and I turned to glare at him. You know I'm sorry for what I've done to you. I'm really sorry. When you left, I I held my hand up to stop him. Stop. I don't care anymore, I shrugged, and he seemed to relax a bit. So you don't hate me? He asked, and I snorted. Oh yes, of course I do, I replied cheerfully before walking out of the classroom. As I entered the cafeteria, I heard my name being called. Midobro. Over here. I looked to see Kirishima waving me over. I smiled and walked to where he was sitting. So how are you liking it here at UA? Kaminari asked. I hate it, I said, opening my bento. Oh why? Is it because of what happened with Monoma? Mina asked as I took out my chopsticks. Nope, I replied, slurping my noodles. What's up with him? I questioned, pointing to a boy with red and white hair sitting alone, eating soba. Oh, that's Todoroki. He's kind of a loner, Kirishima shrugged. Have you guys tried talking to him? I asked. Of course, he's been our classmate for almost 3 years, but he's made it. Pretty clear that we're only competition, Kirishima said. Yeah, he walked up to Bakugo once and told him he would beat him and become the #1 hero, Jiro added, and I nodded. I'm going to talk to him, I declared, standing up and packing my things before walking to his table. Good luck, they called after me. I sat down across from him, and he didn't notice me until I extended my hand. He looked up from his phone with the blank expression. Izuku Midoriya, I introduced myself with a smile, but he merely stared at my hand. You were the one who punched Monoma and was rude to Ida and Aizawa, he said flatly, and I slowly withdrew my hand. You're really observant, I replied, crossing my arms and resting my head on them as I gazed into his heterochromia eyes. He nodded and looked back down at his soba. Is that cold? I asked, and he nodded. I like cold soba, he said, his gaze intense. What's your name? I inquired. Shoto Todoroki. You're the son of Endeavor, right? I feel bad for you, he's horrible, I said, and he seemed intrigued. Yeah, I hate him, he grumbled, frowning. I met him a few times because he was friends with my dad, and when he found out I wanted to become a quirkless hero, he told me, I deepened my voice for effect, you can't become a quirkless hero, that's pathetic, deadly, and impossible. That dream is unreal. I rolled my eyes at the memory. So, when he stayed over for the night, I placed quirk-canceling bands on his wrist and threw the key into the ocean. It took them hours to find it, I laughed, and he cracked a smile. You're quirkless? He asked, and I nodded. Yep, and I'm aiming for the top, I grinned. Well, I wish you luck because I'm also aiming to be #1, he said, and I snorted. Of course. Todoroki and I talked for the rest of lunch. I shared stories about my pranks on Endeavor each time he visited my dad. Eventually, he stopped visiting altogether, which I found hilarious. When the bell rang, we gathered our things and headed to class. As we entered the room, still laughing about the time Todoroki drove Endeavor's car into a lake, everyone stared at us with curiosity. You two seem to be getting along, Mina chirped. I guess, I shrugged. Todoroki went to his seat, and I followed. He continued the story he had been telling before we entered, but then Aizawa opened the door and immediately used his quirk. Everyone rushed to their seats and sat quietly. I rolled my eyes and made my way to my seat, glaring at Aizawa as I did. He scowled at me before beginning the lesson. When the final bell rang, I was walking out of the building when a voice called out to me. Hey, Midoriya. I turned to see Mina along with Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, and Bakugo. Hey Mina, what's up? I asked. Tomorrow night I'm throwing a party and wanted to know if you could make it, she exclaimed. I'll be there, I replied, and she squealed. She reminded me of Eleanor, they'd be great friends. See you tomorrow, she said happily. I waved at the others before heading home. Wait, Midobro, the dorms are this way. Kirishima shouted. I'm staying home for now. I called back before hopping in my car and driving off. I made a quick stop at the market to get decorations for Izumi's party later. I bought her a midnight action figure since she's obsessed with her and wrapped it up in a birthday bag. I also picked up a card and signed it. Mom should have made reservations at the skating rink for a party room, so I drove there to drop off some decorations. I took the gift and decorations out of the back seat and entered the rink, meeting a middle-aged woman at the front counter. She smiled warmly at me. "Hello, party room reservation for Izuku Midoriya," I said. She typed something into the computer and then looked back at me. "Sorry, no reservations were made under that name," she replied, and I gave her a confused look. Izuku Midoriya?" I asked, and she typed again before shaking her head. I pulled out my phone and held my finger up, signaling her to hold on. "Hey, Zuku, sweetheart." My mom's cheerful voice boomed through the phone. "Ma. HM? Is everything all right?" she asked, concern evident in her tone. "Ma, did you make reservations at the Loonies skating rink for the party room?" I questioned. "Reservations? For what?" She hadn't. "Ma, you didn't forget." My face heated up in frustration. "Honey, I don't know what you're talking about." "Ma, today is Izumi's birthday. You were supposed to make reservations for her birthday. Please don't tell me you forgot." Silence followed. "Aizu, I'm so sorry," she finally apologized. "It's fine, I guess. I'll just make the reservations." "It starts at 6 p.m., I said, hearing shuffling on the other end. "Oh, I won't be able to make it," she said. "What?" "Baby, I can't. Tell Izumi I love her and wish her a happy birthday for me." "I love you." She hung up quickly. What is up with her? I stared at my phone in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, I slowly opened my eyes and smiled at the surprised woman in front of me. "Can I make a reservation in the party room under the name Izuku Midoriya from 6 to 8:30 p.m.? I asked with a grin. She smiled softly and nodded. "May I ask what the birthday girl's name is?" she inquired, looking at her computer. "Izumi," I replied, and she nodded, typing away. She looked up at me with a beaming smile. "All right, it's done. You may head in," she said, and I paid her before picking up my bags and entering the rink. After setting up a few things, I left the rink and went to pick Izumi up from Bakugo's place. I couldn't believe my mom forgot her own daughter's birthday and had the audacity not to show up. I just hoped Izumi wouldn't be too upset about it. I knocked on the door, which opened to reveal a beaming Mitsuki and a sleepy Izumi. "Zuzu," she cheered, stifling a yawn. I picked her up, and she rested her head on my shoulder. "She's exhausted," I laughed. "Yeah, she was almost asleep, but then you knocked on the door." "What did you guys do today?" "Well, first we went to pick out a toy for her since it's her birthday. Don't tell her, but she'll be getting another one tonight," she whispered quietly, careful not to wake the now sleeping Izumi. "We went to the park, got ice cream, baked cookies, and made some chocolate strawberries." Sounds like she had a fun, exhausting day. "At least she'll be awake by the time we go skating," I said. "Yes, she was so excited. She wouldn't stop talking about it all day," Mitsuki stated. "I bet. Well, I'm going to take her home and lay her down for her nap." "See you later," I exclaimed, and Mitsuki waved us off as I walked down the steps to my car. When we got home, I laid Izumi down in her bed before heading downstairs to prepare her cake. Strawberry was her favorite. After a few hours, the cake was done and boxed up in the fridge. I checked on Izumi to see her still asleep, and I took the little time I had until she woke up to enjoy a quick shower. Stepping out of the shower, I dried off, moisturized, and wrapped a towel around my waist. Exiting the bathroom, I found Izumi lying in my bed, half asleep. "Zuzu cuddles," she said groggily. "Izzy, we have to get ready for your party," I said softly, and she perked up. "Oh right, it's my birthday," she exclaimed before jumping off my bed and running to her room, rummaging through her drawers. I chuckled, shaking my head as I walked to my own drawers to find an outfit. I chose light blue baggy ripped jeans, a tight green CRP top, and white sneakers. After touching up my hair in the bathroom, I finished the look with my usual jewelry. I grabbed my skates and checked to see if I had everything I needed before calling for Izumi and making our way to the rink. I held the cake in one hand and Izumi's hand in the other, pushing the door open with my back. The same woman from earlier greeted us with a sweet smile and wished Izumi a happy birthday before holding the door open for us and opening the door to the party room. I thanked her, now knowing her name was Sammy, and felt Izumi's grip tighten on my leg as a high-pitched squeal rang through the room. I looked down at Izumi, confused, before glancing up to see the Bakugos and our friends, Mina, Kaminari, Shiro, Kirishima, and Jiro, staring back at me. Is this the birthday girl? Mina squealed, and Izumi tightened her grip on my leg. I shot a glare at Katsuki, who glared back at Mina before giving me an apologetic look. I'm sorry. When I told these guys I was going to a kid's birthday party, Pikachu's immature self got all giddy and wanted to tag along, saying how much he loved kid birthday parties. Everyone else wanted to come too, he explained quickly, raising an eyebrow at me. They brought gifts, he added, and Izumi let go of my leg, bouncing around with excitement. Gifts? Izumi exclaimed. She ran to meet the others, and Mitsuki and Masaru approached me with slightly confused looks. Where's Inko? Mitsuki asked, and I rolled my eyes. She forgot all about her birthday and can't make it, I grumbled, and Mitsuki's face fell. Oh, I'm sorry, she said, while Masaru patted my shoulder with a sad smile. I shrugged. It is what it is. There's nothing I could do about it, I said blankly. Suddenly, I heard Izumi scream, Ellie, and I turned to see her running out of the room. I looked out the window to see our friends outside the room with their skates, hugging Izumi. No way. I laughed, dropped my stuff, and ran out of the room, leaving everyone else confused. What's going on, guys? I exclaimed, running to hug them, which they all returned. Surprise! Eleanor exclaimed. Ella refused to miss Izumi's 4th birthday and made us all fly out here last minute, Jonah said, earning a slight glare from his girlfriend. We missed you, babe. Ivy added. I cried and hugged them tighter, not wanting to let go. Zuzu. Zuzu, pick me up. I'm stuck. I looked down to see Izumi tugging on my jeans, trying to escape the tight space. I chuckled and lifted her for a moment before Jonah swooped in and showered her with kisses, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. My turn, he exclaimed. Catch. Jonah tossed Izumi to Eleanor, making my heart skip a beat. She laughed as Eleanor joined in with the kisses. They really needed to stop tossing my sister around like this. It had become a yearly tradition, and no matter how old she got, they treated her like a sack of potatoes. Hayes recorded the whole scene, slipping his phone into his pocket when Izumi ran over to him. After he finished his kiss attack, Izumi gasped for breath, still giggling. I took her from Hayes, holding her close and shooting a glare at the others. What? Jackie shrugged and I rolled my eyes. I noticed a few other friends watching us with puzzled expressions. Oh right, I forgot about you guys, I said, turning back to the squad and mouthing, behave. With a cheeky smile, I turned to the others. Before I could say anything, Izumi jumped out of my arms and grabbed Katsuki's fingers. This is Yuki, she announced happily. Katsuki, I muttered, and their smiles faltered. And Shima, she pointed to Kirishima, who picked her up onto his hip after she asked. Kami, Mimi, Han, and Kyo. She pointed to everyone in order, and they waved. I assumed they had given her their first names for easier nicknames. And that's Auntie and Unsi, she pointed to Mitsuki and Masu. It's nice to meet you all, Ivy said cheerfully until her gaze landed on Katsuki. She added with a glare. I'm Eleanor. And this is my boyfriend, she introduced. Jonah, he chimed in. I'm Ivy, she replied. Jackie, came the next introduction. Jackie then slapped Hayes, who was too engrossed in his phone to notice. Ow, he exclaimed, rubbing the back of his head and glaring at her. That's Hayes, Ivy said, nodding toward him as he yelled at Jackie, who was laughing. I face-bombed. I love your piercings. They're awesome, Kaminari said. Jackie, who had pushed Hayes over the wall to the rink, flipped her hair dramatically. Thank you. I did them all myself, she bragged, and Jonah scoffed. She cried when she got her first one, he added with a shrug. Jackie jumped on him, and they began to playfully wrestle, prompting Eleanor and Ivy to pull them apart. I looked at the shocked faces around us. Izumi was laughing and cheering Jackie on, as if this was a normal occurrence, which it was. They're twins, I shrugged. Izzy ready to skate? I asked, and she nodded vigorously. She skipped to grab my hand, and I led her back into the party room to put on our skates. I like them, they're fun. Mina exclaimed as she walked in and sat next to me to put on her skates. Yeah, they are. You can skate? I asked, and she hummed in response. I used to come here with Kirishima back in middle school, she said with a grin. You and Kiri, huh? I teased, wiggling my eyebrows. She snorted. No, we're just friends. Plus, I don't swing that way, she corrected with a chuckle. I nodded as I stood Izumi up. And I think he's into your friend, she added, pointing out the window. Huh? I said, confused, and peered over her shoulder to see Kirishima helping Haze over the wall, both of them blushing as they shook hands. Come on, Mimi, Zuzu. Izumi called, grabbing our hands and dragging us out the door. Despite Izumi's complaints, we waited for everyone to get their skates on before heading to the rink. It seemed everyone knew how to skate except for Kaminari, who had a death grip on Mina as she screamed at him to let go, Mitsuki, who was tightly holding Masaru's hand, and Bakugo, who was struggling and laughing at his mother. Zuzu! I heard Izumi call from a distance, and I slowed down to let her catch up. Where's Mama? She asked, tilting her head slightly. I couldn't tell her that her mom forgot about her birthday, it would break her heart. She couldn't make it, sweetie, I said softly, and she frowned. Oh, okay, she replied, smiling sadly before skating off to Eleanor. I sighed. She was upset. Before I could speed up, someone crashed into me, sending us both to the floor. What the heck? I groaned, rubbing my head. Sorry, Izuku, Kirishima pushed me, Katsuki said, looking down at me. I glared and shoved him off. Next time, control yourself and watch where you're going, I snapped. I got up and skated away. Aizu! I turned my head and felt a hand on the back of my head. Ouch! I glared at Eleanor, who scowled at me. That was mean of you, she said with a slight pout. He deserved it, I replied, but she grabbed my arm, stopping me from skating away. But he apologized and he doesn't look that mean at all. Maybe he changed, she argued. Why did everyone keep saying that? You don't know him, Ella, I said, and she released my arm, crossing her own. I know, but what you just did seemed like something a bully would do. I know you hate him for all he's done to you in the past, but don't stoop to his level, she said, turning toward the rink. She looked over her shoulder. You're better than that. With that, she skated off. I sighed, looking down. She was right. I skated onto the rink and saw Kirishima swaying to the beat of the music. Haze was recording himself in front of him, and an idea popped into my head. Hey, Kiri! I shouted. He turned around and I smirked. What? I shoved him into Haze. I laughed as he stumbled, struggling to help Haze up as they both fell to the ground again. Mina crossed her arms, shaking her head at me while trying to stifle a laugh, and Kaminari still had a grip on her arm. Come here, Kami, I said, holding out my hand. I'll teach you. Thank you, Mina said, pushing him toward me. I caught him before he could fall, and she skated away to Jackie with a grin. Oh my God, Kami, stand up straight. You're going to fall if you stay bent over like that, I laughed, and he straightened up, still holding onto my arm. I proceeded to help him balance and glide so he wouldn't fall. After a few stumbles and wobbles, he finally got the hang of it. I got it, he exclaimed. I'm a pro now. Izumi cheered and I laughed. Hey Bakugo, look. I'm a better skater than you, and I only learned in. She zoomed past him, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Turning to skate backwards, she pointed and laughed at him. Sorry, Kami, she called before turning back around and wrapping her arms around Masaru, holding his hand and smiling up at him. I smiled softly at the sight. Just then, I felt two arms drape over my shoulders and looked to see Ivy and Jonah. She's growing up so fast, Jonah said dramatically, wiping a pretend tear from under his eye. When do you guys go back? I asked. Tonight. We may or may not have snuck out here, so we have to be back by tomorrow or we're in big trouble, Ivy explained briefly, and Jonah nodded vigorously. Ivy smacked him playfully. Stop being a weirdo, she said, and he pouted, rubbing his head. So, Joe. That's my cue, Jonah exclaimed before skating off. Ivy chuckled and shook her head. I felt a strong hand tug on my arm and looked down to see Kaminari smiling weakly up at me, struggling to stand. I laughed and helped him up. "Your sister is evil," he said, making me laugh even more. "Kami, is it? What's your quirk?" Ivy asked, and Kaminari blushed slightly. "Electrification." "What's yours?" "I can control the 4 elements," she grinned, and his eyes widened. "Really? That's cool," he said, beaming. Ivy chuckled. A slow song began to play. "Come on, Sparky," Ivy said, grabbing his arm and dragging him away. I rolled my eyes and noticed how everyone was paired up. Masaru and Mitsuki were practically slow dancing, Kiri and Hayes were holding hands, and so were Mina and Jackie, while Siro and Jiro were together as friends. Ivy and Kaminari were off together too. I spotted Eleanor and Jonah arguing over who got to skate with Izumi, who was giggling at their antics. I chuckled and skated in between them, grabbing both of Izumi's hands and bending down slightly to spin us around. I glanced back to see Eleanor and Jonah's shocked expressions. I stuck my tongue out at them, and they rolled their eyes, entwining their pinkies and looking at each other with so much affection. "Zuzu, you're too tall," Izumi exclaimed, and I bent down to her level, skating backwards. "You got my back, Izzy? 'Cause if I skate into a wall, I'm making you eat carrots," I teased, and she scrunched her nose. "I got your back, Zuzu," she replied, nodding. I nodded back and kissed her cheek. "Happy birthday, Izzy," I said, ruffling her hair. Izuku's POV. "Zuzu, won't you skate with Yuki like last time?" Izumi asked, gesturing for me to turn. "I couldn't find him," I lied, shrugging. "He's in the party room." "He seemed sad, Zuzu," she said. I shrugged again. "Zuzu, go make him happy again." "He looked happy skating with you before," she encouraged, smiling. "Izzy," I whined, but she frowned and dragged me away from the floor. We skated to the front of the party room door, which she opened. "My feet hurt so much from skating," she said dramatically, catching Katsuki's attention. He looked less than pleased. "Zuzu, don't be sad that you don't have anyone to skate with," she said, looking up at me with a sad smile. I raised an eyebrow at her. She turned and gasped. "Yuki, so glad you're here. You can skate with Zuzu while I sit here and drink juice." She skated up to him and grabbed his finger, dragging him toward me. "Have fun," she said, pushing us out and slamming the door shut. She peeked out the window and grinned at me. "Izuku," I muttered, turning my attention to Katsuki and glaring at him. I scoffed and grabbed his hand, skating to the rink. I sighed, looking down at my skates and avoiding his gaze. I could feel some of our friends watching us, and I glared at them. I wanted to swat his hand away so badly, but every time I glanced at the party room window, Izumi was staring at us. I looked up at Bakugo, who hadn't taken his eyes off me. My glare softened slightly as I admired his features. I may not like him, but I couldn't deny he was attractive. I spotted an eyelash under his eye and reached up to grab it. He flinched and blinked when my fingers grazed his skin. I wiped my hand on my shirt. "It was bothering me," I muttered. He nodded, a blush creeping across his nose. Just then, someone behind me lost their balance and bumped into me, making me stumble. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact, but felt a pair of hands grip my waist. Instinctively, I grabbed their shoulders. I opened my eyes to see Katsuki staring down at me. "You okay?" he asked, and I nodded, helping myself up. I looked away from him, frowning, trying to hide the blush that was creeping onto my face. I noticed Kaminari staring at me with guilt while Ivy pointed at me, silently laughing. I glared at her and flipped her off. I looked down to see Katsuki's hands still on my hips. I looked up at him, ready to tell him off, but his eyes were already on mine. I quickly closed my mouth and looked away, frowning again as the blush returned. "What is wrong with me?" "Stop looking at me like that, dumbass," I mumbled. I glanced back up to see him tilting his head at me, confused. I parted my lips and covered my cheeks with my hands, looking down to hide the blush that refused to fade, only getting brighter. "Stupid, handsome, hot, confused, cute?" "Izuku," he whispered, removing my hand from my face and using his finger to lift my chin, forcing me to look at him. His dark crimson eyes bore into mine, searching for something as he leaned in. I leaned back slightly, looking from his eyes to his lips. I looked back up at his eyes, which were now fixed on my lips, and then he met my gaze again. We began to lean in, our lips just centimeters apart, when a loud thud interrupted us. We flinched and bumped heads. I looked over to see Kaminari on the ground as Ivy laughed, helping him up. The slow song ended. Izuku, I cut him off by pushing him away and skating off the floor, heading to the bathroom. I sat on the big stall floor with my knees to my chest, my face buried in my hands. I couldn't believe we almost kissed. Stupid Izuku, I scolded myself. What was wrong with me tonight? I hated him. I hated his guts. I heard the door open, and I hoped it wasn't who I thought it was. Aizu. You can't be in here, I replied. Like hell we can. Ivy slid under the stall, followed by Eleanor, Jackie, Jonah, and Hayes. We saw everything, Jackie said, draping her arm over my shoulder and resting her head on it. Yeah bro, what was that? You were blushing and frowning at the same time, Jonah said, sitting cross-legged in front of. You guys were about to kiss too, Eleanor added, sitting on Jonah's lap. I groaned, hitting my head against my knee repeatedly until Ivy stopped me. I'm doing this to myself, I mumbled, my words muffled. I lifted my head. I don't know. I know for a fact that I hate him, but then I'm attracted to him in a way, you know? Physical attraction? Eleanor questioned, and I nodded. Hayes yawned and transformed into a cat. I picked him up and placed him on my head as he fell asleep. But I don't want to be near him. I used to like him years ago, but that went away when I moved to New York and realized how much of a JRK he really was, I said, briefly pulling my hood over my head. I think you like him, Jonah shrugged, and we looked at him as if he were crazy. You know, hate like... No, he's just physically attracted to him, Eleanor said flatly, and Jonah huffed, mumbling a whatever. Okay, enough about me. What about you guys? I wiggled my eyebrows as they blushed. I really like Mina, Jackie said. I do too. She's amazing. Eleanor added happily, and Jackie rolled her eyes. No, idiot, I mean I like her, Jackie specified, and Eleanor made an O shape with her mouth. Sparky's alright, he's a terrible skater, Ivy shrugged, but I noticed the blush that painted across her nose. I'll answer for Hayes. He likes Kirishima for sure, Jonah nodded. He has a long name, he added. Ivy face-bombed. Idiot, did you not do your research? They go by their last names out here, except for family or lovers. Why do you think I called Izuku Midoriya for a few months? Ivy rolled her eyes as they gasped. Really? They said in sync, and I nodded. Oh no, Midazu, we're sorry, Jonah said, and I chuckled. You can still call me Izuku, you know? You guys are my family, I smiled, and they looked somewhat relieved and nodded. It's time to say happy birthday. Mina called through the door, and we stood up for a group hug before exiting the bathroom. Blow out your candles, everyone shouted as Izumi giggled and began blowing them out. Everyone cheered as Katsuki ran around the room with Izumi on his shoulders, holding onto his head and laughing. He lifted her up and handed her to Eleanor, who jumped and spun around. We ate cake and opened presents. Unfortunately, it was time for the squad to head home. Bye-bye, Izzy. We promise to visit again soon, okay? Eleanor cried, holding onto her tightly. Izumi, who was also crying, nodded. Did you guys have to go? She hiccuped. Unfortunately, honey, Jackie said sadly. We all shared a long group hug before Izumi was back in my arms. Everyone exchanged numbers and said their goodbyes before leaving. The Bakugos helped put all of Izumi's presents in the trunk after I buckled her into her car seat. See you guys later. I waved to Mitsuki and Masaru as they got into their car and drove off. I got into mine and drove home. When we got home, I decided to take Izumi's toys inside in the morning and carry her to her bedroom. I unlocked the door and pushed it open, turning on the lights. What I saw in front of me was something I would never forget. Izuku's POV. I quickly laid Izumi in her bed before closing her door and stomping back into the living room. My mom was sleeping on the couch with a bottle in her hand and several more surrounding her on the table. "What the heck?" I shouted, turning the lights on. She groggily opened her eyes and set the bottle down, looking at me with no emotion. "Oh, you guys are back?" My nose scrunched in disgust at the smell of alcohol. My face flushed with anger, and my knuckles turned white. I took a deep breath and let it out, giving her a hurtful glare. "You couldn't make it to your 4-year-old's birthday because you were too busy getting drunk?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She rolled her eyes. "What's up with her? So what? I miss one measly birthday. I don't need to go to every one, Izuku," she raised her voice, and I was taken aback. "You not being there isn't what hurt the most, it's the fact that you forgot. How do you forget the day your only daughter was born?" I raised my voice too, tears starting to fall from my eyes in anger. "So what?" she questioned with a glare. I sniffed. Her face softened slightly. "What happened to you?" I asked quietly. She looked at the bottles around her and shrugged. I shook my head, storming out of the room, slamming my door shut and locking it. I walked into my bathroom to remove my jewelry. I changed into a pair of shorts and slid into bed, soon falling into a deep slumber. I woke up to the sound of crying and sniffing outside my door. I slowly got up and walked over to it, opening it to find Izumi sitting in front of it, holding her midnight plushie while staring up at me with tears in her big green eyes. Are all the doors locked?" she sobbed. I picked her up and rocked her as she rested her head on my shoulder, wrapping her arms around my neck tightly. "I'm so sorry, Izzy," I whispered, closing the door. "Mama's door was locked too. I thought you guys left me," she sighed in relief, loosening her grip on my neck as I rubbed soothing circles on her back. "Why is that, Izzy? We'll never leave you. I had a bad dream that you and Mama got into a big fight and left me and never came back," she briefly explained. I laid us down on the bed. "We'll never leave you, okay? I promise." I kissed her temple, and she laid her head on my chest, beginning to doze off. I soon fell asleep after. The next morning, my alarm clock woke me from my slumber. I shut it off, stifling a yawn. "Izzy, time to wake up for school," I said softly, rubbing her back. She peeked her eyes open and smiled at me. Today was her first day at preschool. I had to enroll her since Ma had forgotten multiple times. "Morning, Zuzu," she yawned, placing her hand on my cheek. I took her hand and kissed her palm before standing up with her in my arms and walking into her bedroom. She picked out a white long-sleeve, brown bear overall dress, white stockings, and brown boots. Yes, I know my baby sister has style. She gets it from her big brother, of course. "How about you go ahead and brush your teeth and wash your face while I take a quick shower and get dressed?" I suggested, and she nodded, running into her bathroom. "I'll do your hair when I'm finished. Also, make sure to have all of your stuff together." I called after her before making my way into my bedroom and closing the door. I took a shower, brushed my teeth, washed my face, moisturized, changed into my uniform, and put on some sneakers. I slipped on some rings and my glasses. When I entered Izumi's bedroom, I saw her hair supplies laid out on the bed. "Can you do 2 ponies?" she asked, and I nodded. She sat on her knees on the bed as I took a seat behind her. I sprayed and applied leave-in conditioner to her long curls before parting it. "I want these 2 bows too," she said, lifting her hand with 2 brown bows. I took them and set them beside me. I reparted her hair and tied one side off to the side. I held a hair tie between my teeth while brushing her hair into a high ponytail, using gel to slick it down before securing it with the hair tie. I repeated the same process with the other side before adding the bows. "All done," I said, clapping my hands together as she hopped off the bed and ran to check her hair in the bathroom. "I love it." "Thank you, Zuzu," she beamed as I washed my hands. I told her to grab her bento and backpack before we left while I got my things together. I went back to my room to get my backpack and keys before checking if Ma was still home. I knocked on her door and opened it to find a note on her dresser. "Morning, Aizu. I'm sorry for last night. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. I promise to make it up to both you and Izumi. Lunches are in the fridge. Have a great day. Love." Of course, she was gone. I sighed, crumpling the paper and tossing it away. I walked down the hall and into the kitchen to see Izumi eating a donut. Mama left lunch, she said with her mouth full and chocolate smeared on her face. Don't get your clothes dirty, I chuckled, wiping the chocolate off her cheek. Okay, she replied before continuing to eat. While she finished, I put our things in the car and began taking her toys out of the trunk and into her bedroom. A while later, we were in the car, singing along to Beyoncé on our way to drop Izumi off at preschool. When we arrived at the school, I unbuckled Izumi from her car seat. She immediately grabbed my hand and hid slightly behind me. As we entered the small school, a middle-aged woman greeted us with a warm smile at the front desk. She walked around and extended her hand for me to shake. Hello, I'm Lucy Togata, she said. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Izumi's older brother, I replied, and her smile widened as she looked down at Izumi. She knelt down. Hello, little Izumi, she said softly, extending her hand. Izumi peeked around my leg and stared at Ms. Togata before hesitantly taking her hand. Cool. Is this your quirk? Izumi beamed, handing the woman her hand back. Ms. Togata hummed in agreement. It sure is, she confirmed. A small voice called Izumi's name, and she turned, her smile growing when she saw the child. Tai, she shouted, tugging on my breathes until I bent down to her level. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed my cheek. See you later, Zuzu, she exclaimed before running off. That was quick. Looks like she's already got a friend, Ms. Togata said, hands on her hips as she watched the two. I think that's the boy she helped when we were at the skating rink, I shrugged, turning to the woman. So she hasn't gotten her quirk yet, correct? She asked, tilting her head slightly. My stomach dropped. I had completely forgotten about that. She should have received it on her birthday, maybe she's just a late bloomer. Correct, I said. And she just turned 4? She asked, and I nodded. She hummed in response. I was just making sure. A lot of the kids have already received their quirks. We have a quirk handling program where we spend 30 to 60 minutes helping the children control their quirks, she explained. I nodded in response. I'll be sure to let you know and sign her up for the program if she gets her quirk, I said, and Ms. Togata nodded with a smile. I waved goodbye and called Izumi to blow her a kiss. Are you excited for the party tonight, Midoriya? It's going to be so awesome. All of Mina's parties are great. I was sitting with Mina, Kami, Kiri, Katsuki, Siro, Jiro, and Todoroki at the lunch table. Yeah, it was a big group. Yeah, can't wait, I smiled. You're going? I turned to Todoroki, who was sitting beside me. Yeah, are you going too? I asked, and he shrugged. I don't think my father would let me go, he said quietly, and I scoffed. Aren't you 18? He nodded. You can do whatever you want to do. If you want to go to the party, then go, I said, and he looked back down at his soba. Hey, Mido, want to get ready together? Me and Jiro? Mina asked excitedly. I nodded. We decided to meet at her place at 4 p.m. The party started at 7 p.m. Katsuki, I said. He turned to me. Will Mitsuki be able to watch Izumi tonight? I'll pick her up after the party, I said, glancing over at my friend. Yeah, she wouldn't turn down any moment to spend time with your sister, he replied with a hint of annoyance. I turned my attention to Todoroki as the school day finally came to an end. I drove to pick up Izumi from preschool, the familiar warmth of the building greeting me as I walked through the door. Togata was sitting in a rocking chair, reading to a group of children. When she noticed me, she smiled and waved. She leaned down to whisper to Izumi, who was sitting in front of her. Izumi's head snapped up, and she quickly scrambled to her feet, running toward me. I scooped her up and spun her around, her laughter filling the air as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Hello to you too, Izzy, I laughed. Did you have fun today? She nodded enthusiastically. You can sign her out here, Togata said, tapping a sheet of paper on the counter. I raised an eyebrow at her, and she shrugged with a playful smile. I set Izumi down, and she dashed over to a boy with silver-white hair and matching eyes, giving him a quick hug. After signing her out, Togata gave me a thumbs up before Izumi took my hand. We made our way to the car, and I buckled her in. The entire ride home, she excitedly talked about her new friend from the skating rink, who turned out to be Togata's son, Tyson. As we pulled into the driveway, I noticed my mother's car parked outside. Good, she was home. I helped Izumi out and unlocked the front door. Izumi rushed inside but paused in the living room. I followed her in, confusion washing over me as I took in the scene. A man sat beside my mother, his hand resting on her knee. She stared blankly at me, smoke curling from a cigarette in her hand, a beer in the other. "Who are you?" I demanded, instinctively pulling Izumi behind me as she clutched my leg. The man started, but I cut him off. "I don't care." "Get out of my house," I snapped, glaring at him. He quickly slipped on his boots and scurried out the door, leaving my mother standing there with an emotionless expression. "Go to my room," I whispered to Izumi, and she nodded, running down the hall. "Ma," I sighed, approaching her as she took another drag from her cigarette. I snatched it from her hand, and she blew smoke in my face. I coughed, making my way into the kitchen to throw it away. "What is wrong with you?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at her. She shrugged, indifferent. "Why are you acting like this? Is it because of Dad?" I ventured, and her face flushed with anger. "Don't speak of him," she yelled, causing me to take a step back. She had never raised her voice at me before. "Ma, please, you have to stop. You have 2 kids to take care of, soon only 1. You know he wouldn't want this. Do you need help?" I started, but was interrupted by a sharp sting on my cheek. I touched it gingerly, wincing at the burn. "How dare you?" she spat, her eyes blazing with fury. "You slapped me." "Ma," I stammered, but she cut me off again. "You ungrateful brat. You always—" Her words slurred as I looked down at her with pity. "Ma, you should lay down," I said gently, cupping her cheek and wiping away a stray tear. I draped her arm over my shoulder and helped her to her room, laying her down in bed and tucking her in. I placed a glass of water and some painkillers on her nightstand with a note. "Make sure to take these when you wake up. I'm going to a party tonight. Izumi will be at Bakugo's, and I'll pick her up after." Afterward, I headed to the living room, clearing away empty and full beer bottles before spraying the house with air freshener to mask the smell. As I turned around, I saw Izumi peeking around the hallway corner, tears streaming down her freckled cheeks. I approached her with a sad smile and picked her up, feeling her arms wrap around my neck and her legs around my waist. I sat her down on my bed and wiped her tears away. She clung to my shirt when I tried to stand up, letting out a loud hiccup. "Mama hurt you," she sobbed, and I gently laid her back down. "Shoo, she didn't hurt me. Deep breaths, okay?" I cooed, blowing softly on her eyelids. Her eyes fluttered as she took deep breaths. 1, 2, 3, I whispered, continuing to blow gently on her eyelids. Her breathing steadied, and she sighed, keeping her eyes closed. I kissed her eyelids and wrapped my arms around her small frame. "You okay?" I asked softly. "Okay," she nodded. I kissed the top of her head and wiped away her remaining tears. "I'm going to a party tonight, so I'm going to take you to Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Musser's house, okay?" She nodded, still looking a bit upset. "Would you like to help me pick an outfit?" I asked cheerfully, and her face lit up as she nodded vigorously. I chuckled and helped her off the bed. "I'm going to bring out my jewelry box, and you can pick an outfit from my drawer while I take a shower. Sound good?" "Yep," she beamed. I went into the bathroom, grabbed my jewelry box and some perfumes, and returned to find her already rummaging through my drawers and closet. After my shower, I put on some lotion and deodorant, changed into shorts and a t-shirt, and packed my makeup bag before heading back out. "All done," Izumi announced happily. I decided to let her put the outfit in my duffel bag as a surprise for later. With my eyes closed, I handed her my makeup bag and opened my eyes when I heard the zipper close. "There isn't a clown costume in there, right?" I asked suspiciously, and she giggled, shaking her head. "Okay," I said, slipping on my slides and taking Izumi's hand in mine. I grabbed my phone and keys before turning off the light in my room and closing the door behind us. Izumi went back into her bedroom to grab a few things before we left the house. I dropped Izumi off at Bakugo's place and then headed to Mina's. I parked in front of her house, grabbed my duffel bag, locked the door, and walked to the front. I knocked, and a moment later, an energetic Mina opened the door. "Hey," I started, but she interrupted me by grabbing my forearm and pulling me inside. I was pulled up a flight of stairs and into a hot pink and black tiger-striped themed bedroom. It was mostly empty since she lived on campus. "What's up, Midoriya?" Jiro greeted from where she lay on her back with her feet propped up on the wall. I waved and smiled, setting my bag on a furry black chair. Mina clapped her hands together. "I'm so excited." "Are you excited?" "I'm excited." "Oh, drinks. I'll be back." "Jiro, turn on some music." She dashed out of the room. "You sure she hasn't started the party before everyone got here?" I joked, and Jiro shot me an amused smile while she turned on some music. I decided not to drink until the party started since I still had to pick up Izumi. Mina had taken one too many shots and was bouncing on the bed while Jiro face-bombed, scolding her for drinking too much too soon. "We should start getting ready," Mina exclaimed, jumping off the bed. "Me first." She dashed into her walk-in closet. "She's wasted already," Jiro sighed, and I chuckled. We talked about her dilemma of choosing between becoming a hero or a musician while Mina changed. "How do I look?" Mina asked, standing in front of the closet door in a white long-sleeve turtleneck, black skirt, white sneakers, and thigh-high black and white socks. A gold necklace reading "Pinky" hung around her neck. "Absolutely stunning," I shouted, interrupting whatever Jiro was about to say. Mina giggled and clapped her hands. "Jiro, your turn." She grabbed Jiro's arm and what I assumed was her bag, and shoved her into the closet. After a few impatient moments, Jiro emerged, hands shoved into her red and black leather jacket, looking away with a slight blush. She wore a red CRP top, a red choker, black biker shorts, fishnets, and black combat boots. "So hot." "Jiro, have I ever told you how hot you are?" Mina exclaimed, taking another sip from her cup. I smiled at her and gently took the drink away. "Yeah," Jiro replied, looking away, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Mido's turn." Mina shouted excitedly, pushing me into the closet. "All right then," I muttered, opening my duffel bag. I found a light blue button-up shirt, dark blue khakis, black dress shoes, and a brown belt. I looked in the mirror and frowned. I felt like I looked like an old man, and nothing seemed to match. I opened the closet door, and the girl's eyes snapped to me, blinking in surprise. I was definitely going to have a long talk with Izumi about this. Ignoring their stares, I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and dialed Mitsuki's number. After a few rings, she answered, and I could hear giggles on the other end. "Izumi. There's another bag in there. It was a joke, I promise, Zuzu," she said before hanging up. I rolled my eyes and returned to the closet. I rummaged through the bag and found another one inside. Much better. I stepped out of the closet wearing a black CRP top and black ripped jeans that showed off my abs. I paired it with a red belt, red sneakers, and silver circular glasses, accessorized with black rings, bracelets, and layered silver chains. The girl's jaws dropped. "Oh, my God! Midoriya, I can't breathe. I'm going to faint." Mina exclaimed dramatically, pretending to faint, and Jiro rolled her eyes while catching her. I chuckled, shaking my head. "Makeup time," Mina squealed, standing up straight. I did Mina's makeup, giving her an eyeliner look, mascara, red lipstick, and some blush. Jiro opted for just eyeliner, as she only wore makeup for special occasions. We set up the house, and soon enough, people began arriving. The group was there, except for Bakugo, who had stopped to use the bathroom upstairs. An hour later, the house was filled with moving, energetic bodies. People danced, couples made out in corners, and others played drinking games. I was sitting with Mina, Kami, Kiri, Jiro, and Siro in a quieter area, chatting about anything that came to mind. Mina was sitting on Jiro's lap, both of them quite tipsy, while Kami laughed, sprawled out on the sofa. Siro stood behind him to make sure he didn't fall, and Kiri rested his head on Mina's lap. "Bakubro is taking forever," Kiri groaned, playing with Mina's curls. "Yeah, wasn't he just going to the bathroom?" It's been almost an hour, Siro added. Hey, Midoriya, have I ever told you how adorable your freckles are? Mina giggled, poking my cheek. No, you haven't, I replied, entwining our fingers. Well, your freckles are adorable, she cooed, squeezing my hand. I chuckled. Guys! Cammy shouted, catching our attention. I have an idea. No. Last time you had an idea, we ended up in jail, and Sensei Aizawa had to bail us out. That was not fun, Siro explained, looking at Cammy incredulously. Cammy blinked before bursting into laughter. Oh yeah, he snorted, slamming his head back down on the couch. I'm going to grab some water bottles, I said with a laugh, heading toward the crowded kitchen. I grabbed some bottles of water and made my way through the lively crowd. I paused when I spotted a familiar figure with white and red split hair in the distance. I walked toward Todoroki, who was sitting alone, staring intently at something in the distance. Todoroki, are you being a stalker? I joked, chuckling as his eyes snapped to me. Hello, Midoriya. Are you having a good time? He asked, turning his body toward me and nervously running a hand through his hair. Yeah, what were you looking at? I asked, glancing in the direction he had been staring. He shrugged and stared in the same direction. I followed his gaze. She's pretty, I said, and he nodded. He was looking at a girl with long, dark hair and striking yellow eyes. She wore a light blue dress that reached her knees and black boots. She held a red cup and was laughing at something her friend said. She looked somewhat familiar. You should go talk to her, I suggested, but he shook his head, not taking his eyes off her. She'll be mad at me. You know her? I asked, and he nodded. I've never met her in person, but she popped up on my Instagram feed, and I found her cute, so I followed and messaged her. We've been talking for 3 months, he explained, and my eyes widened. What? Go talk to her? I urged, but he shook his head. No, she doesn't know it's me, and she'll be upset when she finds out, he said. I furrowed my brows. Wait, what? He let out a sigh and started explaining. I have another account to avoid all the notifications on my main. I don't have any pictures, and my profile picture is of a candy cane. I chuckled and he glared at me. I cleared my throat. Continue. But she's been asking to see my face and know who I really am, and I've been ignoring her. I think she's mad at me, and she'll be even more upset to find out she's been talking to some random guy, he mumbled. I smacked him lightly on the arm. Ow. He narrowed his eyes at me, rubbing his head. That's so silly, Todoroki. You're literally the most attractive guy in school with a great personality, I told him, and he blinked at me. I'm always told that I have no personality. Or sense of humor. Now he sounded depressed. Well, if you two have been talking for 3 months, she must like you. Have you guys flirted? I asked, and he looked up in thought. I don't know. I face-bombed. Sweet, dense angel. Well, you look like a creep just staring at her. I shrugged, and he turned his gaze back to me. I don't know how, he said. To talk to her? I questioned, and he nodded. Have you only talked on Instagram? He nodded again. I smirked. Say, hey cutie, let me get your number. I said in a deep voice jokingly. Todoroki tilted his head in confusion before hesitantly standing up and walking toward the girl. Todoroki. I tried to run after him when someone bumped into me, blocking my path. Once I caught up to him, the girl looked utterly confused. I couldn't believe it. Hi, she said, tilting her head slightly. You, Todoroki began, looking around for me. I reached to grab his arm when someone pulled me back. I turned to see a group of teens trying to get me to dance with them, thinking I was someone else. I was about to lose it. Iche. Cutie? Let me get your number, Todoroki stammered, looking just as confused. I was mortified. I finally managed to grab his arm and pull myself to him. He's joking, I swear. He didn't. How was I going to get us out of this? I didn't think he would actually go up to her and say that. We told you, Tana, a girl with purple hair teased, wiggling her eyebrows. I'm Aiko, she added, holding her hand out. I gaped at her. Oh, sorry. My quirk is super hearing, so I kind of heard your conversation. Sorry for eavesdropping. So you knew I was joking? I asked, narrowing my eyes slightly. She nodded, and I sighed in relief. Thank goodness, because this was going to be awkward. I'm Sarana, but you can call me Sora, the girl with brown hair said timidly. I nodded and turned to look for Todoroki. Where did he go? I huffed and held a finger up to the girls as I stalked toward Todoroki, who was heading back to his original spot. Come on, dumbass. I grabbed his arm, trying to drag him to Tana, but he froze in place with his quirk. I narrowed my eyes at him and turned to see Sora standing slightly away from Aiko, who was trying to keep Tana in her spot while they walked off. She thinks you're cute too, now go talk to her and confess. I tugged on his arm, but he didn't budge. I glanced back to see Tana standing awkwardly alone, taking sips from her cup. No, I embarrassed myself. Her friend knew it was a joke, it's fine. I'm sorry I didn't think you'd actually do it. Now come on. No. Todoroki, if you don't unfreeze yourself, I'm going to. Okay, fine. He said reluctantly, melting the ice. I smiled and led him to Tana. Sorry it took us so long, I said with a smile before glaring at Todoroki. It's fine, she replied, looking up at Todoroki as he stared down at her. Moments passed, and they hadn't exchanged a word. I nudged Todoroki in the stomach and he winced. Shoto Todoroki, he said, holding out his hand to shake. She took it but quickly retracted her hand, muttering, hot, hot, hot. I glared at Todoroki. Sorry, he muttered. Well, you two get to know each other. What? Oh yeah, I'm Izuku Midoriya, okay bye. I exclaimed before whispering to Todoroki. Confess. I turned and left the awkward situation. I rejoined the group and handed them their water bottles. They asked what took me so long, but I shrugged it off. I'm going to take my stuff to the car real quick, I'll be back. They nodded, turning to Cammy, who was asking yet another silly question. Is water really wet? I got my duffel bag from Mina's room and pushed my way through the dancing crowd. I finally made it outside to my car. I unlocked it and tossed my bag into the passenger seat. When I closed and locked the door, I bumped into a hard chest as I turned around. Oh, sorry. I paused when I looked up to see crimson eyes staring down at me. Oh, for goodness sake. Izuku, he said lowly, sending shivers down my spine. Katsuki, I replied, looking down at my shoes. He lifted my chin with his thumb and index finger, but I turned my head away, glaring. Sorry, he mumbled. I want to talk. I crossed my arms and turned on my heel, but he grabbed my wrist. I closed my eyes and sighed, then turned back to face him. He loosened his grip before letting go. Talk, I said sharply. He ran a hand through his blonde hair. When you left 3 years ago. No, that's enough, I interrupted, my tone firm. Please, he pleaded, his eyes searching mine with desperation. Fine, I huffed, glaring at him. When you left, I'll admit I didn't care, he began, pausing before continuing. I thought it was for the best because you were going to be in a safer place than Japan. I raised an eyebrow, confused by his words. Izuku, I didn't bully you because I thought you were weak and pathetic. Every insult I threw at you was a lie. I guess I was trying to protect you in a way. He gulped, running his hands down his face. When you told me you were quirkless but still wanted to be a hero, I was angry. I didn't want my best friend to get hurt because he was reckless. At the time, I thought it was impossible and too dangerous for someone without a quirk to become a hero. So I bullied you. He looked back at me, tears brimming in his eyes. You obviously proved me wrong, he whispered, wiping his eyes harshly. Was he about to cry? I know it was stupid and mean, but I didn't want you to get hurt. I thought the only way to keep you safe was to wreck your dream. I ended up liking you a lot. I looked up to you, even if you are quirkless. You were always kind and smiling, and you followed and praised me even when I beat you down. You are so smart and pretty and he paused to take a breath. I stared at him in shock. I'm so sorry. Izuku. When you moved away, my mom came into my room to tell me and interrogated me about why you didn't want to see me before you left. At first, I acted like I didn't care, but I did. The boy I liked had moved across the world and hated me. I confessed, and I regret everything I've done. He pulled out a small, familiar notebook. Did you dig that out of the trash? I asked, scrunching my face at it. Yes. Before I left campus, I saw you standing in front of the koi fish fountain, and I watched you throw it away. It broke my heart because you looked so upset. I couldn't just walk away, so when you were out of sight, I told the boys to leave without me and went to grab it. It was wet and burnt, so I bought another notebook and copied all the notes I could from the old one. I was going to give it to you that weekend, but, he explained, holding the notebook out to me. I flipped through the pages, stopping at a few. Everything was there. Thanks, I muttered, looking down at the notebook. I couldn't believe he had told me all of this. He had a crush on me? But he still hurt me. He was part of the reason for my struggles, along with many others who made my life difficult. Izuku, he said, lifting my chin gently to meet his gaze. I averted my eyes, but he lowered his gaze as mine flickered up to his. He moved his hand to my cheek, rubbing soothing circles around my freckles. It took everything in me not to lean into his touch. The others, I started, but was cut off when his lips brushed against mine, our breaths sinking. I looked into his crimson eyes before glancing down at his lips. I wanted to, but I didn't know if I could. Yet I felt drawn to him. I stood on my tiptoes and wrapped my arms around his neck, leaning in. Just before our lips met, a chorus of taunts echoed in my mind. Stupid Deku. Look, it's the quirkless freak. You're just a useless Deku. An error in the system. It's worthless. Look at it cry. Pray that you'll have a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off a roof. I tightened my grip around his neck and buried my head in the crook of his neck, sobbing violently. He flinched but then wrapped his arms around my waist, rubbing my back. I'm so sorry, he whispered. It'll be okay. No, it won't be. I want my dad. I pushed him away, wiping my tears aggressively. Anger surged through me as my lip quivered in a scowl. It's all your fault. I screamed at him, covering my face with my hands. I probably looked a mess, but at least I still felt strong. I felt his arms wrap around me again, and a hand ran through my hair. He rested his chin on top of my head as I cried into his chest. You're quirkless? He asked softly. And I'll still become a hero no matter what. I replied, my voice muffled. Silence hung between us. Really? He said, his tone lightening. I cried harder into his chest, balling my hand into his shirt, pulling him closer while the other tried to push him away. His grip never loosened. Mommy, do you think I could still become a hero too? I remembered asking. Silence. I'm sorry, Aizu, he whispered, recalling my past. Hi, Papa, I had said once. Hey, champ. I have to go patrol in a few. What's up? He replied. Well, last week Mommy and I went to the doctor's to find out my quirk. Really? What is it? Is it the same as mine? Or your mother's? Oh, maybe both. No, Papa. I'm quirkless. Silence. Oh, is that all? You're not mad, right? Of course not, Zuku. Why would I be mad at you for something that's completely out of your control? I don't know. Do you still want to become a hero? I don't know. Everyone has already given up on me. Even Mommy and Kaken. If you still want to become a hero, let me know, okay? I'll back you up, son. Okay, Papa. I smiled through my tears. I love you, Zuku. I'll talk to you soon, yeah? I love you. Be safe. Always. I finally calmed down, still holding onto Kaken's damp shirt as if my life depended on it. I hadn't noticed we were sitting on the ground, me on his lap, resting my head on his chest. Don't hold grudges, Zuku, I heard a voice say. I didn't bother to lift my head to search for the source. I already knew who it belonged to. Okay, Dad. I forgive you, Kaken. Izuku's POV. My eyes are all red and puffy, I grumbled. You still look great though, Katsuki replied, gently dabbing a wet tissue under my eye. After a while of sitting on the cold concrete, Katsuki took me to the bathroom to freshen up. We returned to the group, where we all began dancing, laughing, and teasing Kaminari about his terrible dance moves. The fun lasted for a few hours until it was 12:32 a.m., and I decided to leave to pick up Izumi since she had preschool in the morning. I said my goodbyes and got in the car, driving off to the Bakugos. I parked without turning off the engine and walked to the front door, ringing the doorbell. A few seconds later, a confused and tired-looking Mitsuki opened the door, her eyes puffy and red. Had she been crying? "Izuku? What are you doing here?" She yawned, and I furrowed my eyebrows at her. "I'm here to pick Izumi up?" I replied, more like a question. She tilted her head. "Inko came a while ago to pick her up," she muttered. "At what time?" I asked. "Around 7:50, she replied, and I nodded. "Oh, good night," I said, waving as she gave me a soft, sad smile and closed the door. I would ask her about it tomorrow. I got into the car and took a deep breath before driving off. Unlocking the front door, I pushed it open to a dark, quiet house. I walked into the living room to see my mom with an empty bottle of beer on the table in front of her and another half full in her hand. She was asleep. I thought I had thrown those away. I grabbed the bottles and tossed them out. In the kitchen, I found a carton of milk, bread, cheese, and sandwich meat on the floor, with the fridge slightly open. I furrowed my brows as I cleaned up the mess. Walking down the hall, I noticed Izumi's door was cracked open. I peeked in, but she wasn't there. I continued to my room, where the door was also slightly ajar. Inside, I found Izumi half asleep on the floor with her knees drawn up to her chest and a half-eaten sandwich beside her. Her eyes squinted open, and when she saw me, they widened. She wobbled to her feet and ran to me with open arms. I picked her up and cradled her in my arms. "I'm hungry, Zuzu," she interrupted. I nodded, walking into the kitchen and glaring at my mom's sleeping figure as I passed the living room. "Okay, what do you want?" I asked, carrying her to the kitchen. She shrugged. "Katsudon," I suggested, sitting her on the counter. She nodded, rubbing her eyes. Izumi had a habit of not being able to sleep on an empty stomach. If I stayed out too late, she would probably stay awake until I got back. "Why didn't you ask Mom to cook something for you?" I inquired. "I did. She told me to wait, and I did for a long time. When I went to remind her again, she was drinking that nasty stuff. She's mean when she drinks that, so I waited until she was done. When I went to remind her again, she was asleep, and I didn't want to wake her up," she explained. "Okay, Izzy, what happened when she picked you up from Auntie Mitsu's?" "She was banging on the door. Auntie opened it, and Mama yelled at her to give me back. They got into a fight, and now I can't see Auntie and Uncle anymore." She sniffed and I hugged her. "Yes, you will." "I promise," I said softly as she hugged me back. "Yummy," she said, eyeing the food on the stove. "Yeah, it'll be done in a bit. Go get changed into your pajamas, okay?" She nodded and ran into the hallway. I heard a groan from the living room, and my smile faded. Footsteps approached the kitchen. "Have you been throwing my stuff away?" Mom asked, her voice laced with irritation. I could tell she was still drunk. I ignored her. "Izuku," she said sternly, her footsteps getting closer. I continued to ignore her. She harshly grabbed the hoop earring on my helix and turned me to face her. I yelped in pain, pulling her hand away. "You hear me talking to you," she yelled. I held my throbbing ear as tears began to sting my eyes, giving her a pained look. "You shouldn't be drinking when you're feeling down, Mom. Look at what happened." "You've completely changed," I said, staring at her. "Worry about yourself," was all she replied before walking to the refrigerator and taking out another bottle of beer. I grimaced and stepped closer, snatching the bottle from her. "Mom, please don't," I pleaded. She glared at me. "Izuku, I'm trying so hard not to hurt you because you're my son and I love you. You don't snatch from the person who raised you." "Give it back," she sneered. I shook my head, stepping back as tears flowed down my cheeks. "Mom, please," I begged again. She marched up to me and slapped me across the face. I stood there, stunned. She took the bottle back, giving me one last glare before walking back into the living room. I kept my head down, turning back to the stove and suching it off. I took out a small bowl and chopsticks. When I turned around, I saw Izumi standing around the corner of the kitchen, tears in her eyes. I sighed, then turned back to the stove, putting some of the dish in the bowl. I walked up to Izumi, took her hand, and led her to my bedroom, shutting and locking the door behind us. I lifted her onto the bed, set the table in front of her, and placed the food down. "I'm going to take a shower," I mumbled, heading toward the bathroom door. "Zuzu," Izumi called quietly. I paused in front of the door, refusing to look at her. I didn't want her to see the mark on my face. I hummed. "What happened to Mama?" she asked. "She hurt you again, I saw," Izumi said, her voice trembling. "I made her do it, Izzy." "I shouldn't have made her mad," I replied, my voice low. Before she could respond, I opened the bathroom door and stepped inside, closing it behind me. I looked in the mirror and touched my bruised cheek, the same one she had slapped yesterday. My ear was red, a stark contrast to Kirishima's bright hair. I sighed, stripped off my clothes, and turned on the water, waiting for it to warm up before stepping in. My alarm went off, and I shut it off groggily. I had barely gotten any sleep. A few hours after Izumi fell asleep, she had woken me up at 4:30 a.m., crying from a nightmare about Ma hitting me. It took about 30 minutes to soothe her back to sleep. I glanced down at Izumi, who was curled up on my chest, her eyes puffy and arms tightly wrapped around me. I didn't want to wake her just yet, so I gently laid her down beside me and walked to my drawer to pull out my uniform. After completing my morning routine, I entered Izumi's bedroom to pick out an outfit for her. I didn't have any makeup, so if anyone asked about my bruise, I would come up with an excuse. While I was getting out her hair accessories, I heard my phone vibrating on her nightstand. I picked it up and answered without checking the caller ID. "Hello." "Hello, Midoriya. It's Togata." "Oh hey. What's up?" I replied, trying to sound cheerful. "I couldn't reach you yesterday. There was a small villain attack near the school, and they caused quite a mess trying to escape," she explained briefly. "Oh no. Can I curse?" I asked, and I heard her laugh on the other end. "Sure, go ahead. Anyway, school is canceled today. Everything should be back to normal by Monday." "Okay," I said, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over me. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't leave Izumi with Ma, and I didn't want to cause any trouble for Mitsuki. Missing school wasn't an option either. I finished laying out Izumi's hair accessories and walked back to my room. I gently rubbed her back. "Hey, Izzy," I said softly. She squirmed before squinting her eyes open and grabbing my hand. "Do you want to go to school with me?" "Preschool is canceled," I suggested, and her face lit up. "Yeah," she exclaimed. "Okay, go get changed while I make some toast," I said, and she nodded before darting to her bedroom. I checked to see if Ma was home and found her sleeping in her bed. I left a note saying I went to school with Izumi before heading to the kitchen to put a slice of bread in the toaster. Once it popped up, I spread jelly on it and placed it on a plate. "Zuzu, can you put my hair in a ponytail?" Izumi called from around the corner. I nodded and brought the plate to her room, handing it to her while I styled her hair into a high ponytail. "Done." I beamed as she turned to me with a bright smile. "Yay." We left the house, and I buckled Izumi into her seat. We arrived at UA 30 minutes early, so I decided to call my friends. After one ring, Hayes picked up. "Hello." "Izuku," came the enthusiastic response. "Hey, everyone." I greeted, smiling as I waved at the camera, turning it to show Izumi, who had crawled to the front passenger seat. "My baby, hi." Eleanor squealed as Izumi giggled and took my phone. I decided to let her enjoy her time with them. 10 minutes passed, and Izumi was animatedly sharing stories about preschool and her friend Tyson. "Oh, sounds like someone has a crush," Jonah teased, and Izumi shook her head, giggling. "No, he's just a friend," she laughed, while the others continued to ask her questions and tease her. "Here, Izumi, let me talk to them real quick before we have to go in, okay?" I said, and she nodded, saying her goodbyes. I stepped away from the car, ensuring she couldn't hear me but I could still see her. "So, what's going on with your Aizu?" Jonah asked, and I sighed. Not so good," I admitted sheepishly, and everyone leaned in closer, concern etched on their faces. What happened? Eleanor asked, her voice filled with worry. Ma and I have been arguing a lot. She's been drinking and… I turned the camera to my cheekbone, and a few seconds later, I heard gasps. Did Mama Inko do that? Jonah asked softly, and I nodded, forcing a sad smile. She got mad because I took the beer bottle away from her. She slapped me twice in front of Izumi, which is why she's with me at school instead of home alone, I explained briefly. Izumi had already told them preschool was cancelled. What about Mitsuki? Jackie asked. She and Ma had an argument. Izumi isn't allowed to see her anymore, but I won't let that happen. Izumi loves her auntie and uncle, I said, chuckling at the way I said, uncle. The others responded with awes and how cute. And something happened with Katsuki. What did that? You almost said Kaken. I know you did spill. Eleanor urged, and I laughed. Well, I recounted everything that had happened. Then I forgave him and called him Kaken. I took a breath and they were left speechless. Wow, maybe he isn't as bad, one of them said. If you forgive him, then I forgive him, PRD, another chimed in. What she said, came the chorus of agreement. I chuckled, glancing at the clock and realizing the bell was about to ring. Ring. I said my goodbyes and love yous before hanging up. I walked back to the car, opened the back door, and grabbed our backpacks. I opened the passenger door for Izumi, who hopped out, grabbing my hand and sticking close to my side. As we approached the front door, a person on skates zoomed past Izumi, startling her. She flinched, raising her hands to be picked up. I glared at the skater, who offered us a pitying smile. I quickly scooped Izumi up and placed her on my hip. The late bell rang. Oops, I guess we're late. Before entering the classroom, I gave Izumi a small pep talk. I pushed the door open and entered the classroom. Izuku's POV. All eyes were on us. Why are you late, Midoriya? And who's that? Sensei Aizawa asked, his tone flat. I'm late because I'm late, and this is my little sister Izumi. Nobody could watch her, so I brought her with me, I shrugged. How old is she? He inquired. 4, I replied. Aizawa's gaze shifted from me to my sister before he walked out of the classroom, leaving everyone shocked and confused. Hi, Izumi. Mina called cheerfully from her seat. Izumi lifted her head to look at her before hiding it in the crook of my neck again, likely overwhelmed by all the new faces. She's shy around new people, I explained with a shrug. Hey, Tiny, Katsuki greeted. Upon hearing his voice, Izumi perked up and began bouncing to be put down. I set her down, and she ran to Katsuki with open arms. Everyone gaped at the two. Yuki! Izumi exclaimed excitedly. Katsuki ruffled her hair, making it a bit messy. I couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. I walked to my seat and pulled out my old notebook, flipping through my sketches and analyses. I was pretty proud of my work. After a little while of watching Katsuki and Izumi play patty cake, the door opened again. Aizawa walked in holding the hand of a little girl who looked to be around 8 or 9, with blue-gray hair and red eyes, along with a small horn on the side of her head. I gave him a confused look, and he nodded toward Izumi. I stood up and picked her off Katsuki's desk, walking toward the pair. Eri! Uraraka beamed. Hi, Ochako. Eri replied happily. Eri, this is Midoriya and his little sister Izumi, Aizawa introduced. Izumi stared down at Eri, gripping the back of my shirt as Eri smiled brightly at her. Midoriya, Izumi, this is my daughter Eri, he stated matter-of-factly. It's nice to meet you guys. Izumi, want to play heroes with me and Auntie Midnight? She promised to play during her break. Eri asked excitedly. Izumi looked at her in surprise. Why you know Midnight? Izumi asked timidly as I set her down. Eri nodded and extended her hand. Izumi took it happily, and they ran out of the room. Bring her back before lunch. I called after them, hearing Eri shout back a cheerful, okay. I turned to Aizawa. Maybe he isn't that bad after all. Thanks, I said, and he nodded. What happened to your cheek? He asked, noticing the mark. Oh, Izumi sometimes sleeps in my bed. Let's just say she's a rough sleeper, I chuckled nervously. He narrowed his eyes at me, clearly skeptical. A 4-year-old did that? He questioned, and I nodded. First, she slapped me, then kicked me 3 times, I admitted before making my way to my seat. I glanced back at him to see his eyebrows raised in disbelief as he started the lesson. 20 minutes into the lesson, I noticed some classmates dozing off, likely due to the party last night. Katsuki's head began to droop forward before he jolted awake, only to start dozing off again, this time leaning back. I flicked his forehead. "Stay awake, or you'll get in trouble," I whispered, and he shot me a glare. He glanced at Aizawa and then back at me before shutting his eyes again. I stared at his sleeping figure, contemplating whether I should plug his nose. I played with strands of his hair until the bell rang. Everyone got up to leave for lunch, except for Katsuki. I stuffed my things into my backpack and draped it over my shoulder before kneeling on my chair and leaning over his face. I plugged his nose, and a few seconds later he scrunched his face. He swatted my hand away and peeked open one eye, glaring at me. "Wakey, wakey!" I cheered. He maintained a bored expression before his gaze darted to my lips. He reached for the nape of my neck and tilted his head up, placing a quick kiss on my forehead. Then he stood up, grabbed his backpack, and exited the room, leaving me astonished. When I finally got up and walked out of the classroom, I was met with a hyper Izumi on Katsuki's hip and Eri on the other side. "Strong boy. Zuzu. Zuzu. I met Midnight. The best hero in the whole world," she exclaimed happily. I raised an eyebrow. "After you," she added, reaching over to boop my nose. Okay, let's go eat," I said, and we made our way to the lunchroom. Izumi sat next to me quietly slurping on her ramen, while Eri sat on the other side, happily making money. She told everyone they had to pay her $1 to say one cuss word. Let's just say she was making a lot of money, especially since Katsuki had to pay her often for telling the group to be quiet. "Hey, Umi, have you received your quirk yet?" Eri asked, and Izumi shook her head. "Nope, not yet. I hope I get it soon," she replied. "You're 4 though, right?" Kaminari asked, and Izumi nodded timidly. "Late bloomer," I said, draping my arm around her shoulder and pulling her closer while glaring at him. "Even if she doesn't receive one, it wouldn't be a problem, right?" I asked in a sweet but threatening tone. He raised his hands in defense. "Of course, dude. I was just asking," he said nervously, and I nodded, looking down to kiss the crown of Izumi's head, smiling at her. "What's your quirk, Eri?" I asked. "Rewind," she answered happily. "It allows her to reverse a living individual's body back to a previous state," Jiro added. "That's cool," I said. "What's your quirk?" Eri asked me and I shook my head. "I don't have one. I'm quirkless," I explained, and her smile widened. "And you got into UA's hero course. How awesome. How do you do it? Are you good at fighting? Do you have a support weapon?" She bombarded me with questions, and I raised my hand to silence her. "I have an enchanted weapon. Speaking of which, I need to talk to someone soon," I mumbled to myself. My phone began to ring, and I pulled it out to check the caller ID. "I'll be back," I said, standing and walking out of the cafeteria. I answered the phone when I saw nobody in the halls. "Hello. Izuku, where's Izumi?" I could hear her slurred speech. "She's with me," I replied, my voice laced with irritation. "Ma, why are you drinking again? Bring her here. I'm an adult. I can do what I want." "No. We're at school and I can't leave in the middle of it. Bye." Before she could respond, I hung up. Anger began to build within me. How could she think I would leave my little sister with her alcoholic mother? I love Mom dearly, but I can't let her hurt Izumi. She had already hurt me, and I couldn't risk it happening again when she threw one of her tantrums. I slid down the smooth cream wall behind me and buried my face in my hands, needing a moment before going back inside. Tears threatened to spill from my eyes. None of this would be happening if it weren't for him. Why couldn't he have stayed in Japan? Tamura Shigaraki. I hated him for what he had done. I lost my dad and now I was losing my mom. It felt like everything was falling apart. I tried to muffle my sobs, feeling pathetic for crying. I wanted to run away, to start a new life somewhere else. But I couldn't leave. I had to stay for Mom and Izumi. I needed to take care of them and protect them, just like I promised Dad. But why did it feel like I was already breaking that promise? I could almost feel his disappointment in me. Problem child? A tired voice broke through my thoughts. I refused to look up. Problem child, the voice said more sternly. It was Sensei Aizawa. Leave me alone, I muttered, my voice cracking slightly. I heard a sigh and footsteps fade away. I didn't know how long I had been sitting there. I ignored the teachers who asked if I was okay, either telling them to go away or simply not responding. Eventually, I stopped crying, but I lacked the energy to get up. I didn't want to lift my head and feel the cold air on my damp face. Footsteps approached again. Problem child, Aizawa said. I heard him slide down the wall beside me and felt a soft tissue on my hand. I peeked at the fabric before looking at my exhausted teacher, who was staring in the other direction. I blinked at him, then turned away to clean my face and blow my nose. He handed me a paper bag. I stared at him blankly. For the tissue, he said. I placed the used tissue in the bag, and he rolled it up to throw it away. I stared blankly out the window. Aizawa returned and sat beside me, looking at me intently. Do you want to talk about it? He asked. I scoffed. Don't pretend you care, I replied, glaring at him before turning away. I care about all of my students, he grumbled. Yeah, right, I said dismissively. I didn't think heroes cared about the quirkless. You know I fight for the quirkless, right? He said, and I turned to him, confused. My quirk isn't flashy and doesn't work in all situations. All I have are combat skills and my scarf, he explained briefly. Oh, I said looking down. Would you like to learn how to use it? My son, Hitoshi Aizawa, has a mental quirk that doesn't help in most situations either. Learning close combat and how to use my scarf has helped him a lot. He's almost mstredded. You could join our training after school in the forest, he offered, standing up. He extended his hand to me, and I took it as he helped me off the floor. Sure, I muttered, and the corner of his lip lifted slightly. Lunch is about to end. You should freshen up in the bathroom and get your sister, he said, and I nodded. Midoriya, what took you so long? Kirishima asked with concern. Yeah, bro, you were gone for the rest of lunch, Kami added. I ignored their questions and concerned looks, grabbing my backpack and picking up Izumi, placing her on my hip. I turned to walk away when I felt a grip on my wrist. Aizu, what's the matter? Katsuki's voice was laced with concern. I shut my eyes, twisting my wrist to be let go before walking away. I entered the empty classroom and walked to my seat, sitting down and placing Izumi on the desk. She grabbed my cheeks in her tiny hands, making me look up at her. Zuzu, what's wrong? Who called? She asked. Don't worry about it, everything's okay, I replied softly, smiling at her. She leaned over and wrapped her arms around my neck. I buried my face in the crook of her neck. Cuddles, she yawned. I nodded. She slid down to my lap, wrapping her arms around my torso. I rubbed her back as she yawned sleepily. All that running and playing must have worn her out. I placed my backpack on my desk and laid my head on it, stopping my movements when I felt her arms go limp. I wrapped my arms around her to keep her comfortable against the desk. All that crying had made me sleepy too, and I slowly closed my eyes, letting sleep take over. I woke up to the sound of cameras clicking, giggling, and hushed whispers. I knew Izumi was still asleep in my arms, so, wake my sister up and I'll make sure you regret it, I warned, and the room fell silent. That doesn't sound very heroic, dude. I peeked one eye open to glare at Kirishima, who squeaked and hid behind Mina. A warm jacket fell over Izumi and around me, and I turned to see Katsuki staring at me. Go back to sleep, it looks like you need it, he said, glaring at the others. They took the hint and returned to their groups. I yawned, laying my head back on my backpack. Thanks, Kaken, I murmured. There was a moment of silence. No problem, Izuku. Problem child. I squinted my eyes open to see Aizawa staring down at me. No Izumi in sight. I flinched, searching the room to see it was empty. She's in the teacher's lounge. Come on, school's over, he said, patting my shoulder. I looked down to see Katsuki's jacket still on me. He said to keep it, Aizawa added, and I looked up at him, surprised. I nodded, standing up and putting on the black jacket that reached past my fingertips and almost to my thigh. I walked to the door, which Sensei Aizawa was holding open for me, and followed him down the hall to a door labeled Teacher's Lounge. "Zuzu, you're awake," Izumi exclaimed, sitting on the couch. In front of her, she was styling President Mick's hair, which was adorned with hair barrettes and mini bows. "Yeah, I am," I replied as she rushed to me with open arms. I picked her up and placed her on my hip. She draped an arm over my shoulder and turned my face to hers. "Yama said that while you train with Zoa and Toshi, I could go play heroes with Eri at his house," she beamed, and I furrowed my brows. "I'm Yama." I looked over to President Mike, who was walking toward us holding Eri's hand. "Outside of school, you can call me Yamada," he said loudly. I nodded. "Okay," I said, kissing Izumi's cheek before setting her down. "I'll see you later. Call me if you need anything, okay?" She nodded and I gave Yamada my number. "Bye-bye, Zuzu," Izumi yelled, waving at me as she left the room holding Eri's hand. I waved back with a smile. "Let's go," Aizawa said with a yawn, and I followed him out the door. "You're quite a fast learner, Midoriya," Aizawa said, handing Eri a napkin. After training, we returned to the Aizawa residence for dinner. Aizawa mentioned it took him years to perfect his scarf, while it only took me a few hours. Even the younger Aizawa, Hitoshi, was impressed. "Yeah," I replied, glancing at my phone and realizing it was 8:22 p.m. I needed to get home soon. I had been ignoring Ma's text messages all day after our call. She had called, texted, and left voice messages telling me to bring Izumi home or that I would be grounded when I returned. She even texted to say she was sorry and missed us. The only reason I was waiting to get home was to hope that Ma was asleep by the time I arrived. "Thank you for dinner, Aizawa, Yamada," I said with a bow before standing up with my plate. I entered the kitchen to wash it out. "You're welcome, problem child," Aizawa replied. I returned to the dining room to grab Izumi's plate after she finished. She thanked them and bowed as well. "Go put your shoes on, we're about to leave," I told her, and she nodded, running to the door where her shoes were. "Problem child," Aizawa called out. "Yeah," I responded. "If you ever need to talk, you know where to find me," he said, and I nodded. "Thank you," I replied with a soft smile. "Bye, Eri. Bye, Toshi. Bye, Izawa. Bye, Yama." Izumi waved to everyone as I buckled her into her seat. They waved from the doorway, saying their goodbyes as well. I waved back as I got into the driver's seat. When we pulled into the driveway, I glanced at Izumi through the rearview mirror, and she smiled at me. "Izumi," I said sternly, letting her know I was serious. "When I open the door, you go straight to your room and lock the door, okay? I'll come get you when everything's good." I couldn't hide the fact that Ma would be upset when we walked through that door, if she was awake, and I had no idea what she might do. But whatever happened, I wanted to make sure it would never happen again. I wanted her to get the help she needed before it got worse. "Is Mama going to be mad?" she asked timidly. "Maybe," I answered with a soft smile. "But I'll make sure she doesn't hurt you, okay?" "But what about you?" she questioned, and I chuckled. "I'll be fine, Izzy," I said, and she nodded. I got out of the car and helped Izumi out of her seat. Holding her hand tightly, we walked slowly to the front door. I hoped she was asleep or sober, but I knew the second option was unlikely. I looked down at Izumi before pulling her slightly behind me and unlocking the door. I opened it and stepped inside, but before I could push Izumi to run to her room, a glass bottle was thrown beside my head, shattering on the floor. I pulled Izumi away from the impact of the glass and pushed her toward the hall. I heard her little whimpers as she ran to her room and shut the door, not looking away from it until I heard the lock click. "What the heck?" I yelled, walking farther into the living room to see Ma staring at me with bloodshot eyes and multiple bottles surrounding her. "Ma, what is wrong with you?" I shouted. She could have hurt Izumi. "Where were you? Why weren't you answering my messages, and where is Izumi?" she screamed. "No. Answer my question. Why are you doing this? You need help. Let me help you. I felt tears fill my eyes as I stared at the woman in front of me. Why you could have hurt Izumi, I stammered. She rolled her eyes. That was your fault. If you hadn't taken her away from me like you did to your father, she screamed. I stared at her in shock. I didn't. You killed him. It's your fault he isn't here. If only you weren't a weak quirkless wannabe, she spat. I stood there dumbfounded. Her face didn't waver. She meant what she said. Suddenly, she moved her hand, and before I knew it, a glass vase hit the side of my head, making me fall to the ground. My vision blurred, and both warm and cold substances ran down my head and shirt. The last thing I saw was my ma looking at me in disgust before delivering one last blow to my stomach. Everything went dark. Izumi's POV. I did what Zuzu told me and ran to my room, shutting and locking the door. Did Mama use her quirk to hurt us? Did she throw the glass? I could hear her and Zuzu yelling. I think it's about me because I heard my name. Did I cause this? I don't want Mama to hurt Zuzu. He did nothing wrong. Why is Mama blaming Zuzu for Dada going away? There's nothing wrong with being quirkless. Why is she saying this? She doesn't mean it, does she? I gripped my midnight toy when I heard a loud crash and something drop. Did Mama get angrier and throw more glass? I hope she didn't hurt Zuzu again. Pathetic, I heard Mama say. Where's Zuzu? I began to cry and held midnight to my tummy. Why is Mama being so mean? It's because of that nasty smelly drink. I have to get rid of it. It's making Mama mean. I heard my door jiggle. Is that Zuzu? Is he okay? I go to open the door until I hear Mama's voice. Open the door, sweetie, please. Mama said in a gentle tone that I missed. But I don't want to open the door. I don't want her to hurt me. I want her to go away. Izumi, baby, it's okay. Open the door for Mama, she said again. I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. Open the door, you brat. She began banging on the door. I got scared and hid under my bed, scooting to the end and bringing my knees to my tummy, crying quietly so Mama wouldn't hear. Mama was banging and yelling at me, calling me many hurtful names. I covered my ears. Zuzu told me not to open the door unless it was him coming to get me. Why isn't he here yet? I'm scared. I want Dada. Dada wouldn't have let this happen. He would protect me and Zuzu. Mama is acting like a villain. Suddenly, the banging stopped. The yelling ceased. I heard footsteps go away and then the front door slam shut. Did she leave? I want to find Zuzu, but he told me not to leave the room until he comes to get me. So I waited. Izuku's POV. When I opened my eyes, my head began to throb. My stomach hurt, my head hurt. What happened? Then the memories came flooding back. Izumi. I quickly tried to get up but fell back down, wincing in pain as I crawled to the wall for support. Slowly, I made my way to the bathroom. I flicked the light on and saw how bloody I was. My shirt was still wet from the water in the vase and blood that ran from the top of my head down to my chin. I cleaned myself up and wrapped my wounds before taking some painkillers. I changed into a pair of shorts and a long-sleeve shirt. I limped my way to Izumi's room and tried to open the door, but it was locked. I knocked on it. Izumi, open the door. It's Zuzu, I said, but there was no answer. Izzy, it's okay. Open the door. Still no answer. How long was I out for? I went back to my room and grabbed a hair clip. I picked the lock and threw the door open, frantically searching for my baby sister. She wasn't in there. I cursed under my breath and rushed into her bathroom, checking the bathtub and the cabinet under the sink. I ran back into her room and looked under the bed. Thank goodness. I found Izumi under her bed, knees to her chest, holding tightly onto her favorite doll. I grabbed her arm and pulled her out, placing her on my lap and cradling her. She began to shake and push away, so I held her tighter. Hey, it's okay. It's me, I said softly, rubbing her back. She stopped shaking and pushing before jumping up and wrapping her arms around my neck. I winced a bit but didn't push her away. Zizuzu wameshishi, she stuttered. I shushed her, rocking back and forth. It's okay, we're okay, I said softly. She pushed away to look at my face, touching my cheek and then the bandage, making me flinch slightly. Has she hurt you again? It's okay, Izzy, I said softly, kissing the top of her head. She looked up at me with her big, glossy green eyes, reaching a hand up to the bandage and holding it. She leaned up and softly placed a kiss on it. All better? She asked hopefully. I nodded. All better. Izuku's POV. After what happened with Mama, Izumi changed into her pajamas, and we went into my room to get some rest. We both barely slept that night, so I decided to skip school and stay home with Izumi. Forget school for now. I kept my door locked and waited for Mama to leave before getting up to make breakfast. Our Thursday was spent binge-watching Disney movies and snacking on junk food. It was Friday morning, and we were off to Izumi's preschool. We got a lot of sleep, so our morning started off pretty well. Bye-bye, Zuzu. Izumi hollered as I blew her a kiss and waved goodbye. With 24 minutes until the school bell rang, I decided to call the squad and catch them up on what had been going on. Hey, Hayes, I said cheerfully as he waved. I searched through the camera for everyone else. I'm not with everybody else right now, he croaked. He sounded sick. You okay, Hayes? I asked, my voice laced with concern. Yeah, just a cold, that's all, he replied, coughing a bit. You better get some rest. It's that darn phone, I joked, mimicking his mother's voice. He let out a dry, hoarse chuckle and rolled his eyes. Yeah, I was actually about to go to sleep until you called. Really? I asked, genuinely shocked. Yee. He was interrupted by a knock on my window. Looked up to see Katsuki glaring at me through the glass. I unlocked the door and glanced back at Hayes. There's a Pomeranian at my door. I'll call you later, okay? He nodded. Make sure to get lots of rest and I'll call you guys tomorrow. I have to tell you something. I briefly explained as the car door opened. Wait, tell us why. I hung up after blowing a kiss at the camera. I placed my phone in the cup holder and looked up to see Katsuki hovering over me. Wah, I was cut off as he jumped through the window, climbing over me to the passenger seat. He knocked the wind out of me. The hell, Katsuki? I exclaimed, glaring at him as he shrugged. You're so extra, I mumbled, turning to shut the door. When are you moving into the dorms, nerd? He asked. I let him call me a nerd this time. Never. I have to take care of Izumi, I said, avoiding his gaze. He leaned over, resting an arm on the center console while using his other hand to turn my face toward his. What's the matter? He asked softly, caressing my cheek. I gaped at him. Does he really care? I shook my head. Everything's fine, I said with a crooked smile. You're lying. You can't look someone in the eyes and lie to them. Plus, your smile didn't reach your eyes. Kakin, I said softly, unable to suppress a giggle at his remark. That was corny. He cursed playfully, and I could see the corners of his mouth twitching into a smile. There you are, he said, tilting my head up to meet his gaze. Hate to admit it, but I missed that dumb nickname, he added with a dry chuckle. I shook my head, laughing a bit at his honesty. Oh yeah, I replied, giving him a goofy smile as I tilted my head to the side. Katsuki bit his bottom lip, his eyes flickering down to mine. He gently grabbed my chin with his thumb and forefinger, pulling me a little closer. Yeah, he murmured, his lips just inches away from mine. Ah, I smiled, patting his cheek affectionately before stepping back to open the car door. Come on, the bell is about to ring. As if on cue, the bell rang just after I spoke. Katsuki frowned slightly and climbed out of the car. I locked the doors behind him. Before jogging to his side, I said, We're going to be late. He grumbled in response, You chose to dive into my car. I rolled my eyes at him. Why did you park so far? He whined. I like being late and annoying, sensei, I replied with a smirk. As we walked through the classroom doors, the late bell rang. Aizawa gave us a pointed look, and I shrugged in response. Bakugo, why are you late? He asked bluntly, glaring at the blonde, who gaped at him in surprise. I chuckled as I made my way to my seat. He was late too. Bakugo pointed at me while I propped my feet up on the desk. I shot an amused look at our teacher. He's always late, Aizawa said, unimpressed. That doesn't explain why you're late, he added. I was walking with him. I didn't know he parked his car so far until the bell rang, I explained, trying to defend myself. Katsuki gritted his teeth in frustration. Just don't be late again and go to your seat. Same for you, Midoriya, Aizawa warned before starting the lesson. Katsuki slouched in his seat, crossing his arms. I couldn't help but poke his bicep, and he turned to me with a glare. I smiled sweetly at him, and his expression softened as he turned back to face Aizawa. Hey, Midobro. Kirishima waved at me as I grabbed my lunch. I hadn't had much time to prepare my meal after making Izumi's, so I settled for the school lunch. Hey guys, I said, sitting down next to Katsuki, who was focused on his phone. Oh, that was just his usual serious expression. Every Friday, we have an annual sleepover at the dorms, Kaminari said excitedly, while Mina bounced in her seat. Yeah. We play lots of games and have challenges. You should come, what do you say? It sounded like a lot of fun, but I was hesitant. I didn't feel it was safe to leave Izumi at home alone with Mom at the moment, and I didn't want her causing trouble for Mitsuki and Masaru. I don't know. I'll think about it, okay? I replied with a smile. Everyone nodded, except for Katsuki, who continued to stare at me. It felt like he could see right through me, which was unsettling. Stop staring at me, I muttered, looking down at my food. He then wrapped an arm around my hip, pulling me closer to his side. What's the matter? He asked softly. I looked up at him, and he was gazing down at me with concern. I sighed. Do you know about our mom's argument? I asked, and he nodded, turning away slightly. Yeah, I heard. He looked concerned, furrowing his brows. What happened to Auntie Inko? He asked, turning to me. I opened my mouth to respond but then hesitated, looking away. She's just still in the mourning process, that's all, I whispered. Izuku. I turned to see Katsuki giving me a stern look, clearly not convinced. I don't want to talk about it, I shrugged. He nodded, understanding my reluctance. You know you can take Izumi if you want? I don't think anyone would mind her being there, Katsuki suggested. I'll think about it, I replied, scooting away from him and taking a bite of my ramen. Katsuki sighed, giving me one last look before returning his attention to his phone. I felt a small tug on my pinky and looked down to see him entwining our pinkies together. I glanced up at him. He was still focused on his phone, a small smile playing on his lips. That's all for today, you're dismissed, Aizawa said bluntly, then turned his gaze to me. Except you, Midoriya. Stay after class. I huffed, sitting back in my chair and crossing my arms. Once everyone left the classroom, I stood up and walked to Aizawa's desk. He watched me silently as I glared at him, confused about his intentions. Is there something going on at home? He asked suddenly, causing me to flinch at his directness. What? I stammered, my heart racing. You had a bruise on your cheek a few days ago and claimed it was your sister's doing, but I don't think that's the case. After your breakdown in the hallway and staying out too late, you didn't come to school yesterday. You have a cut on your forehead that wasn't there before, and when you stretched earlier, your shirt raised up a bit, revealing a fresh bruise. His observations were spot on, leaving me stunned. I didn't know how to respond. I couldn't tell him the truth about my mom, it would lead to trouble, and I had promised my dad I wouldn't break our family. Frustration bubbled up inside me. What? Nothing's going on at home. I just fell. I blurted out, struggling to maintain eye contact. I hated lying, but I felt I had no choice. Just mind your own business, eraserhead. I snapped before storming out of the classroom. He couldn't find out. Nobody could. As I heard the door slam open and his calls for me to come back, I quickened my pace. I ran to my car, hopped in, and sped out of the school parking lot. Thankfully, tomorrow was Saturday, maybe he would forget by Monday. I pulled into Izumi's preschool to see her waiting outside with Togata and Tyson. I was 10 minutes late. I parked and jumped out of the car. When Izumi saw me, her face lit up and she ran toward me. Zuzu! I thought you forgot about me, she exclaimed as I picked her up and wrapped my arms around her. Never, Izzy, I said softly, placing her on my hip. I turned to Togata with a warm smile. Thanks for standing out here with her, I said, and she shook her head with a chuckle. No problem, it's my job after all, she replied happily. I looked down at a mini version of Togata, who had his arms wrapped around her thigh, hiding slightly behind her. I knelt down and held my hand out to him. You must be Tyson. I'm Izumi's older brother, Izuku Midoriya, I said politely. He smiled and shook my hand. I stood back up and took Izumi's hand in mine. Well, we're off. See you tomorrow, I said, waving at Togata and Tyson. Bye, Miss Togata. Bye, Tai. Izumi shouted, waving enthusiastically at the two. I helped Izumi into her car seat, and she decided to buckle herself in. I got into the car and drove off to the house. After singing along to various songs, I decided to turn the volume down and speak up. Izumi, I said sternly. She stopped singing and looked at me through the rearview mirror. I was invited to a sleepover tonight, I told her. She stayed quiet for a moment before responding. You should go, Zuzu. I'll stay home with Mama, she said with a bright smile, but I could tell it was forced. I don't feel comfortable leaving you with her when she's been drinking, I said, noticing her frown. I'm a big girl, Zuzu. I'll stay in your room with the door locked. I know how to turn on the TV, and I can eat the snacks in your bottom drawer, she replied quickly. I furrowed my brows. How did you know about those? Were you the one stealing my chips and candy, Izzy? I questioned, giving her a playful glare. She giggled, hiding her face from the mirror. I'm just kidding. You can have them whenever you want, I said happily, and she smiled. Zuzu, when will I be able to see Auntie and Unsi again? She asked, tilting her head. I sighed. I was thinking about taking you there tonight, but I don't want Ma causing problems for them again, I said sadly. Izumi frowned a bit. Maybe I just won't go, I mumbled, and Izumi shook her head vigorously. No, Zuzu. I don't want to be the reason you don't have fun, she pouted. Izumi, I said as I pulled into the driveway. I turned my body to face her, giving her a serious look. Your safety is much more important than some sleepover, you hear me? She nodded. I'll let you stay home, but you do not open that door under any circumstances, do you hear me? She flinched at my tone but nodded nonetheless. I don't usually speak like that around Izumi, but I wanted her to know I was serious. Here, I opened the middle compartment and handed her my old phone. If anything happens, you call me, okay? How do you spell my name? Zuzu. I nodded. You call that number if anything, and I mean anything happens. If you feel unsafe, call me. If Ma starts banging on the door, call me. If you hear any other voice besides mine or Ma's, call me. If you feel overwhelmed or even slightly sick, call me. Do you understand, Izumi? I said firmly, not taking my eyes off her. She nodded again. If you don't want me to go to the sleepover, or if you want me to come back home for any reason, even if you just want me with you, you tell me, capiche? Capiche. Ma was sleeping as usual when we walked through the door. We quietly made our way to my bedroom, and I closed and locked the door behind me. Izumi made herself comfortable on my bed while I sighed and went through my drawers for pajamas. I decided on black and gray plaid pajama briefs and a green oversized t-shirt. I walked into my bathroom and turned on the shower, waiting for it to warm up before getting in. After taking a shower, I moisturized, did my skincare routine, and changed. While Izumi munched on some rice ball I made, I did my homework before it was finally time to leave. I had received some text messages asking if I was coming, but I decided to surprise everyone when I got there. I packed some morning essentials and slung my backpack over my shoulder before grabbing my phone and car keys. Izzy, I said, walking up to her. She stood up on my bed and wrapped her arms around me. Remember everything I told you? I asked. Everything, she confirmed. I nodded, kissed her cheek, and hugged her one last time before leaving. I held her temples in my hands as she placed her tiny hands on mine. Call if you need anything, okay? I love you. I'll see you first thing tomorrow morning. I kissed her forehead. Okay, I love you, she replied. I made sure the door was locked and that she had plenty of food. I also made sure she had her midnight stuffy because I knew she would make me turn the car around if she found out she wasn't with it. I left through my window to avoid waking Ma and quietly made my way to the parked car. Before getting in, I took a deep breath, looking up at the setting sky above. Please, give us a break. Midobro, you made it. Hey guys. I shut the door behind me and slipped off my shoes. Come on, everyone's waiting in the living room. Mina beamed, grabbing my hand and pulling me into the chaotic room filled with loud chatter, arguing, and explosions. I could already guess who was responsible. Shut it, half and half, the blonde shouted angrily, releasing small explosions from his palms. You know I'm right, Bakugo, the Halfa replied calmly. Looks like he made it, Siro said as he approached me. Everyone in the room began to greet me, expressing their happiness that I could make it. To start off the night, let's begin with a challenge. The next few hours were spent doing challenges and playing board games. Just so you know, Katsuki is a sore loser. He got frustrated because I kept making him draw 4 in Uno. He ended up losing to everyone due to the number of cards he had. Let's have a cooking challenge. I call Bakubro on my team, Kaminari announced. Everyone agreed and began picking sides. Katsuki tugged on my hand, trying to walk me to his side, but I twisted my hand away. What's wrong? He asked, tilting his head. I shook my head. Nothing, I replied, walking to the opposite side. I looked over my shoulder and smirked. My team against yours, I declared loudly. Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, Jiro, Siro, and Shoji joined Bakugo's team. Su, Ida, Uraraka, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Tokoyami formed my team. Aoyama, Sato, Hagakure, and Kodo would be the judges. While the judges went to play another board game in the other room, both teams raced to the fridge, screaming and arguing over who gets what. All chaos broke loose. Bakugo was exploding everything left and right, even his own teammates. Mina and Kaminari were in a heated debate about what to cook for the judges. Kirishima was trying to calm Bakugo, who was yelling and throwing a small explosion in frustration, prompting Kirishima to harden his skin for protection. Shoji stood calmly to the side, waiting for the chaos to settle. Siro was attempting to grab a carton of milk from Todoroki, who persistently refused, holding the carton away. Jiro and Tsu were racing to the pantry. Tsu managed to wrap her tongue around Jiro and fling her across the room. However, before Jiro could land on the sofa, she used her ear jacks to grab Tsu's hair and pull her back from the pantry. Uraraka was floating some pots and pans they needed while Momo tried to gather her team, eager to share her idea. Ida was issuing orders, insisting that everyone needed to calm down and focus. The commotion came to a halt when Midoriya shouted, standing on the counter with a pan in each hand. Enough, he declared, and everyone turned to him. Once he had their attention, he hopped down and suggested, "Why don't we just play rock, paper, scissors? The winning team gets a 1-minute head start to choose what they want." Kaminari, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, agreed, "Yeah, that's a good idea." Soon, everyone was on board. "Great. Come here, Kakin," Midoriya called with a smirk, gesturing for Bakugo to join him. Bakugo approached, scowling, and took his hands out of his pockets, forming a fist. Midoriya mirrored him. "Rock, paper, scissors, shoot." Bakugo chose paper, while Midoriya picked scissors. "I want a redo," Bakugo shouted as Midoriya's team cheered in victory. "No redos." Uraraka chimed in happily, draping her arm over Midoriya's shoulder. Bakugo growled in frustration. "Ah, you're mad," Midoriya teased, sticking his tongue out at Bakugo. "Leave me alone, nerd." Bakugo yelled before storming off, his group following him. Midoriya giggled, turning to his teammates. "Your minute starts now." Siro hollered from the common room. 20 minutes later, the group had gathered everything they needed, thanks to Momo and Dark Shadow. "Hey guys, say cheese." Uraraka beamed, floating above everyone with her phone's camera aimed at them. Ida, who was cleaning dishes, turned to scold Uraraka for not helping with the food, while Momo looked up from cutting carrots and flashed 2 peace signs. Tsu hopped off the counter, tilting her head slightly with her tongue sticking out, finger on her cheek. Tokoyami stood still, Dark Shadow smiling at the camera with its arm draped over him. Todoroki, stirring the food, turned to stare blankly at the camera. Midoriya ran over, jumping on Todoroki's back and smiling at the camera as Todoroki staggered forward. Midoriya playfully lifted parts of Todoroki's hair, making them look like horns. The room was filled with laughter and chatter from both teams. Almost an hour had passed, and they were wrapping up their dishes. The judges were moved into the dining room, where the table was set, and they were getting cups, bowls, and silverware ready. Just as they were about to serve the food, Midoriya's phone rang. He quickly pulled it from his pocket, his heart racing as he saw it was his mother calling. "Izuku baby?" Her soft voice came through, sounding as if she were holding back tears. "Hey ma, what's up?" he replied calmly. "Where are you guys? I tried looking for you, but your door is locked, and Izumi isn't in her room. Your car isn't in the driveway," she said, her voice trembling. "We're at the dorms for a sleepover," he said, only partially truthful. "I'm hanging out with my classmates, and Izumi is sleeping in Bakugo's dorm room." He heard her sigh. "I thought you had left me. Izuku, I am so sorry for how I've treated you too. I was completely out of line. I promised to get help." His heart sank. "It's okay, ma. Stop drinking, okay? Okay, Aiza baby. You promise? Promise. We'll see you tomorrow." "I love why." But the call ended abruptly. Furrowing his brows, he quickly dialed Izumi's number to check on her. She answered on the second ring. "Zuzu," she whispered. "Hey Iz, I'm just checking up on you. You all right?" he asked, peeking around the corner. Todoroki looked his way, tilting his head in confusion. Midoriya held up a finger and mouthed, "1 minute." Todoroki nodded and turned back to Uraraka. "Yes, Mama knocked on the door, but not for long. She wasn't screaming or anything," Izumi replied. "I know, she just called me. She's not drinking anymore and promised not to from now on." "Really?" Excitement radiated from her voice. "Really?" "Zuzu," she interrupted. "Somebody's here." His heart dropped. "Who? I don't recognize them. It's not Auntie or Unsi." "Izumi, get out the window," he urged loudly. He heard more shuffling on the other end. "I'm scared, Zuzu," she whimpered. "Hey, hold on. I'll be there in a..." But he was cut off by a beep and the power cutting out. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath and ran to the kitchen, where chaos erupted. "Will you all shut up?" he shouted angrily, and silence fell over the room. "Isaac. Kaminari, charge my phone." He paused, noticing Kaminari in his thumb mode. He glared at everyone as Momo made candles and Todoroki lit them with his quirk. "Oh, did it?" he demanded. He needed to get to his sister and ensure she was safe. If the power was out here, it was likely out everywhere. Everyone turned to Bakugo, who huffed and scowled at the group. "He was really getting on my nerves," Izuku exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. "I don't care. I don't have time for this," he shouted before rushing out of the kitchen and through the front door. "Midoriya!" Katsuki called after him. "Izuku!" Izumi echoed. Izuku ran all the way home, knowing traffic would be a hassle if he drove. As he approached his house, he noticed several cars parked in front. He stopped on his front lawn, bent over to catch his breath, and quietly walked to his window, sliding it open. He could hear soft sobs in the distance. "Hey Izzy, it's me," he said softly. "Zuzu, where are you?" she hiccuped. Summoning his scythe, he ignited the tip to create a light source. Just then, he felt tiny arms wrap around his waist. He placed a hand on her head. "It's okay, Izzy." I heard a man's voice. The door jiggled, and that's when you hung up. The voices got louder, and then it stopped, she explained briefly. Izuku walked to his drawer and pulled out a navy blue hoodie and an orange one. He put the navy blue hoodie on Izumi, which was oversized on her, and donned the orange one himself. He picked up Izumi's doll and stepped out of the window, holding his hands out for her. She placed her hands on his wrists as he lifted her out of the room and onto his hip. He quietly closed the window and moved away from the house. "Where are we going, Zuzu?" she yawned, shivering from the cold air. "Are you still cold?" he asked, ignoring her question. She shivered for a moment longer before stopping, warmth radiating from her. "No, not anymore," she replied, resting her head on his shoulder. He placed the hood over her head and rubbed her back. "Good, we're going to see Katsuki and the others," he said as he walked down the dark, chilly streets toward the dorms. He felt Izumi go limp in his arms, signaling that she had fallen asleep. Nuzzling his face into her hair, he marveled at how warm she felt. After a long walk, he finally reached the dorms and opened the door behind him. "Midobro, is that you?" Kaminari shouted. "Dude, why'd you run out like that?" Another voice chimed in. "Shh. Will you be quiet?" Izuku whispered, trying to keep Izumi from waking. "Is that Izumi?" Mina asked as he took off their shoes. He nodded. "Yes, I had to get her from her friend's house. They had a bit of a disagreement," he explained calmly, avoiding eye contact. He glanced at Katsuki, who was glaring at him, clearly knowing more than he let on. "Oh, was that why you freaked out?" Kaminari asked, and Izuku nodded. "Katsuki, where's your dorm? I'll lay her down in there." "I'll show you," Katsuki replied. "Hey Midoriya, everyone's heading to bed, but Tsu, Ida, Todoroki, and I want to stay up longer. We'll be in my dorm if you want to join," Uraraka said. Izuku nodded. "Sure, I'll be there." He smiled as the elevator dinged and the doors began to close. He stood awkwardly beside Katsuki, looking away while patting Izumi's back as she slept. "You were lying," Katsuki said suddenly. "Okay? What are you, a detective?" Izuku shot back, glaring at him. "Izuku, I'm worried. I saw how freaked out you were." "Tell me what's wrong," Katsuki said softly. Izuku scoffed and turned away. "I don't have anything to tell you," he mumbled. "You're lying again," Katsuki grumbled. "Why don't you just mind your own business?" Izuku snapped, stepping out of the elevator as the doors opened. He took only 3 steps before stopping and turning to the stunned blonde behind him. "Where do we go next?" he mumbled quietly, looking down at the floor. Katsuki gestured for him to follow and walked to the second-to-last door at the end of the hall. He took out a card, scanned the door, and opened it. Once inside, Katsuki set a lit candle on his desk while Izuku laid Izumi down on his bed, tucking her in. He kissed her temple and whispered goodnight before making his way to the door. Just as he touched the handle, he felt a hand wrap around his wrist. "Izuku," Katsuki breathed. Izuku lifted his hand off the handle and turned to face him, keeping his gaze on the floor as he twisted his wrist out of Katsuki's grip. Katsuki placed his hand on Izuku's cheek, lifting his head to meet his gaze. "I'm sorry I made you upset. I shouldn't have pushed you," he apologized, biting his bottom lip, clearly nervous. Izuku sighed. "It's okay, you were just worried." He heard Katsuki let out a sigh of relief as he began to rub soothing circles with his thumb. Izuku leaned into the touch, feeling comforted. Moments like these were what he had longed for during his years of feeling touch-deprived. He never thought that something as simple as being hugged by someone he cared about could make such a significant impact. "Can I kiss you?" Katsuki suddenly asked. If he had asked a week ago, Izuku would have pushed him away. But now, he nodded. Katsuki smiled softly, placing his other hand on the nape of Izuku's neck, tilting his head up as he leaned in. Izuku wrapped his arms around Katsuki's neck and stood on his tiptoes. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Katsuki growled lowly as Izuku tried to stifle a giggle into his chest. Katsuki pulled him behind him and yanked the door open, glaring at whoever had interrupted their moment. "Is Mido?" "No." With that, he quietly closed the door, knowing Izuku would be upset if Izumi woke up. He turned back around, wrapping his arms around Izuku's waist, resting his head on his shoulder as he pouted. There, Izuku said, patting his head. Katsuki grunted. "Who was it?" "It was that annoying Ida," he grumbled. "Oh yeah, I should get going," Izuku said, noticing Katsuki's pout deepen. But before that, Izuku grabbed Katsuki's face and pulled it toward his, connecting their lips. The kiss lasted only a few seconds before he pulled away. "Izuku." "Bye, Kaken," he said happily before sprinting out of the room and toward the elevator. "Finally!" Katsuki exclaimed, a smile breaking through his earlier frustration. Ida went to check if you were still in Bakugo's dorm, but Bakugo shut the door in his face. Uraraka laughed at the scene. "Sorry about that," I said sheepishly, scratching the back of my head. You have nothing to apologize for, Midoriya. It's Bakugo who should be apologizing, Ida said sternly, adjusting his glasses. Will you be sleeping in Bakugo's dorm tonight, Midoriya? Tsu asked. I nodded in response. Yep, since my sister is sleeping in there, I replied, sitting on the futon next to Todoroki. Oh, Midoriya, tell us about how you and Bakugo met. Uraraka urged. Yeah, it seems like you two know each other pretty well, Tsu added. I shared the story of how Katsuki and I were childhood friends and how I moved to America with my mom when I was 13. I also talked about my friends, training, and my dad. A couple of hours passed, and Uraraka was showing me a game on her iPad. Ida had fallen asleep next to me, while Todoroki lay on the other side, watching intently as Uraraka explained the game. The two girls were lying on their stomachs at the end of the bed, with Tsu chiming in occasionally. After playing for a while, everyone grew tired and decided to call it a night. Tsu and Ida, still asleep, were going to stay in Uraraka's room. Todoroki and I said our goodnights and headed to the elevator. So, what happened at the party with Tana? I asked as the elevator dinged and the doors closed. I confessed, he stated, a smile creeping onto my face. What did she say? I asked excitedly. She was very nice and understanding of why I didn't want to tell her after I explained everything, he replied. I smirked. So. He tilted his head and I rolled my eyes. Then what? We danced. Well, she danced, sort of, he said briefly, furrowing his brows a bit. What do you mean? I chuckled. She wanted me to dance with her, but I didn't know how. He paused. So when an upbeat song came on, she shook her hips a lot, and I kind of moved with her. A light pink blush tinted his cheeks. Oh, what song was it? I exclaimed, jumping giddily in place as the elevator dinged. He thought for a moment as we entered the next elevator to our floor. Shakira? He said, more like a question. My jaw dropped. We were in a circle with people surrounding us. She held my hand in the air and turned around while. She was dancing with you? Dancing? He tilted his head, furrowing his brows again. Never mind, continue, I said, mentally calming myself down to listen to what he would say next. I tried moving with her, but I don't think I was doing it right. When she turned around, she pulled me down and whispered in my ear, keep on reading the signs of my body. And did you? I questioned, leaning forward. Yes. I squealed, jumping up and down. He looked at me, surprised. She said she had a surprise for me on Monday, he added as the elevator dinged. You better tell me what it is, I said teasingly, bumping him as we walked down the dark, quiet halls. I'll make sure, he replied, stopping in front of what I guessed was his dorm room. Good night, Todoroki, I waved happily. Good night, Midoriya, he said before closing his door. I didn't realize how tired I was until that moment. I yawned and sluggishly walked to Katsuki's room. I opened the door quietly and closed it behind me. I walked to the bed and crawled under the blankets next to Izumi. She stretched and reached over to feel for me. When she didn't find me, she shot up, looking around, about to cry. Shoo, I'm right here. Come here, I said softly, pulling her to my chest. Where are we? She asked groggily. Katsuki's bed, I yawned. Where is he? She questioned. On the floor, I answered, slowly closing my eyes. But this is his bed, she pouted. Izumi, close your eyes and keep them closed, babe, I whispered with a yawn. I want Yuki, she yawned, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Katsuki, get your butt up here, I said, annoyed, throwing a pillow at him. I heard a groan in response. The hell? He sighed sleepily, stretching one arm while covering his eyes with the other. Get the... I was cut off by a pillow hitting me in the face. I turned to glare at Izumi, who giggled beside me. Don't wake me up like that again, nerd, he groaned, moving his hand to glare at me. Whatever, just get up here, I grumbled, throwing my head down on the pillow and covering my face with the blanket. I felt a small peck on my forehead. Night-night, Zuzu, I heard Izumi say softly. The last thing I felt was my body being pulled against another before sleep consumed me. Izuku's POV. I stirred awake to the sound of giggling and someone poking my cheek. I squinted my eyes open to see Izumi sitting in front of me, beaming, while the sink ran in the background. Katsuki must be in there. Get up, Zuzu. We're going out to breakfast with everyone, she said, tugging on my hoodie. No, let me sleep, Izzy, I groaned quietly, closing my eyes, only for a large hand to grab my arm and yank me out of bed. I yelped in surprise. Come on, nerd, get up. I'm dropping you guys home to get ready, Katsuki said blankly before walking back into the bathroom. I'm going to kick his. Zuzu, can you hold Ms. Midnight for me? I want to see if Shima has any more delicious beef jerky, she said, holding the doll up to me. Where is he? I asked. Downstairs with everyone else. Can I go, please, please? She asked, giving me puppy dog eyes while pouting her lips. Sure, I said, taking the doll from her as she hugged my legs. I bent down to kiss her head before she dashed out the door. Once she left the room, I stomped into the bathroom, where Katsuki was washing his face with a wet rag. He might look cool, but I was still annoyed with him for pulling me out of bed. Now you, I started, but my words were cut off as arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me forward. What are you doing? I exclaimed, surprised by the sudden hug. He shrugged and tightened his grip. I hugged him back, running my hand through his blonde spiky hair while the other patted his back. Kaken, are you okay? I asked, feeling him nod as he pulled away. I just felt like holding you, he admitted, looking away with a slight blush. How cute, but now get out. I need to use the bathroom. I pushed him out and closed the door behind me, locking it. I could hear him chuckling from outside, and a moment later, the dorm door opened and shut. After taking care of my business, I brushed my teeth and washed my face. When I exited the bathroom, there was no sign of Katsuki. I walked out of the room and headed to the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor. As I stepped out, I was greeted by a mix of chatter, yelling, and laughter. Want to repeat that, dunce face? I heard the snappy blonde shout angrily. What's wrong with you now? I groaned, rolling my eyes and ruffling Izumi's hair as she sat on the counter, nibbling on beef jerky. It's because Kaminari. Shut your trap, icy hot. Okay. I shook my head, a small chuckle escaping my lips as I approached Katsuki, holding out my hand for my backpack draped over his shoulder. Instead of handing it over, he high-fived my hand like a fool. I snapped my fingers twice and glared at him. No, my bag, dumbass. I snapped and he shook his head. I'm holding it, he retorted. I knitted my brows, blinking at him before rolling my eyes and picking up Izumi, placing her on my hip. I'm going back home to get us ready. Katsuki, text me the address, I said. What? I'm taking you, he replied, but I shook my head. My car is here, I pointed out. So? I want to take you. You really woke up and chose to argue with me today, huh? I raised an eyebrow. He looked up as if he was thinking for a moment before nodding. My God, fine. I huffed, crossing my arms as he smiled triumphantly, guiding us out of the dorms. Once we arrived at the house, I unbuckled Izumi and placed her on my hip while Katsuki grabbed my bag. I walked to my window and opened it, ignoring Katsuki's questioning gaze. I snuck out last night, I said flatly. He nodded. Stay in here while I grab Izumi's clothes. Don't leave this room, or I'll never talk to you again, I warned, watching as he hesitantly nodded. As soon as I left my bedroom, I was hit with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes lingering in the air. Maybe this was before she promised, I thought. I rummaged through Izumi's drawer, pulling out clean underwear, a cream turtleneck long-sleeve sweater, a black and white plaid skirt, black tights, and black boots. I also grabbed her hair accessories and 2 black bows. I quickly returned to my bedroom, closed the door, and locked it. I heard the shower running and saw Katsuki sitting on my bed, scrolling through his phone. She's in the shower? I asked, and he nodded, putting his phone down and staring at me intently. I walked up to the bathroom door and knocked, reminding Izumi to brush her teeth and turn around when I heard her reply. I went to my drawer, pulling out clean underwear, an oversized white long-sleeve shirt, a black t-shirt with a yellow smiley face, and black cargo briefs. I tossed the outfit on my bed, watching as Katsuki immediately picked it up to look through it. I went into my closet and grabbed my black, white, and yellow Air Jordans. "Stop touching my stuff," I demanded, and he looked me in the eyes, slowly putting the clothes down. He turned around, facing the bed frame and bringing his knees to his chest. I raised an eyebrow at his behavior. "You're such a baby," I grumbled, turning away. As I walked past him, I felt a grip on my wrist and hip before being thrown onto the bed, the wind knocked out of me. When I opened my eyes, Katsuki was staring down at me with a smirk. "What?" I started, but he interrupted by leaning in closer. I felt a rush of confusion. "Katsuki," I said slowly, sitting up. He turned to me, raising an eyebrow. "Aizu," he replied softly, walking toward me again. I scooted to the end of the bed as he leaned down, resting his hands on either side of me. "Are you okay?" I asked, tilting my head. He shook his head and playfully booped my nose before kissing it. "Aizu, I need clothes," Izumi shouted from the bathroom. I got up and grabbed her clothes from the nightstand, cracking the bathroom door open to hand them to her before shutting it again. "Hurry up in there, Izzy, I need to shower too," I called, and she shouted back a reply. After Izumi finished in the bathroom, I styled her hair into 2 pigtails before taking my turn in the shower. After washing off, I dried, moisturized, and changed. I put on some layering chains and rings before exiting the bathroom to find Izumi and Katsuki taking pictures in the mirror. "Zuzu, join us," Izumi happily called. I chuckled, putting on my shoes and walking over to them. We took a few selfies before Izumi went to use the bathroom again. I stood up to grab my phone. "I want to take some and post on my Insta," I said, sitting between Katsuki's legs. He rested his head on my shoulder, looking at the camera while wrapping his arms around my waist. I brought my knees halfway to my chest, holding my phone in front of my face to hide it before snapping multiple pictures. "Pick one," I told him, and he shrugged. "They all look the same," he said, standing up and helping me in the process. I clicked my tongue, standing on my tiptoes to push his face away. I stood in front of the camera, taking a picture of my outfit when Katsuki walked behind me, wrapping his arms around me and resting his chin on top of my head. I happily looked down at my phone. "These 3. I posted the pictures and shoved my phone into my pocket. Turning around, I wrapped my arms around the blonde's neck. His gaze never left mine as he pressed his forehead against mine and closed his eyes. "Izuku," I hummed. "Do you still hate me? I know you forgave me, but—" He paused, opening his eyes to meet mine. I shook my head. "No, I don't. I'll be honest, I knew you changed once I saw how you interacted with my sister. You kept trying to talk to me and respected my wishes about that nickname you gave me. I could see the guilt in your eyes and how sorry you were. Everyone could see it." I spoke softly. He sighed, wrapping his arms around me. "Thank you," he breathed. "For what?" "Giving me another chance, even though I didn't deserve it. I hope you know that I'm not giving you a second chance to fix your wrongdoings, but to prove yourself. Well, since you so kindly decided to give me a second chance, I promise I won't need a third," he said softly. I lifted my head to look at him, gently holding his face in my hands and bringing it closer. Our lips connected. The kiss was slow and sweet, filled with emotion and love. I might be falling for him again. Maybe I already had. "Wow." He pulled away and turned to Izumi, who was scrunching her nose at us. I laughed softly as Katsuki chuckled against my shoulder. "Would you like kisses too, you little monster?" Katsuki then began chasing Izumi around the room as she screamed and giggled, running away from him. When he caught up to her, he picked her up and tossed her onto the bed, making me laugh. He turned to me, raising his eyebrows. "Oh, so you think this is funny?" he said, which made me laugh harder. He then picked me up and threw me onto the bed beside Izumi before jumping on top of me and tickling me. I let out the most ridiculous snort. "Don't think you're off the hook too, brat," he said, removing his hands from me and beginning to tickle Izumi. After moments of breathless laughter, I decided it was time to leave. We exited through my window and walked to his car. With Izumi sleeping in the back and the music on low, the car ride was mostly silent. Occasionally, I glanced at Katsuki, who was staring at the road with a serious expression. Whenever we reached a red light, I leaned over to smooth out the wrinkles on his forehead. "Kaken?" I spoke up. He put his phone down and turned to me with a hum. "After breakfast and whatever we're doing after that, can you watch Izumi for a while? I have to do something." He nodded. "You can take my car since yours is at the dorms. We'll catch a ride with shitty hair or something," he mumbled. "Why do you call him that?" And Mina raccoon eyes, Kaminari dunce face. Okay, I get it," he grumbled, not answering the question. "So, I don't know because it suits them, I guess," he said quietly. "Have you ever called anybody by their name?" I asked. He slowly nodded. "Uraraka," he said. "In the sports festival," he finished, and I nodded. "Will you ever call them by their names?" "Possibly," he shrugged. The light turned green, and he returned his attention to the road. At the breakfast place, Kaminari groaned, "Finally, you guys took forever," as he took another sip of his drink. "We're sorry," I giggled, sitting at the end of the table with Izumi on my lap. Katsuki sat down beside me. "Do we need an extra chair for her?" Katsuki asked, leaning in slightly. "No, I'll just ask for a high chair," I said, and he nodded. I looked around the table and noticed that many people had bailed. It was only Kami, Kiri, Mina, Tadu, Uraraka, Hida, Tsu, Jiro, and Siro. "Oh, it looks like the people you were waiting for are here. Can I get you three something to drink? If you're ready to order, I can do that now," a waiter our age said, smiling down at us. He had light brown hair and piercing red eyes. "Can I get a water?" I asked before looking down at Izumi. "Hot chocolate," she beamed. The boy chuckled before writing it down, then turned to Katsuki, who was glaring at him. "Water," he grumbled. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Please," he added quietly, and I smirked knowingly. "All right, will that be all?" the waiter asked. I glanced at his name tag and saw that his name was Haru. I looked up to see his gaze set on me and smiled. "Can she have a high chair?" I asked, and he nodded before leaving for a moment and returning with a chair. I placed Izumi in it. "Are you ready to order?" he asked, a small blush on his freckled nose. "Not yet," I said, and he nodded before walking off after saying he'd be back in a bit. "That boy totally has it in for you," Mina smirked at me. "Yeah, dude." He was literally blushing. Kaminari added. I chuckled lightly before I felt my seat being tugged over. I looked to see Katsuki glaring at Kami. "Let's just look at the menu. Izzy babe, do you know what you want?" "Chocolate pancakes and bacon," she cheered, and I nodded, letting out a small laugh. She went back to coloring and I turned to Katsuki. "What are you getting, babe?" I asked, looking down at his menu. When I didn't get a reply, I looked up to see him staring at me with a blush evident on his cheeks. He quickly looked back down, glaring at the menu before answering, the blush slowly fading. "Chicken and waffles," he mumbled. "Oh, me too," I said, and he laughed lightly. I was going to lean up to kiss his cheek for being so adorable when a sudden throat clearing interrupted us. "I got your drinks," Haru said, smiling as he placed our drinks in front of us. "Are you guys ready to order?" he questioned, and I nodded. "Can we get chicken and waffles?" I said, gesturing to me and Katsuki as he wrote it down in his notepad. I looked at Izumi. "Chocolate pancakes and bacon." He went around the table as everyone ordered their food. I noticed Izumi staring intently at her hot chocolate. "Izumi, you need to wait until it cools down so you don't hurt yourself," I said, looking at her knowingly. She nodded, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair. Haru returned to his spot next to me, moving a little closer. Katsuki noticed and pulled my chair closer to his, glaring at Haru. "I'll be back with your food shortly," Haru said kindly before walking away. Once he was out of earshot, Katsuki leaned in closer to me. "He obviously likes you," he grumbled. I chuckled, running my hand through the back of his hair. He closed his eyes and leaned into my touch. "What, are you jealous?" I asked with a smirk. He shook his head slowly. "Hey Izzy, let me see if you're..." I turned to her just in time to see her drinking her hot chocolate. Instinctively, I grabbed the hot cup from her and set it on the table. "Izumi, what were you thinking?" It was burning, I exclaimed, and she tilted her head at me. No, it wasn't, she replied. I narrowed my eyes and touched the cup. It was indeed very hot. I took her hands and inspected them closely. They were warm, but there were no signs of burning. It wasn't hot at all, Zuzu, I swear, she said with a smile. I raised an eyebrow at her, puzzled. My eyes widened in realization. Could her quirk have something to do with this? It also explained why I felt warmer all of a sudden when it was freezing outside during our walk back to the dorms. I hadn't made a doctor's appointment yet. I should do that when I got home. I handed the mug back to her and watched as she drank every last bit without hesitation. I turned to Katsuki, unable to contain my excitement. Kaken. I think she got her quirk. I whispered loudly. Oh yeah, he grinned, throwing an arm over my shoulder. I nodded vigorously. Can I come when you both go? He asked, and I paused to think. If she wants you there, I replied, and he scoffed. Then I'm obviously coming. She loves me, he said with a smirk. I rolled my eyes. Hey Midobro, when are you moving into the dorms? Kirishima asked. Yeah. If you're there, we'll be complete. Kaminari added. I chuckled awkwardly. I don't know. There's a lot going on at home, and I'd rather stay there until things settle down, I answered timidly, rubbing the back of my neck. They nodded in understanding before asking another question. How was it like living in America? I heard it's pretty different there, Mina mused. I nodded. Oh yeah, it definitely is, I replied, and soon I was listing off all the differences and some similarities. The conversation flowed naturally, and I was so invested that I didn't hear Katsuki telling me my phone was ringing. H-I-Z, oh hi, I heard, snapping my head to Katsuki, who had my phone in his hand, staring at the screen. He turned to me and handed my phone. Hi guys. I beamed. Why are you with Baku? Jonah asked, struggling with Katsuki's name. It's Bakugo, I laughed. Can I say hi, Zuzu? Izumi asked, making grabby hands at my phone. I nodded, handing it to her as she waved happily at everyone on the screen. After a while, she returned my phone, still wanting to be in the frame. I'm here. I heard in the background. Finally, babe, Jonah groaned before Eleanor snatched the phone from him. Hi Izubabi. Look, I look like you, she exclaimed, moving the camera to show her casted arm. I gasped. What happened, Ellie? Best worried. Oh, just hero work. She jumped into a villain attack instead of waiting for everyone else. Jonah deadpanned, glaring at his girlfriend as she pouted. Her exact words were, how can we be heroes if we can't save the people in need? Even though that was a very heroic thing to say, you still got hurt, Buttercup, he finished, kissing the top of her head. Just a broken arm, she mumbled, looking away. He said, lifting her hair to reveal a bandage wrapped around her forehead. My eyes widened. Eleanor, you need to be more careful. I scolded. She nodded, looking down. You know I can't afford to lose anybody else, I added quietly, but they still heard. A heavy silence followed. Hayes said you had something to talk to us about. Is everything all right? Inko didn't who, Jackie started until I interrupted her. Jackie, speakerphone, I said, feeling frustrated, ignoring the curious gazes at the table. And I'll tell you guys later, okay? I added softly as they nodded. I'm at breakfast, I'll call you back later, I mumbled. See you later, Izu. Bye. Talk to you later. MUW. They hung up. I laughed softly, putting my phone back in my pocket. Izuku, I frowned, looking up at the blonde who was also frowning down at me. Is there something going on that I don't know about? At home, he asked quietly. I looked away from him. Mind your business, will ya? I mumbled, staring at my water. The table was filled with chatter, excluding Katsuki and me. Our food had yet to arrive, and if I was being honest, I couldn't wait to leave. I wanted to take Izumi and go right then, but if I did, they'd know something was up. Sorry it took a while, here's your food, Haru the waiter said happily. We sat at the table eating and talking. Katsuki tried to engage me in conversation after apologizing more than a few times. I felt bad for ignoring him, It wasn't his fault he cared. I guess I was just embarrassed in some way. After eating, we split the bill and walked out of the restaurant. Everyone wanted to go to the mall, but I wasn't feeling up for it. Why not Zuzu? Izumi pouted softly. I have something to do, Izzy, I replied, and she frowned, looking down. She walked to Katsuki's side and grabbed his hand, and I knew what she was going to ask. Yes, you can stay with him, I chuckled as she clapped her hands together before running up to me and wrapping her arms around my waist. Thank you, she muffled through my shirt as I hugged her back. I let go and began walking toward Katsuki. I lifted my hand and grabbed a handful of his shirt, pulling him down to my level. If anything happens to my baby sister, it's on you. Understand? I said in a low voice. He nodded vigorously. I smiled sweetly at him before giving him a quick kiss on the lips and smoothing out his wrinkled shirt. I'm taking your car to get mine, by the way. Hope you don't mind, I said, walking away while twirling his keys on my finger. Can I invite someone? Todoroki asked. I turned to him and narrowed my eyes. You want to invite her while I'm gone? I questioned and he nodded. That's not fair, I pouted, crossing my arms as he patted my head. Todoroki, you have a girlfriend? What's her name? Does she go to our school? I chuckled and patted his shoulder while walking toward Katsuki's car. I glanced back to see them bombarding Todoroki with questions as he held his hands up, walking backwards slowly while trying to answer them. Poor Todoroki. I returned to UA and got my car. I drove to the other side of Tokyo, nervously tapping my fingers on the steering wheel. I parked and walked down the halls of the apartment complex, stopping at door 272 before knocking. Who is it? A voice called from the other side of the door. Your favorite Quirkless. I replied, and the door swung open. Before I knew it, arms were wrapped around me. Holy cow, Izuku, he exclaimed as I chuckled and hugged him back. Nice to see you too, Kai, I said softly. How have you been? Since, I was sitting on the couch, sipping a cup of tea that Kai had provided. I had meant to see him as soon as we moved in, but I got busy. Okay, I guess, I replied, setting the cup down. How's Izumi and your mother? He asked, and my breath hitched. They're fine too, I answered, looking down at my cup. He hummed in response. Your father, he started, standing up from his spot on the couch. My eyes followed him as he opened a drawer in the kitchen. He wrote a letter for each of you, your mother, sister, and he handed me 3 envelopes. You. Really? I breathed. Before that day, for weeks, he was trying to find any possible way to keep the city safe after hearing that the League was coming to town. He had a gut feeling that something was going to happen, so he gestured to the envelopes in my hand. He wrote those. He wanted me to give them to you the day you turned 18, but I think you deserve them now. You could give one to your mom and the other to Izumi when she gets older. He explained. I nodded, taking in all the new information. Dad knew that he wasn't going to make it? He knew, I whispered to no one in particular. I felt a hand on my shoulder and a box of tissues in my hand. I hadn't even realized I had started crying. I roughly wiped my tears and stood up with a look of determination. Kai raised an eyebrow. What's up? He asked. I want to learn how to use more weapons. After Izuku left, we split into 2 cars to head to the mall. When we arrived, Todoroki's friend was waiting for us, and I suspected they liked each other more than just friends. Izumi was on my hip, pointing at different stores as we decided to split into 2 groups. Izumi, shitty hair, Pinky, earphones, Pikachu, and the other idiot in one group, and the rest of us in the other. Hey Bakugo, are you going to tell us what's going on between you and Midoriya? Dunce's face wiggled his eyebrows. Yeah, we saw that kiss before he left, Raccoon Eyes sang, pointing at her lips. Oh, and the way you looked at him during breakfast, Shitty Hair added, grinning. Shut up, I grumbled, glaring at them. The idiots burst into laughter. Heck! Kaminari snorted. I balled my fists, trying to suppress my urge to explode. There's a child present, that's why. I growled. Yeah, but you didn't care around Katsuma and Mahoro, Shitty Hair mused. Yeah, because they are brats. I snapped. Yuki, stop yelling. You're hurting my ears, Izumi groaned, covering her ears. Whatever, brat, I muttered, turning away from my snickering friends. I heard Izumi gasp. Can I get that, YKI? She asked excitedly, pointing to a midnight figure inside the toy store. Yeah. Get whatever you want, kid, I said, putting her down and watching as she ran into the store. Oh, I want something too, Pikachu exclaimed, running in after Izumi. Looks like we're all going, Earphones chuckled before entering the store, and we all followed closely behind. After spending a fortune on new toys and clothes for Izumi, we called the others to find a meet-up place, the food court. While waiting for them to arrive, I bought slushies and other junk food that the others wanted. Hi guys, well, how much did you buy? Pink Cheeks asked, chuckling. Most of those bags are from Bakugo spoiling Izumi, Soy Sauce laughed, earning a punch in the arm from me. Ah, Bakugo's a softie, Dunce Face cooed. I was about to explode when I noticed Nakamura's eyes glow yellow. I narrowed my eyes at her. A few seconds later, she blinked it away, a look of pure terror on her face. We need to leave. Now, she shouted. Before we could respond, an explosion echoed across the mall. What the heck? I shouted, picking up Izumi as she wrapped her arms around my neck, trembling in fear. There was a fire and smoke everywhere. You guys need to go help, I have to take Izumi. Nakamura yelled as people began screaming and running toward the exit. No way. Trust me. Please, you have to help them, she screamed. I could feel Izumi crying into my shoulder, gripping my shirt tightly. Fine. I reluctantly handed Izumi to her. Izumi tried to escape, reaching for me, tears streaming down her face. No, Yuki, she cried. Izumi, stop. Go with her, I'll see you later, okay? I promise, I shouted, pulling out my phone and dialing Izuku's number. Izumi continued to cry and fight against Nakamura. No, don't leave me too, Yuki, she screamed, and my eyes snapped to the greenette as she pouted before hiding her face in Nakamura's shoulder. Ugh! I groaned, running toward the fire after shoving my phone into my pocket. Check to see if Izuku will answer any of you guys. If he does, tell him what's going on. I yelled, propelling myself into the air. I turned around to see Nakamura placing her coat over a sobbing Izumi. You better protect her, Nakamura. I shouted after her, using my explosions to launch myself higher. Icy Hot was gliding beside me on ice, Soy Sauce was using his tape to maneuver through the air, and Shitty Hair was running alongside Icy Hot, his body hardened. Everyone else is helping people escape, Icy Hot said flatly, and I nodded in agreement. I hoped Izumi was okay. After taking Izumi, I ran toward the exit while dialing my uncle's number. When he answered, I told him what was happening and gave him the address before hanging up. As I ran through the mall, the smoke began to suffocate my lungs. I had put my coat over Izumi's head. Damn it, where's the exit? I coughed, covering my nose and mouth. I looked around and spotted the exit sign, sprinting toward it. I was almost at the door when an explosion behind me knocked me off my feet. My vision blurred as I struggled to get up with Izumi in my arms, a cold, wet substance trailing down my forehead. Anaka, the girl stuttered. Sure, we're fine. I'm fine. We're almost there, I reassured her, though I wasn't sure if I believed it myself. I stood up, but before I could make a run for the entrance, I heard creaking from above. I looked up to see the wood above us on fire, ready to collapse. F-! I screamed, racing toward the door. I thought, I'm not going to make it. I'm not quick enough. Bakugo's words echoed in my mind. You better protect her, Nakamura. My eyes widened as burning wood began to fall. Using the last bit of strength I had, I threw Izumi toward the door just as I fell to the ground, losing my vision. I saw someone pick Izumi up and felt something wrap around my waist before everything went dark. What do you mean she's not answering her phone? She should be out of the building by now. Bakugo shouted, his frustration palpable. Bakugo, calm down. Shitty Hair yelled, knocking a villain out. Guys, we need to leave. It's getting hard to breathe and see in here. Mina coughed. I saw Uraraka, who was floating, start to give out and fall. I caught her. Damn it, let's go. The pros should be here. I put Uraraka on my back. Everyone nodded and began to retreat toward the nearest exit. Hey, we need help. Kaminari shouted, and EMS began running toward us. They took Uraraka and placed her on a stretcher, one of them trying to check for injuries on me. I'm fine. Where's Izumi? I yelled, pushing past people in search of the smaller greenette. I heard wailing from behind an ambulance and ran toward it to find Izumi crying in an EMS worker's arms. I rushed to her and snatched her from the EMS worker, cradling her in my arms. Hey, it's okay. I'm right here, I said softly. I want Naka, she sobbed, gripping my shirt tightly. Where is she? Talk to me. Deep breaths, I urged. She took a deep breath before letting out a shaky sigh. She saved me. She threw me to the door, and Zawa saved us, but she wasn't awake, she cried harder as I rocked her gently. Aizawa made it. I ran past multiple parked ambulances, searching for the familiar dark-haired girl. Bakugo! I turned to see Icy Hot running toward me. Have you seen Nakamura? He asked frantically, and I shook my head. There. We looked to where Izumi was pointing and saw the girl being taken away in an ambulance. We dashed toward the truck. Let me go with her. I know her. Icy Hot pleaded. Are you family? One of the EMS workers asked. I He's her boyfriend. Let him on. I growled. The EMS nodded and allowed Todoroki on board. See, can you call Zuzu? I want Zuzu, Izumi said, her eyes filling with tears. Yeah, let me see, I replied, taking out my phone and dialing his number again. After calling a third time with no answer, I sighed. He's busy right now, Are you hurt at all? Did the smoke affect you? I asked. She shook her head. I was able to breathe in it, she said timidly. Her quirk, I thought. I nodded before finding the rest of the squad. Hey guys, what's the news? I asked. Everybody is fine except Uraraka, Ida, Tsu, and Mina. Uraraka and Mina inhaled too much smoke, and Ida's rockets overheated, giving him a fever. Tsu is badly injured from almost drying out due to the fire, Kirishima explained quickly. Did they catch the villains? I asked and they nodded. I saw them being taken into custody, some on stretchers, Kaminari added. I felt a wave of relief. Come on, let's go back to the dorms to rest. It'll be too stressful for Izumi to be in a hospital, Siro suggested, and we all agreed. Okay, but we're all going to see them later, I grumbled. Of course, but I'm pretty sure Aizawa would be furious if we brought her there again, Jiro joked. We all chuckled lightly and began making our way to our cars. As soon as we arrived at the dorms, we were bombarded with questions. I ignored them and walked up to Ponytail. Can you make a nightgown for her and change her? I asked. She nodded, taking a sleeping Izumi from my arms. You can lay her in my bed. I'm going to take a shower, I said, walking away. I tried calling Izuku one more time. He didn't answer. After a long hot shower, I dried off and changed into white shorts and a black t-shirt before heading back to my room. I opened the door to find Izumi sitting on my bed, staring at the wall. When she saw me, she rubbed her eyes and reached out with her free hand. Cuddles, she yawned. I climbed into bed with her and pulled her closer. Grabbed my hand, and after she fell asleep, I soon followed. I think that's enough for today, Izuku. You've been working hard and catching on quickly, Kai praised. I placed my sword in its scabbard. They're not that hard to control, even when enchanted, I smirked, picking up my bow and arrow that leaned against the wall. Kai laughed and turned on the TV. Just as I was about to grab a snack from the kitchen, I heard something that made my stomach turn and my heart race. Villain attack and explosion. At Tokyo Mall. 11 dead and 50 injured. Izumi. I whispered, feeling a sense of urgency wash over me. I quickly ran to my backpack and rummaged through my pockets until I found my phone. As I pulled it out and checked my notifications, my heart sank. There was one message from Ma and 4 missed calls from Todabesti. 2 messages from Todabesti. 5 missed calls from Pinky Babe. 10 messages from Pinky Babe. 2 missed calls from Kiri. 56 missed calls from Katsuki. 200 missed messages from Katsuki. My hands shook as I scrolled through the messages. I shoved my phone into my pocket and threw my bag over my shoulder. I need to go, I'll call you later. I yelled, not waiting for a response as I ran out of the apartment and into my car. On the way to the dorms, I tried calling everyone back repeatedly, but nobody answered. I attempted to reach Ida, Tsu, Todoroki, Katsuki, Mina, and Kirishima. None of them picked up. I hopped out of the car and dashed into the dorm. The common room and kitchen were empty. I sprinted up the stairs to Katsuki's dorm room. When I reached it, I flung the door open. A sigh of relief escaped me. Katsuki and Izumi were sleeping peacefully in bed. I walked to the bed, wiping away my stray tears, and let out a loud sob. Katsuki lifted his head, and when his eyes met mine, they widened. He held an arm out to me, and I slipped off my shoes, getting under the covers on the other side of Izumi. I kissed the top of her head and pulled her close. You deserve one too, I sniffed with a soft laugh and kissed Katsuki on the forehead. He chuckled, wrapping his arm around me and pulling Izumi and me to his chest. Zuzu. I heard Izumi whisper as she nuzzled her face into my shirt. Shoo, go back to sleep, okay? I said, kissing the top of her head as her eyes fluttered closed. Kaken, what? I was interrupted when he placed his hand over my mouth. Can we talk about it later? He asked, kissing the crown of my head before closing his eyes. Please, he added. I nodded, resting my head on the pillow and slowly letting sleep take over me. Izuku's POV. Thank you for watching her, I owe you one. It's no problem, Midoriya, Shinso replied, cradling a sleeping Izumi in his arms. I'll be back in a few to pick her up, I said, waving before getting into the car. Katsuki and I were on our way to the hospital to see our friends. Izumi thought of the hospital as a place where people went away and never returned, especially after Dad died, so it wouldn't be a good idea to take her along. We walked through the doors and approached the lady at the front desk, asking for Tanaka Nakamura. I wanted to see her first since she had risked her life to save my sisters. We stepped into the elevator, waiting for it to beep at the 3rd floor before walking out and looking for room. Damn it, why is it so hard to find one measly hospital room? Katsuki complained, and I rolled my eyes. Calm down, we're almost there, I replied. We finally reached the room and slowly opened the door, revealing Todoroki and Nakamura holding each other in a tight embrace. Nakamura was wearing a light brown hospital gown, a bandage wrapped around her head, and an 4 in her arm. I told you I was fine, we heard her say quietly. You almost didn't make it, he replied, his voice cracking slightly. Nakamura, I said softly as I entered the room. The two turned their heads toward us, and a soft smile landed on her lips. I walked up to her and wrapped my arms around her. Thank you so much, I said, tears filling my eyes. I'm a hero, it's my job, she chuckled lightly, hugging me back. Oi, I said, wiping my face before turning my attention to the blonde who stood farthest away from us with his arms crossed. Bakugo, I called. What's your quirk anyway? How did you know that was going to happen? He narrowed his eyes, stalking toward the bed. Precognition, she started. It allows me to see up to a minute into the future. At first, it started with 6 seconds, but I've trained hard. It comes randomly, usually before a disaster. My eyes glow yellow when it's in effect. She explained briefly. Katsuki nodded. I'm glad I trusted you, he mumbled. Me too, she smiled, but the blonde turned away and scoffed. When are you getting discharged? I asked. Tomorrow morning. The doctors said I had a fast recovery. We should go check on the others, I suggested. After saying our goodbyes, we went to see the rest of our classmates. Uraraka was doing fine and would be out in a day or so. Ida's fever had lowered, so he would be discharged once it was completely gone. They had to cool down Tsu, so they put her in hibernation for the time being. Mina was going to be discharged later as well. She also had a quick recovery. Wow, I sighed as we exited the hospital. That's class 1A for you. Nothing can get rid of those crazy kids, Katsuki chuckled. That's awesome, they're so strong, I said, looking up at the sky. Yeah, Katsuki muttered, but I still heard it. See, you even admitted it, I teased, bumping him playfully as he became annoyed. Of course I didn't, he yelled, and I laughed. Yeah, sure, I giggled as he scoffed and turned away. Where were you while we were at the mall? He asked. With an old friend of my father's. He has an enchantment quirk. That's where I got my scythe from, along with other weapons, I explained, mumbling the last part. Wait, other weapons? Katsuki asked, turning to me. Yeah, I now have a sword and a bow and arrow, but I can't summon them like I can with my scythe. I can only summon one weapon at a time. To be safe, they're only enchanted in my possession. Right now, they're in my car and look like normal weapons, but in my hands, they change, I clarified with a shrug. So not only can you fight up close, but also from afar, I nodded. I'll show them off during training tomorrow, I smirked. I heard my phone ring and took it out of my pocket, checking the caller ID. Hello. Hey Izuku, is everything alright? I didn't hear from you, and you left without telling me what was going on, Kai exclaimed worriedly through the phone. I sighed as I got into the car. I'm sorry. Izuku, Katsuki said, his voice low and serious. Yes, Kaken? I replied, glancing at him. You lied. Why are you lying? What's going on? His grip on the steering wheel tightened. Forget it, Katsuki. Nothing's going on, I mumbled, trying to dismiss his concern. He opened his mouth to protest but fell silent when I shot him a glare. The car ride back was filled with an awkward silence. I could feel Katsuki's eyes on me, burning into the side of my head as I stared out the window, lost in thought. When we arrived at Aizawa's house, I got out of the car without a word. As I opened the door, laughter and excited shouts filled the air. We have to save the queen from the villain. I heard Izumi declare with determination. Yes, Princess Umi. I stepped into the living room to witness the cutest scene. Izumi was holding a fake pink sword, sitting on Kaminari, who was pretending to be her horse, while Kirishima acted as the villain, keeping Eri captive in a large birdcage. I walked over to where Shinso, Jiro, Siro, and Momo were watching from a distance. Izumi was upset when she woke up without you there and cried for about 30 minutes, Shinso explained. I didn't want to bother you, so I called Kirishima to see if he knew what to do. He came over with everyone and a bunch of snacks. Yuki, since you're here, you can be the backup villain. Izumi cheered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Do I look or act like a villain to you? I replied playfully, raising an eyebrow. Izumi thought for a moment. Yeah, she exclaimed, hopping back onto Kaminari and dragging Katsuki along as he complained. Come on, she waved to us. Everyone can play. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and after exchanging glances, we shrugged and joined the game. After a while, the younger girls left to play with dolls in Eri's room. Siro, Jiro, and Shinso settled on the couch, while Momo took a seat on a single chair. Katsuki, Kaminari, and I sat on the floor. Imagine going to bed at exactly 8:32 p.m., Kaminari laughed, and the rest of us snickered. At least I can keep my grades up, unlike your dumb self. Katsuki shot back, causing us to burst into laughter. Let's not forget how much of a softie he really is, Kirishima added, grinning. Yeah. Izumi and Izug have you wrapped around their fingers, dude. Siro chimed in, and Katsuki's face turned a shade of red. Whenever Izuku is angry at you, you act like a lost puppy until he isn't mad anymore, Jiro teased. And the way you bought Izumi everything she asked for at the mall, Kirishima added, laughing. You're so whipped. Kaminari joined in, and I felt my cheeks heat up. I am not whipped. Katsuki protested, crossing his arms defiantly. Yeah, prove it, Shinso challenged, and Katsuki huffed in response. Just then, the girls emerged from Eri's room, carrying hair accessories and makeup. Hito, can I do your nails? Eri asked her brother, who nodded and sat cross-legged on the floor. He shot me a knowing smirk as Izumi bounced in front of him, holding barrettes and bows. Yuki, can I do your hair? She asked eagerly. Katsuki looked away, mumbling a no. Oh, please, Yuki? It won't hurt, I promise, she pleaded, her eyes wide and hopeful. Everyone snickered as Katsuki tried to resist her charm. "You can do my hair after," she added cheerfully. "I said no," he replied firmly, glaring at her. Izumi's eyes widened, and she nodded, her expression falling as tears threatened to spill. She turned away, walking to Kirishima, who comforted her with a gentle pat on the back. Katsuki watched the scene unfold, his expression softening. With a groan, he pulled her back into his arms. "Fine, you can do my hair, just don't go crying to shitty hair," he mumbled, surprising everyone. "Shitty hair?" Izumi asked, tilting her head in confusion. I flicked Katsuki lightly on the side of his head, and he flinched. "And no, I meant ugly hair," he corrected quickly, but Izumi frowned. "Ugly hair? But his hair isn't much different from yours," she pointed out, causing everyone to stifle their laughter. Kaminari couldn't hold it in and burst out, wheezing, which set off another wave of giggles. Katsuki growled, "Shut up before I..." "And done!" Izumi exclaimed, finishing a ponytail with a sparkly pink bow. "Isn't he cute, Zuzu?" "The cutest," I giggled, snapping a picture of Katsuki's frowning face. "Don't get moody now, Kaken," I teased, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. His cheeks turned bright red as he turned away. "See? Whipped," Kaminari announced, and Katsuki shot him a glare, fists clenched. "Cheer up, Yuki. Now you can do my hair," Izumi said, holding his hands as his expression softened. He smiled at her and nodded. Izumi clapped her hands together and settled on his lap. Katsuki focused intently on braiding her hair into 2 Dutch braids, a RBB band around his wrist and a bow hanging from his mouth. I took another picture, capturing the sweet moment. "Can we have a big sleepover?" Eri asked, stuffing a cookie into her mouth as her brother finished styling her hair. "It's up to you, Umi," I said, and she nodded enthusiastically, causing Katsuki to lose his grip on her hair and undo some of the braid. "Oops, sorry Yuki," she giggled. Soon, everyone agreed to the sleepover. "I'll go get blankets and tell Dad," Shinso said, standing up and walking down the hall. The rest of the night passed smoothly, but I ignored my mother's texts and calls, knowing I would face the consequences in the morning. All that mattered was that Izumi had fun and forgot all about what happened the day before. It was Monday, and we had a day off from school. Shinso was up early and made everyone breakfast. We all thanked him and Aizawa for letting us stay, and Katsuki, Izumi, and I made our way to my car. I was going to drop Katsuki off at the dorms and then head home. "I'll see you tomorrow," I told Katsuki as he waved at me and Izumi before going inside the dorms. I buckled Izumi into her car seat and got into the driver's seat, pulling out and heading home. "Zuzu, why don't you live in the dorms?" Izumi asked, and I sighed, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. "You know why, Izzy? It's too dangerous to leave you home with Ma," I explained. "Why can't I go with you?" "You can't, Izzy. That's why I'm staying home until Ma gets better," I said. She nodded and stared out the window. "Do you think my quirk will come soon?" she suddenly asked, and I smiled at her. "Definitely. I booked you a doctor's appointment to see if it has arrived or if it's close," I said excitedly. Izumi giggled happily, mumbling about how powerful her quirk would be and how she was going to be a strong hero like her dada. "Do you think Dada would be proud of me?" she asked. "Of course, Iz," I replied honestly. Dad would be so proud of his little girl. A couple of weeks passed, and today was the day we found out what Izumi's quirk was, if it had arrived. Katsuki was playing with toys in the waiting room with her. I would have joined them, but I had a headache since we walked through the hospital doors. "Zuzu, do you want to join us now?" Izumi shouted, and Katsuki looked up at me, silently asking if I was okay. "Not right now, Izzy," I replied, dragging my knees to my chest and resting my head between them. "Come here, Izuku," Katsuki said softly, patting his lap. I sighed and stood up, walking to his side. I sat down next to him and laid my head on his lap. It didn't help much, but I was comfortable. As the minutes passed, my headache worsened. I turned my body to face Katsuki's stomach and groaned. "Are you okay?" he asked. I shook my head. "We can leave if you..." "Izumi Midoriya?" a soft voice spoke, and my headache suddenly eased. "It's fine, I feel better," I said, standing up and taking Izumi's hand. That's me. Izumi cheered, raising her hand. Alright, come on, love. Dr. Kyudai is ready for you, the young woman smiled sweetly. Suddenly I felt nervous. A pit formed in my stomach that wouldn't go away. Izumi started walking forward, but my grip on her hand tightened. She stopped and looked up at me, confused. Izuku, Katsuki said softly, placing a hand on my shoulder. I blinked out of it and started walking forward. Okay, let's go. I smiled weakly at Izumi, who tilted her head at me before walking by my side. You guys can wait in here, he'll be with you shortly, the woman said before leaving the small room. My heart was pounding. Didn't know why my body felt this way. Was it trying to tell me something? Zuzu, what quirk do you think I'll have? I hope it's something like Dada's, Izumi said, rocking back and forth with the brightest smile a 4-year-old could give. I sighed as the pounding in my chest slowed down and smiled back at her. I definitely think it's something like Dad's, I said. Izumi squealed with her eyes closed, bouncing up and down, and I chuckled at her excitement. Do you feel better, Izuku? Katsuki asked, and I nodded. Yeah, maybe I'm just nervous. I don't want her to come out quirkless like me, I admitted shyly, rubbing the back of my head. Katsuki nodded awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. Sorry to make you guys wait. The door opened, revealing a short, bald old man wearing goggles and a lab coat. He looked a bit unsettling, sending shivers down my spine. He seemed familiar, but I couldn't place him. It's okay, I said quietly as he sat down in a chair across from us. Alrighty. Hello there, little Midoriya. How are you feeling? He asked. Izumi responded with a bright smile. Great, she cheered. That's good. Have you shown any signs of a quirk? Feeling weird, perhaps? He questioned, looking down at a clipboard. It says here that your parents' quirks have something to do with fire and telepathy. Do you feel any of that? He looked up at her for answers, and Izumi thought hard. Sometimes I feel a little warm, she said, and I chimed in. When it was freezing cold outside, we were walking to the dorms when she suddenly warmed us up. A few weeks ago, we went out for breakfast, and I ordered her a hot chocolate. She picked it up and drank it all with no problem, I explained. The doctor nodded. Well, it seems to me that your quirk will be here soon, and it will have something to do with heat. I can run a few tests now and find out what it is, unless you want to wait and come back when it shows completely, he suggested with a grin. That uneasy feeling returned. Something was telling me to leave fast. My breath quickened as Katsuki and the doctor's eyes landed on me. I ignored Katsuki and stared deeply into the doctor's eyes. He looked so familiar. I want to know now. Izumi shouted, and the doctor's eyes snapped to her as a bright, unsettling smile appeared on his face. Great, now let me just. He reached out to place his hand on top of Izumi's head when I suddenly stood up, knocking the chair over and catching his wrist before he could touch her. Izumi looked up at me shocked as Katsuki stood up quickly. I glared at the doctor, who stared back at me in surprise. Who gave you permission to touch her? You didn't do that to me to check if I had a quirk, did you? I sneered. Aye. What were you about to do, huh? I raised my voice louder as Katsuki picked up Izumi, who looked scared. I let go of his wrist. We won't be coming back. Come on, Katsuki, I said before quickly exiting the room. What was he about to do? Why did he need to touch her to know what her quirk was? Was it his quirk? No, if it was, he would have just said that, and if that was the case, why would he call it a test? I had just realized that he was my old doctor, the one who confirmed I was quirkless. We made it to the car, and I got in the passenger seat as Katsuki secured Izumi in the back. Once she was settled, she turned to me, frustration evident on her face. Why did you do that, Zuzu? We could have found out what my quirk was, she exclaimed, crossing her arms. No, we couldn't, Izumi. He was going to take your quirk, leave, and then come back to say you were quirkless, I replied firmly as Katsuki pulled out of the hospital parking lot. No, he wasn't. He was a good guy, she argued. I tugged on my green curls in frustration. No, he wasn't, Izumi. He's the one who diagnosed me as quirkless. I shot back, irritation creeping into my voice. It's not his fault you're quirkless. Maybe you just came out that way, she yelled. I slumped back in my seat, turning my head to look out the window, tears forming in my eyes. I caught Katsuki's gaze in the rearview mirror. Izumi, that wasn't very nice. Apologize, Katsuki said sternly, his eyes fixed on her. Why apologize if I don't mean it? She huffed. I could tell Katsuki was losing his patience. His grip on the steering wheel tightened. He sighed, relaxing a bit, but remained silent. The rest of the ride home was quiet. Katsuki had picked us up from our house earlier, and now he was dropping us back off. He pulled up in front of our driveway, and I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt and slammed the door shut. I opened Izumi's door to find her sleeping, thankfully. I carefully unbuckled her and lifted her out of her seat. She immediately wrapped her arms around me as I closed the door and walked back to the passenger side, where the window was already down. You guys will be fine, right? Katsuki asked, concern in his tone. I nodded, shifting Izumi in my arms. See you tomorrow, I smiled, walking up the driveway. Fortunately, these past couple of weeks, Ma had been sober. She explained that she felt horrible after seeing Izumi taken out of the mall in tears by Eraserhead and realized she needed to get her act together before she lost us. I didn't understand why she hadn't tried to call us or come to us during that time, but as long as she was doing better, nothing else mattered. She had stopped drinking and smoking and was now going to therapy once a week. I was so proud of her. It felt like we were becoming a family again, even without Dad by our side. We would grieve and learn to cope together. Everything would get better. Everything would go back to the way it was. Right? A month passed and things were going great. Ma's therapy was progressing well, and she had been clean since. The house was cleaner, smelled better, and she even made up for missing Izumi's birthday by buying her a bunch of gifts and baking her a cake. Izumi wasn't afraid to be alone with her Ma anymore. She had been picking Izumi up from school every day, which gave me free time to hang out with everyone in the dorms for a few hours. We were no longer exhausted and had returned to our daily routine of family nights and trips to the park. I think the squad could tell from my energy during our video calls that everything was going well. We were happier. Izuku, come here please. I heard Ma call from downstairs. I was in my room finishing up homework. I set my pencil down and made my way downstairs. Zuzu! Izumi cheered, throwing herself into my arms. I caught her and lifted her onto my hip. What's up, Ma? I asked, watching as she washed dishes. She nodded toward the living room with a bright smile. I put Izumi down, giving Ma a confused look before walking into the living room. Kirishima, Kaminari, Bakugo, Shiro, Jiro, and Mina were all there, their smiles brightening upon seeing me. Midobro, we have a surprise for you. Kirishima beamed. I smiled as I approached them. What if I told you guys that I hated surprises? I smirked, crossing my arms. Katsuki rolled his eyes. He loves surprises, now let's get this over with, he huffed. I call dibs on riding with Midobro. Kaminari said happily. Me too, others chimed in. Okay, I guess me and you are riding together, Jiro shrugged, looking at Shiro. Can I get a UX? Shiro asked, but Jiro scrunched her nose. Hell no. Oh. The two of you need to go with long ears and soy sauce. Izumi's car seat is in there, so not all of you are going to fit, Katsuki said sternly. Leave it here? Kaminari pouted, and Katsuki furrowed his brows. Hell no. You guys need to figure it out. Me and Izuku will be waiting in the car, he finished, taking my hand. Izumi ran into the room before we were out the door. Can I come? I have my shoes on, and I promise not to tell. Izumi said, and I went to pick her up. She knows. I asked the others, and they nodded. Come on, brat, you can come, Katsuki said, and she reached out for him to pick her up, which he did. Now you idiots figure it out, Katsuki said, and they all began bickering as we exited the house. In the end, Kirishima was the one to ride with us, only because Izumi got upset when Kaminari came in. She wanted some of Kirishima's beef jerky. We pulled up in front of the dorms. Why are we here? I asked as Kirishima lifted Izumi onto his shoulders and Katsuki stepped out of the car. He shrugged. We waited for everyone else and walked through the doors. Literally everyone was in there waiting. "Hi Midoriya," they greeted me excitedly, and I was beyond confused. "Follow us." Kirishima cheered, and Izumi giggled while nibbling on a big piece of beef jerky. We decided to take the stairs because everyone was too impatient to wait for the elevator and came to a stop at the end of the hall, in front of a door. "Go in. Go in," Mina exclaimed. I shrugged and opened the door. A gasp escaped my lips. The walls inside the room were black, and in the corner was a full-sized bed with a forest green bedspread and a black bed frame. Under the bed were black storage drawers, and LED lights on the walls glowed green. Vines hung from the ceiling above my bed, and posters of my favorite music artists and animes decorated the walls. A vanity desk stood on the other side of the room, with a small flat-screen TV mounted beside it. A little nightstand rested next to my bed. "Guys! Guys!" I exclaimed, rushing into the room to take it all in. It reminded me of my room back in America, but this was a total upgrade. Tears welled in my eyes as I did a full turn, taking in the sight, and I noticed a wall filled with pictures of my friends and family. "You guys are awesome, I love it," I said, wiping the tears from my cheeks. "Ah, Mido," Mina cooed, and I felt several pairs of arms wrap around me in a group hug. "Katsuki told us everything about your mom and how she's getting better. She wanted you to have a better high school experience," Mina said softly, while everyone else was distracted. "She came clean." Best surprised. "Yeah, she apologized to me and my parents and sorted everything out. She wants you to move into the dorms, but it's up to you," he said. I smiled, feeling hopeful. I wanted to move in, I really did. But uncertainty lingered. "I'll think about it," I replied, and Katsuki nodded. "Zuzu." Izumi cheered, stretching her arms toward me. I picked her up and hugged her tightly. "I can't believe you didn't tell me," I said, squeezing her as she giggled. "It was a secret," she exclaimed, booping my nose. I kissed her cheek and set her down. "Let's party," Mina shouted, running toward the staircase, and everyone cheered as they followed her. I laughed, amazed at how lively this class was. "Let's go, butterfly." Kaminari lifted Izumi and pretended to fly her around like a plane. Her laughter echoed as they dashed down the stairs. I sighed, feeling a rush of love for them all. "Izuku," I turned to see Katsuki looking at me seriously. I smiled back at him. "Yes, Kaken?" I replied. "You'll consider moving into the dorms, right?" he asked. I sighed and nodded hesitantly. I was scared. Nothing good happened when we moved back. It was tough. Izumi was too afraid to stay alone with Mom because of her problems. I didn't want to be alone with her either. I paused. "But she's getting better now. I can see it." "So, yes, I will consider it," I said earnestly, smiling up at him. He pulled me closer by my belt loop and hugged me tightly. "Go on a date with me?" he asked. "Sure," I replied, pulling back with a smile. He looked shocked. "Really?" he questioned, and I nodded. "Yeah, why not?" I shrugged, smiling brightly. "So Friday night you'll go out with me? As long as you don't annoy me before then." I don't think I can do that." "Well, I guess you'll have to try," I teased, booping his nose before turning to walk away. He grabbed my wrist and spun me back around, pulling me close. "Can I?" he asked, looking into my eyes. I gave him a quick peck on the lips. "That's not enough," he whined, and I giggled, shrugging before slipping away and heading downstairs. It was so funny. His reaction was priceless. Kaminari laughed, throwing his head back. Everyone joined in as he recounted the time he showed Todoroki something shocking. Poor Todoroki's face turned red as he crossed his arms in a pout. Nakamura, now part of our class, tugged on his arm, laughing. "Not funny," Todoroki mumbled, and I giggled, glancing down at Izumi, who looked around curiously. I covered her ears, grateful that Kaminari had suggested it. I would have been furious if any inappropriate words had slipped out around her. "You really said that, Todoroki?" Nakamura chuckled, and Todoroki huffed, nodding. "Why did she sound like that anyway?" he grumbled, and everyone burst into laughter again. "Izumi, I want to laugh too," she said, frowning up at me. I chuckled and began tickling her sides. She squealed with laughter, trying to push me away. And no, not like that, she giggled, and everyone cooed and laughed along with her. We ordered pizza and enjoyed dinner together, filled with laughter, chatter, and embarrassing stories from our first year. All right, everyone, I think it's time to call it a night, I said, picking up a sleeping Izumi from Kaminari's arms. But you don't want to spend the night in your new room, Mina exclaimed, hopping over the couch. Not tonight. I have to take Izumi home. She has school, I replied, and Mina nodded. Everyone said their goodbyes as Katsuki and I walked toward the front door. Oh, Kiri, do you want your bandana back? I asked, lifting Izumi's arm to reveal the red and white bandana Kirishima had given her. Nah, she can keep it. I have plenty at home, he shrugged, and I nodded. We left the dorms, and I buckled Izumi into her car seat without waking her. Katsuki got in the car and turned to me. Are you sure you don't want to spend the night? We could drop Izumi off and come back, he suggested. I thought for a moment before shrugging. Maybe if Mom can take her tomorrow I will, I replied with a smile. He smiled back and nodded. We stopped in front of the house, and I carefully lifted Izumi from her car seat. As we walked to the front door, Katsuki joked, "We're not sneaking through your window?" I playfully shoved him as I handed him the keys to unlock the door. When we stepped inside, the fresh scent of honey lavender filled the air. "It smells great in here," I remarked. "Can you lay Izumi in her room while I talk to Mom?" I asked, and he nodded, taking Izumi from my arms. I made my way to Mom's room and knocked on the door. After hearing a cheerful, "Come in," I walked in and kissed her on the head. "Hey Ma," I greeted her. "Hey Aizu, did you like your surprise?" she asked, wiggling her brows. "I loved it, Ma. I can't believe you guys did this," I said, smiling brightly. She giggled and leaned up to kiss my cheek. "Do you want to move into the dorms?" "I can take care of Izumi. I'm getting better, my love," she said, her sincere gaze revealing the truth in her words. "So, really want to move in?" "I'll visit often," I replied, feeling tears well up in her eyes as she pulled me into a hug. "I love you so much, Izuku, and I'm so sorry for everything," she said, pulling away to cup my cheeks. "Have fun and stay safe, okay?" I nodded, emotions overwhelming me. "I'll pick Izumi up tomorrow to take her out and tell her," I mentioned. She nodded, and I gave her one last kiss on the cheek before saying goodnight. As I walked out of the room, I wiped my tears. When Katsuki saw me, he jogged over and wrapped his arms around me. "What happened, Izuku? Is everything okay?" he asked, and I chuckled dryly. "Yeah, you know how emotional Mom and I can get," I replied, pulling away to give him a toothy smile. "What?" he asked, tilting his head. "I'm moving into the dorms," I whispered excitedly. His face lit up with a bright smile. A month had passed, and my life had been the best since then. I moved into the dorms, and it was so much fun. I still picked Izumi up from school every day, taking her out or bringing her to the dorms to hang out with everyone. She had started a new croc collection, thanks to Kirishima and his obsession with them. Her favorites were the red ones with a shark and a red riot charm, matching Kirishima's. He also got her a green bandana and a stockpile of beef jerky. Let's just say Kirishima was quickly becoming her favorite, right after Katsuki. Kaminari was extremely jealous and gifted her a human-sized Pikachu plushie that she cuddled with every night. Now everyone was trying to win her affection, but I didn't think anyone could surpass Yuki, except maybe Kirishima, who was almost there. Katsuki and I had gone on several amazing dates, and he officially asked me out. I said yes, of course, so now I was officially his. The group was ecstatic and planned to come over for LBR Thanksgiving Day to surprise Izumi. I wondered if any of them could surpass Katsuki in her eyes. I had a feeling Eleanor would try to reclaim her spot. Should we have Thanksgiving at the dorms or at Yayarozu's place since it's bigger? Hakigure asked as everyone gathered in the common area to discuss plans. Some were going home for the holiday, while others were staying. "Let's have it here," Mina chimed in. "Midoriya, are you staying here or going home for Thanksgiving?" Tsu asked. Izumi answered for me. "Staying here," she cheered. I chuckled and nodded. We're staying here. Mom has work that day, so I figured I'd take Izumi and stay for the week. I shrugged, not entirely sure why she had to work that day. That's great, Mina exclaimed. Mina didn't see her parents much since they were always traveling, so when she heard they wouldn't be there for Thanksgiving, she was devastated. Everyone decided to have Thanksgiving together to keep her company. I called dibs on making the cakes and pie. Izumi raised her hand happily. Yeah, we're on dessert duty, I shrugged. What? That's the easier part. Let me. Kaminari pouted. I want to help. Kirishima chimed in. Kaminari dramatically pointed a finger at him. No. I want to do it with Izumi, and Mido, you always have her attention. Not true. So true. Kaminari crossed his arms. You always buy her stuff and do whatever she says. It's giving Bakubro. He paused, and Kirishima shrugged. You're right. You're not supposed to agree. Denki, you can bake with us. Izumi cheered, causing Kirishima and Kaminari's eyes to widen as they turned to her. Hey, OW. Kirishima rubbed the spot where Kaminari had activated his quirk. Ah, you little cutie pie. Kaminari picked her up and began spinning her around. Izumi giggled, throwing her hands up in the air. A few days later, I was getting ready to pick the squad up from the airport. Kirishima and Kaminari volunteered to watch Izumi since Katsuki wanted to come with me. I'm so excited to see them, I said, bouncing in my seat. Katsuki smiled at me. Ah, cute little dimple, I said, reaching over to poke his cheek. He scowled and leaned away from me. I rolled my eyes. Katsuki had the cutest dimples when he smiled. We found a spot in the parking garage, and I unbuckled my seatbelt, hopping out of the car. I impatiently waited for Katsuki to get out before running to his side and grabbing his arm. Come on, slowpoke, I urged, but he planted his feet. Calm down, Aizawa. Think about it. The slower we go, the less we have to wait, he shrugged. I thought for a moment before nodding and walking beside him. Aizawa. I heard a familiar high-pitched voice squeal. I let go of Katsuki's hand and ran to Eleanor. She jumped into my arms, and I spun her around. She clung to me like a baby koala, refusing to let go. Izuku. When I looked up, everyone else was running toward us. Suddenly, we were in a big group hug. I missed you guys so much. I cried, feeling my shirt getting wet from their tears. After a while, we decided it was finally time to surprise Izumi. Ivy was the first to let go, and everyone followed suit, except Eleanor. I guess I'm carrying you, huh? I chuckled, shifting her in my arms. She nodded. Yes, I know my makeup is smudged and I don't want to be seen, she grumbled into my shoulder, making me laugh. I told you to wear waterproof mascara, Jonah huffed, and Eleanor mocked him. Hey, Kaken. Jackie teased Katsuki, who stood a good distance away from us. Yeah, why so far? We don't bite, Ivy shrugged, and Jackie giggled. Katsuki scoffed. Like hell you don't, he grumbled as he walked to my side. All right, let's go, I said happily, and we began our long walk back to the car. Hey, Hayes, you're a bit quiet, I said, glancing down at him as everyone chatted and teased Katsuki. I could sense the tension in the air, knowing they were trying to provoke a reaction from him, and he was doing his best to stay calm. I'm always quiet, he whispered, avoiding my gaze. Something was definitely off. I noticed Eleanor was asleep, so I let Jonah take her from me. She hadn't slept at all during the flight because she was too excited to see me. Kaken picked up on the mood and walked away. Okay, what's going on? I asked him, and he sighed heavily. I'm nervous to see Kirishima, he admitted, correcting himself. I tilted my head in confusion. Why? I asked, knowing they had been talking since their last visit. We had an argument 2 weeks ago. I want to be with him, but I messed it up, he confessed, sadness and guilt evident in his eyes, making him look like a lost kitten. What happened? I pressed. You know I struggle with long-distance relationships. Anything could happen, he said, glancing at me with uncertainty. I furrowed my brows. You know he wouldn't cheat, right? I replied, and his eyes widened as he shook his head. Oh yes, of course. I'm half feline. I can get clingy, I guess, he mumbled. What do you mean, Hayes? I asked, perplexed. I had never seen him look so upset. When you left, I got really depressed because I was so dependent on you. I didn't tell anyone because they had their own problems, and I didn't want to be a burden, he explained briefly. I got attached to Kirishima in just a day. I knew it would get worse if we were together, so when he asked me out, I rejected him. Izuku, I hurt his feelings, Hayes said, his voice trembling. A tear slipped down his freckled cheek, and I stopped walking to wrap my arms around him. It's okay, Hayes. Just talk to him when you see him. Kirishima is really understanding, I reassured him, and he nodded, hugging me back. Hey, what happened? We turned to see everyone watching us with concerned expressions. I looked at Hayes. I'll explain in the car, Hayes said, and everyone nodded. I gave him a reassuring smile as we walked back to the group. Get your sweaty armpit off me, Ivy yelled at Jonah. He flinched and tried to move his arm away, causing Eleanor to stir in his arms. I can't, he yelled back, while Jackie laughed, watching TikTok on Hayes' phone. We were all crammed into the car, which was a bit of a tight squeeze. I was driving with Katsuki in the passenger seat. Jackie was sitting on Hayes' lap, Eleanor was sleeping in Jonah's arms, and Ivy was squished in the middle. Take a shower when we get there, Ivy shouted again. They continued to bicker until we finally arrived at the dorms. We had decided that Hayes would sleep in either my or Kirishima's dorm, depending on how their conversation went. Kirishima didn't even know Hayes was here. Jackie would be in Mina's dorm, and Ivy would stay with Siro, who had been supportive after her situation with Kaminari. If Hayes' talk with Kirishima went well, Jonah and Eleanor would stay in my dorm. Everyone grabbed their things from the trunk and headed toward the dorms. I called Jairu to check if everyone was in the common room, and she confirmed they were. Izumi was starting to miss me and was asking where I was. As we opened the doors, Izumi was the first to spot us, and with a shocked expression, she jumped away from Kirishima. Ellie! Everyone! She screamed, running toward them. They all scrambled to reach her, but of course, Eleanor ended up being the one to take her away. My baby pumpkin pie, I missed you so much, Eleanor exclaimed, squeezing her tightly and swaying her side to side. Hey, my turn, Jonah said, playfully snatching Izumi and hugging her tightly. I missed you, Munchkin, he said, showering her with kisses as she giggled. After everyone exchanged hugs and kisses, it was time for the serious talk. Kirishima and Hayes left to his dorm to talk after Kirishima had a chance to greet Izumi. I watched as everyone else hugged their loved ones. It was the cutest sight. I saw Izumi showing Jonah and Eleanor her new Crocs, and I could tell she was gushing about Kirishima. Eleanor looked a bit jealous. Watching everyone else be cute makes me want to be cute with you, Katsuki whispered in my ear, wrapping his arms around me. I turned to face him and playfully booped his nose. I don't do pita love, I told him, and he rolled his eyes. All right, then let's go, he said, and before I knew it, I was being pulled into the elevator. Well, here we go. Hayes' POV. Hazy, hazy. Izumi cheered as Ivy handed her off to me. Hey, kitten, I said, kissing her cheek as she wrapped her arms around me. I hugged her tightly, feeling a soft purr escape me. After I handed her back to Izuku, Jackie went to Mina, who happily hopped into her arms. Mina was tiny compared to Jackie, who was 5 feet 7 inches. Siro hugged Ivy in a way that made her feel protected, with her arms around his waist and one of his around her head. Then my gaze landed on Kirishima. He gave me a soft, lopsided smile that made my heart flutter. I smiled back as I walked toward him. Hey, I said softly, looking up at him. Hey, he replied, returning the smile, though it wasn't the toothy grin I missed. Can we talk? I asked, and he nodded, leading me to an elevator. Sorry it's a bit messy, I didn't know you guys were coming, he said, opening the door to a rather untidy bedroom. It was a surprise. And don't worry, I'll help you clean it, I assured him. He chuckled and sat down on the bed, patting the space next to him. I shut the door behind me. Lock it, he said. I hesitated for a moment before turning the lock and sitting down beside him. If it's about you not wanting to date, don't stress it, bro. I completely understand, he interrupted. I furrowed my brows at the term bro. He hadn't called me that since we started talking. I shook my head. No, I sighed, trying to find the right words. Kirishima, I like you. A lot. Like, a lot. Like, okay, I get it, he chuckled, a light blush spreading across his cheeks. But the reason I said no isn't because I don't like you. I actually like you a lot. Maybe more than I should. You make me feel things nobody has ever made me feel. I paused, looking up at him. He was staring at me intently, nodding for me to continue. I get too clingy and attached. I want to see you, feel you, talk to you all the time, I sighed, glancing up at him with teary eyes. When Izuku left, I felt so lost because I had grown so attached to him. He's like a big brother to me. I can't go through that again, Kiri, I choked, covering my face with my hands. A strong pair of arms wrapped around me. I understand, Hayes, I really do, he said softly. I'm sorry, I murmured, unsure why I felt the need to apologize. It just felt wrong to ruin something so good when finally, someone wanted me. Hey, he said, cupping my cheeks and lifting my face to meet his gaze. He wiped a tear from my cheek with his thumb. I can wait for you, okay? Every holiday and birthday, I'll visit you. I'll call you as often as you want. I'll even book a flight if you need me to. I stared at him in awe. W.I. He kissed my cheek gently. Because I love you, Hayes, he whispered. My eyes widened in shock. He loves me? I know it might seem too early since we've only known each other for a few months, but I need you to know that I fell in love with you, he smiled, revealing that cute, toothy grin. Overwhelmed, I jumped into his arms, bursting into tears. You can't just say that. Idiot. I cried, a smile breaking through my tears. He hugged me tightly, kissing my neck repeatedly, making me giggle. We settled into each other's arms, lost in the moment. I was on his lap, his face nestled in my neck, mine resting against his. I want to stay here, I suddenly said. Kirishima leaned back to look at me, curiosity in his eyes. What do you mean? He asked. I looked past him for a moment before meeting his gaze again. I want to stay here. With you, I repeated. His smile softened. Really? He asked, his expression brightening as I nodded. Really? I confirmed. I honestly didn't want to go home anymore, not without him. Suddenly, his lips were on mine in a quick, sweet kiss. He pulled back, still smiling. Can I ask you something? He said, not breaking eye contact. I nodded slowly. Hayes, will you be my boyfriend? He asked. I furrowed my brows, thinking he was going to ask something else. His face dropped for a moment and I laughed, kissing the tip of his nose. I'm joking. Yes, I'll be your boyfriend, I said, and he sighed in relief, resting his head in the crook of my neck. You can't do that, he mumbled, and I giggled. He lifted his head again, looking down at my lips. I placed my hands on either side of his face and pulled him closer for a kiss. He wrapped his arms around my waist, drawing me nearer. As he leaned back, flipping us around so he was on top, I ran my fingers through his hair. He gently liked my bottom lip, asking for entrance, and I complied, our tongues dancing together. His hands explored my thigh while the other moved under my shirt. I tugged at his hair, and he let out a soft groan. Breathless, I pulled away, and he kissed down my jawline to my neck. I gasped slightly when he found my sweet spot, feeling him smirk against my skin before he began to nibble. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Shima? Shima, let me in please. Izumi whined. Kirishima sighed against my neck, and I chuckled. He pecked my lips before getting up to unlock the door. Izumi stood there, rubbing her eyes, looking sleepy. Shima, is Hazy here? She asked, and Kirishima nodded, stepping aside to reveal me lying on his bed. Izumi smiled and ran to me. I already knew what she was going to ask. She struggled a bit to climb onto Kirishima's bed, which was a little high, but he helped her up. Hazy, can you turn into a kitty? She asked. I nodded and shifted into a cat. She pulled me closer and hugged me tightly. Izumi had wanted a cat for the longest time. She always said they were fuzzy, soft, and cute. When Inko said she couldn't have one, I offered to cuddle with her in my cat form whenever she wanted. Once I knew she was fast asleep, I shifted back. Kirishima laid behind me, wrapping his arms around me. "We'll continue where we left off later," he whispered in my ear. I looked back at him over my shoulder and smiled. He leaned over and kissed my lips. "I love you, Kirishima," I said. "Aijiro," he corrected with a smile. "I love you, Aijiro," I replied. "I love you, Haze." Izuku was snuggled up next to Kaken when a soft weight landed on top of him. He opened his eyes to see Izumi fixing herself between them. "Zuzu?" She poked his cheek, still looking tired. "I'm right here, Izzy," he said, pulling her close as she cuddled into his chest. She sighed contentedly, and they both drifted back to sleep. "Shut the hell up, raccoon eyes," Kaken shouted. "Aw, please." "No, now leave." "Come on, Baku bro, don't be like that." "I swear, if you wake Izumi up, it's your fault." "Well, technically. Get out of my room before I blow you up." "Oh, how bold." Izuku snapped his eyes open at the sound of laughter, shouting, and explosions down the hall. He looked down at Izumi, who had her hands over her ears, muffling the noise. Chuckling softly, he slipped out of bed and headed to the bathroom as the commotion quieted. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he threw on one of Katsuki's hoodies and returned to wake Izumi. He sat on the edge of the bed next to her and leaned over, brushing the hair from her eyes as he rubbed her back. "Izzy, it's time to wake up," he said softly. She groaned, stretching before opening her eyes to look at him. She smiled at me. "Good morning, Zuzu," she said softly, and I leaned down to kiss her cheek. "Come on, brush your teeth and wash your face so we can go eat breakfast." "What are we going to eat?" she asked as she walked into the bathroom. Katsuki had bought her a step stool so she could reach the sink to wash her hands. We also had our own toothbrushes and face towels in there. "IHOP," I replied with a smile. After Izumi finished, I led her to my dorm, where all our things were. I knew Jonah and Eleanor were still sleeping, but it was time to wake them up. "Rise and shine," Izumi yelled as she entered the room. Eleanor was already awake, scrolling through her phone, but Jonah was still asleep. "Hi, my baby," Eleanor squealed as Izumi climbed onto the bed and into her arms. While that was happening, I rummaged through our drawers to find something for us to wear. "Umi, want a match?" I asked, turning to her. She nodded eagerly, her smile bright. We were about to look adorable. "Can Suki match with us?" she asked, and I nodded. "Yep, you better go tell him," I encouraged, and she jumped off the bed, tugging on Jonah's arm. "Come on, Ona," she shouted, and he groaned in response. "Why me?" he exclaimed as she pulled him so hard that he fell off the bed. Izumi laughed as if it were the funniest thing in the world, and I couldn't help but join in. She then dashed out of the room, and Jonah got up to chase after her. "Well, that's one way to get him up," Eleanor giggled, and I finally caught my breath. "I love her so much," I chuckled. After taking a shower, I changed into a plain green oversized shirt, black baggy cargo briefs, and green Converse. Izumi wore the same outfit but in purple, and Katsuki had a red version. I decided to put my piercings back in, which I had taken out when Aizawa started giving me a hard time about them. It felt strange to wear my tongue piercing again. Once I finished getting ready, which included makeup and jewelry, Izumi came to tell me she was ready for me to do her hair. "How do you want it?" I asked her. "Bun," she cheered, and I nodded, getting to work. "Zuzu." "Yes." "Can I get my ears pierced like yours?" she asked, and I smiled at her through the mirror. "You already have yours pierced, we just took them out because you kept trying to pull at them," I explained. She gasped in surprise. "Really? Can we put them back in?" "Sure, after I finish your hair," I said, and she nodded excitedly. "Can Jackie do it since she did yours?" "Of course." Finally, we were all ready to go. We split into 4 different cars and drove to IHOP. I got out of the car, and Eleanor picked up Izumi, who immediately wrapped her arms around my neck. We were lucky to get a spot at a big booth, with Izumi sitting between me and Katsuki, and Kirishima on the other side of me with Eleanor next to him. For drinks, I ordered myself a coffee and, of course, a hot chocolate for Izumi. This time, I didn't panic when she picked up the steaming cup. Everyone was chatting casually when I noticed Hayes deep in thought. We made eye contact and he smiled before clearing his throat. "Hey guys," he said loudly. Kirishima stopped talking and looked down at him, drawing everyone's attention. "Wanted to tell you something," he said hesitantly, glancing at the group. "What is it, Hayes?" Eleanor asked, tilting her head. Even Izumi paused her hot chocolate to listen. "I'm thinking of moving." "Here," he whispered the last part, but everyone heard. Jonah choked on his water, Ivy stared blankly at him, Jackie's lips parted in surprise, and Eleanor's eyes widened. She stuttered, tears filling her eyes. "I'm sorry, guys," he said, each word quieter than the last. Eleanor searched his face for an explanation. "Eleanor, stop it," I began. "You want to stay here for a boy?" she exclaimed, standing abruptly, tears streaming down her face. "Ellie, what about us? Izuku already left us. You can't too," she shouted before jumping over the booth and running out of the restaurant, covering her eyes with her arm. "Eleanor!" Jonah yelled before sprinting after her. "Ivy? Jackie?" Hayes asked hopefully, tears welling in his eyes. They stood up but didn't meet his gaze. "We're sorry, Hayes," Ivy said before she and Jackie left to follow Jonah and Eleanor. Hayes stared as they disappeared behind the door, and then he broke into tears. "Come on, Izumi," Katsuki said, and I felt grateful. I didn't want her to see him like this. Izumi hesitated but nodded as Katsuki picked her up and walked out. Everyone else decided to give us space, leaving just Kirishima, Hayes, and me. "It's okay, Hayes, they'll come around," Kirishima reassured him. "They hate me," he sobbed into his hands. I cupped his cheeks and lifted his face to meet my gaze. "No, they don't, Hayes. They could never hate you," I told him firmly. "They're just upset and trying to understand." Jonah went to calm down Eleanor, and so did Ivy and Jackie. "You know they're all understanding people, right?" He nodded slowly. "I didn't have time to tell them everything, though," he whispered. I rolled my eyes. "Okay, well, go do it. Everyone else will be waiting for you, all right?" He nodded. "Want me to go with you?" Kirishima asked softly. Hayes thought for a moment before shaking his head. "No, it's fine," he said before getting up and leaving the restaurant. Kirishima and I took the time to gather everyone again and explain the situation, which they understood. Izumi asked a lot of questions and we did our best to answer them. After a while, and after saying twice that we needed more time before ordering, the squad returned. Eleanor was hugging Hayes' side, refusing to let go. "You guys good?" I asked as they slid back into the booth. "Yeah," Eleanor sniffed, managing a soft smile. We finally ordered our food and ate in silence for a bit before Kaminari suddenly began choking on his food. Everyone erupted in laughter, imitating the sound of his choking, and it was absolutely hilarious. I had to stop Izumi from doing something that could have caused her to choke. We all laughed and shared stories about how the class had pranked Aizawa by hiding his sleeping bag, which almost led to their expulsion. "What about the time Midoriya accidentally cut the top of your hair?" Mina said, and Kirishima shivered at the memory while I chuckled. "That wasn't funny, Midobro. That was traumatizing." Kirishima frowned, and I laughed even harder. "It was just an inch, don't be dramatic," I rolled my eyes. Izumi tugged on my shirt, and I looked down to see her bouncing in her seat. "Zuzu, I need to go," she whined. "Why didn't you go before we left the house?" I groaned. "I didn't have to go then," she shrugged. I nodded and turned to Eleanor. "Can you take her to the bathroom?" I asked. She nodded, and I lifted Izumi, handing her off to Eleanor. As they entered the bathroom, I redirected my attention back to Kaminari's outrageous pranks. "You sure her quirk is powerful?" one voice asked. "Yes, I almost touched her when her quirkless brother got in the way. I could have found out what her quirk actually was before taking it." "I see." They see her walking into the bathroom with what looks like one of the girls from the fight months ago in New York. Do we make a move?" "Yes, take the girl. And the other one. Deal with her if she gets in the way." "Yes, sir." And he actually did it. He wore a maid costume. I burst out laughing at how flustered Siro looked from Kaminari's story. These guys were truly crazy. You guys are insane. Jackie laughed loudly. How about we talk about the time Kaminari thought Mina's slime food was actually slime? Jiro smirked, and Kaminari's face immediately dropped. In my defense, it looked like actual pie. Why would you even think to make that? He protested. I saw it on TikTok. And? They bickered back and forth until a loud explosion erupted from the back of the restaurant. I immediately stood up, along with everyone else, my eyes widening as I realized it came from the girls' bathroom. Izumi and Eleanor. I took off in that direction, ignoring the calls for me to come back. Please, please, please. I kicked open the door, and my heart dropped at the sight before me. Blood. So much blood. Eleanor lay on the ground, covered in it, and Izumi was nowhere to be seen. Eleanor! I yelled, rushing to her side. She was unconscious but breathing. What happened? I turned to see Jackie approaching as I picked Eleanor up. Eleanor is unconscious, and Izumi is missing, I said, handing Eleanor to her. I heard Eleanor croak, her eyes barely open. Eleanor, tell me what happened. I urged. Izumi ran. Go find her, was all she managed before passing out again. Sheet! I yelled, summoning Dakuseisu. Take her to a hospital quick. I ran out through the hole created by the explosion, ignoring Jackie. I looked up to see those Nomu monsters again. Sheet! I cursed, replacing Dakuseisu with twin swords that resembled it. I dashed into the streets, where civilians were running in every direction. I had no time for this, I needed to save my sister. I fought through the Nomu, paralyzing them as I went. Just hold on a little longer, Izzy. As I ran, I protected civilians from the Nomu. There were so many of them, and chaos reigned everywhere. I called Jonah and asked him to turn into a hawk to help find Izumi. I would cause a riot if anything happened to my little sister. Izuku! I heard a frail voice shout from an alleyway. I turned and ran toward the sound. Izumi! I called, turning the corner to find her cornered by a rough-looking guy. Upon seeing me, he fled. I started to chase him when Izumi stopped me. Izuku! She cried, wrapping her arms around me. I hugged her back, but then my eyes widened as I recalled what I had just heard. Wait! I pulled back and stared at her. She looked completely fine, no tears or signs of distress. What did you just call me? The hell did you call me? I asked, my heart racing. Izuku, she responded. I threw it against the wall before jumping back and drawing my swords. That was not my sister. Flashback. Say Izuku. I told Izumi as she stared at me with a bright smile, babbling. Izuzu. Zuzu, she laughed and I giggled, shaking my head and kissing her cheek. Zuzu it is, I guess. Flashback over. It struggled to get up, giggling creepily and grinning. How'd you know? It smiled before melting right before my eyes. In front of me stood a girl with blonde hair. This was definitely going to give me nightmares. I clenched my jaw as anger surged through me. What did you do to my sister? I yelled at her. Oh, nothing. I just took a little of her blood, that's all. But don't worry, she's fine, she cheered, and I gritted my teeth. She giggled again. Until next time, Izuku Midoriya, she said before being engulfed in purple mist. Before I could grab her, she was gone. I stood there, trying to process what had just happened. I needed to find Izumi, and fast. I ran out of the alleyway and turned left. Skinwalker! I shouted to get Jonah's attention. I didn't know why he chose that name, but it was whatever. He turned to me, shaking his head. He hadn't seen her either. I summoned Dakuseisu and began helping the heroes defeat the Nomu and protect civilians. They just kept coming. Help! Someone yelled from above me, and I looked up to see a flying Nomu holding someone in its claws, flying away. I summoned my bow and arrow and, with perfect aim, shot the Nomu in the head. It immediately burst into flames. The creature released its grip on the person, and they began to fall. I rushed forward and caught her in my arms. Thank you so much, hero, she exclaimed, hugging me tightly before I gently set her down. Get to safety, I instructed, and she nodded before running off. I turned my attention back to the chaos, spotting multiple flying nomas. I began taking them down one by one with my bow, my mind racing as I struggled to focus. Where was my baby sister? Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice shout, "Die!" I looked over to see Katsuki unleashing an explosion on a Nomu. He spotted me and ran in my direction. "Did you find her?" he asked urgently. I shot him a glare that could cut through steel. "What do you think, idiot?" I snapped, and his eyes widened slightly before he nodded in understanding. Without waiting for a response, I dashed off to confront more Nomas, leaving Katsuki behind. As I fought, I caught sight of Jackie staring at me, her expression filled with concern. With worried eyes, she nodded her head upward. I furrowed my brows and looked up to see a helicopter perched atop a high building, and then I caught sight of a girl with green hair looking down from it. Earlier, I was washing my hands when a loud explosion echoed through the bathroom, filling it with smoke. I screamed and stumbled back. Suddenly, I felt myself being lifted, and when I looked up, I saw Ellie glaring at a man with an intense expression. Without warning, she leaped at him, throwing a punch that caught him off guard. "Izumi, run!" she shouted, turning to me urgently. I didn't hesitate, I took off, tears streaming down my face. "Get back here!" I heard someone yell behind me, but I didn't look back. Zuzu had always told me never to do that. I dashed into a dark alleyway where I hoped to find safety. A scary girl followed me, her presence sending shivers down my spine. She had sharp objects in her hands, and I had always been afraid of needles. Stay back!" I cried, raising my hand defensively, fully aware that I didn't have a quirk yet. The girl giggled, her smile unsettling. "You're so cute." "I know you don't have a quirk yet," she said, stepping closer. I felt tears streaming down my cheeks as I dropped my hand. She grabbed my arm, her grip firm. "Don't worry, it'll only be a little pinch," she assured me, but I knew it wouldn't be just that. "Stop crying, it's annoying," a mean guy yelled at me. I hiccuped, trying to hold back my tears as he wrapped my arm with a bandage after the girl had poked me. "What now?" she asked, and I turned to see that she resembled me. I couldn't help but think I looked cute. "Now I take her to Dan." "He'll take her to the boss," the mean guy replied. "Boss?" I questioned, looking up at him. He smirked down at me. "Yes, boss princess," he said, and I scrunched my nose in annoyance. "Only Yuki can call me that," I mumbled, and he laughed at my response. "Too bad you'll never see him again," he taunted, which made me angry. "Yes, I will. He will save me, and so will Zuzu." I argued defiantly. "Zuzu? What is that supposed to be?" he scoffed. "My big brother." I shouted back. "Oh, the quirkless freak?" he said, and I gasped in disbelief. "Zuzu isn't a freak," I yelled, feeling a surge of protectiveness. The man rolled his eyes before yanking me up by my arm. "You know what to do, I'll be back," he told the girl before dragging me out of the alleyway. "Okay, I'll tell Shigaraki to release the Nomus," she called out cheerfully. "What is a Nomu?" I wondered as we entered a building where men dressed in black stood in a circle, their expressions unreadable. The conversation paused as the men turned their attention to me. "Is that the girl?" one of them asked. "Yes," another confirmed. "What's her quirk?" a third inquired. "I don't know, but apparently it's powerful," the first man replied. My heart raced at the thought. I had a powerful quirk? "Come on, girl, we have to get going before some hero gets in the way," the man said, looking down at me. I frowned and shook my head. "No. Zuzu told me to never leave with strangers." He rolled his eyes at my defiance. "Look at you now." "It was against my will," I insisted, folding my arms defiantly. The man stepped closer, grabbing my arms and lifting me to his eye level. "Listen here, brat. You're never going to see any of your family and friends again, so you better get used to this new life of yours," he warned, his voice harsh. Tears filled my eyes, and I screamed in frustration. He dropped me, startled. "What is wrong with that demon child?" he exclaimed, staring at his hands in disbelief. I coughed and struggled to get up, but another man yanked me up by my arm, turning me to face him with an angry glare. "What did you do to him?" he shouted, his eyes wide with shock. I didn't do anything. I cried back, tears streaming down my cheeks. What? He exclaimed, noticing my mismatched eyes. One of her eyes is blue. The first man turned me around, and they all stared at me, wide-eyed. We have to get out of here now, he yelled, picking me up and racing up a flight of stairs, the others following closely behind. When we reached the top, he opened a door, and my eyes had to adjust to the bright light. We were on a rooftop. He set me down and took my hand, leading me toward a helicopter. I dug my heels into the ground, resisting. No. Where are you taking me? I screamed. He stopped and turned to me, frustration evident on his face. Stop resisting, you annoying child, he shouted. I quickly closed my mouth, tears still falling. I didn't want to go with him, I wanted Zuzu. Suddenly, I remembered what Yuki had told me, if a man ever puts his hands on you, kick the back of his knees. I had thought he was joking, but now I saw the wisdom in his words. With determination, I ran and kicked the back of his knees. He stumbled and fell, and I dashed toward the ledge, glancing down. There was nowhere else to go, and the men were closing in on me. Get back here, one yelled. I looked back at them, then down at the ground far below. We were so high up. I could see people pointing and looking up at me. Suddenly, I heard loud explosions getting closer. Turning around, I saw the men reaching for me. I stepped back, and in that moment, I began to fall from the building. Just as I braced for impact, I felt strong arms catch me. I got her, a voice shouted. I looked up to see Yuki holding me tightly. Overwhelmed with relief, I hugged him fiercely and began to cry. He placed a hand gently on my head, and I could sense his struggle to contain his emotions. I've got you, Izumi, he whispered as he landed on the ground. I clung to him tightly, unwilling to let go. Izumi! I looked up to see Zuzu rushing toward me, and I stretched out my arms. Finally, he scooped me up, holding me close and swaying side to side. My baby, he said, his voice thick with emotion, which made tears well up in my eyes. I'm sorry, Zuzu. I'm sorry I went with them. I cried, knowing I shouldn't have left with strangers. He pulled me back slightly, smiling through his tears. Then he began to kiss my face, making me giggle. Izumi, that wasn't your fault, they kidnapped you, he reassured me, pulling me into another hug. I sighed and hugged him back. Izuku's POV. At last, I had my sister back in my arms. This is sweet and all, but the Nomis are getting away. Jackie shouted, drawing our attention to some flying off while others were running. Let them go, I said. Shigaraki is hiding somewhere, and that's where they must be headed. If we follow, we'll be outnumbered. They nodded in agreement. Zuzu, Izumi said, looking up at me with a guilty expression. Yes. Where's Ellie? She asked. We'll see her later. She's safe with Jonah, I assured her. Izumi smiled and nodded. You guys should leave, we'll handle everything else, Ivy said, placing a hand on my shoulder. I nodded and started walking home. When I opened the front door, I noticed the house was a bit messy. I gently shook Izumi awake, and once she stirred, I set her down. She rubbed her eyes and tugged on my shirt. Ma! I called out as I walked into the living room. There were no bottles in sight, thankfully. I headed to the kitchen and saw all the cabinets and the fridge wide open. Frowning, I closed them all. I told Izumi to go to my room while I checked on Ma. When I opened her door, my heart sank at the sight of her sitting on the floor, tears streaming down her face. I rushed to her and wrapped my arms around her. Ma, what's wrong? Why are you crying? I asked, panic rising in my voice. She clung to me tighter, sobbing. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, she repeated, and I didn't even know why she was apologizing. It's okay, Ma. Let's lay down, all right? I said softly, and she nodded. Helped her up and tucked her into bed, where she quickly fell asleep. I returned to my room to find Izumi sleeping peacefully on the floor next to the door, likely waiting for me. I gently picked her up and laid her in bed. After removing my shoes, I climbed in beside her, pulling her close as I drifted off to sleep. 2 weeks later. 2 weeks had passed since everything happened. Ma acted like nothing was wrong after her breakdown and refused to discuss it. Hayes joined Class 1A a week ago. Due to his grades in New York and our performance during the attack, they accepted him into the same class as me. He was staying in Kirishima's dorm until his was ready. The squad left a week ago after Eleanor's recovery. Izumi had refused to leave her side the entire time, feeling guilty for what happened. She panicked when we took her to the hospital but felt relieved when she saw Eleanor laughing and smiling in bed. I had been training harder than usual and had become more protective of Izumi. I needed to know where she was at all times, and she had to be in my line of sight unless she was at kindergarten. I called daily to check on her safety. Anyone who thought I was being over the top could just deal with it. I was leaving the dorms to pick Izumi up from preschool. When I arrived, all the kids were rushing out of the classroom to find their parents. I parked and walked toward Izumi, who was chatting with Emi, Skara, Haru, and holding hands with Tyson. "Izumi!" I called out, raising an eyebrow. She squealed, quickly letting go of Tyson's hand and hiding it behind her back. Her friends giggled, while Haru looked irritated. "Hi, Zuzu!" she exclaimed, running to hug my legs. I rolled my eyes and hugged her back. "You're lucky Katsuki isn't here," I mumbled, and she laughed, nodding. "Zuzu, I have a question," she said, looking up at me. I hummed in response as she lifted her arms to be picked up, and I obliged. "I have an answer," I told her as she wrapped her arms around my neck. "Can I have a sleepover at Tyson's house with Emi, Skara, Haru, and Tyson?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. I sighed, feeling conflicted. I hated to deny her, but I could barely be away from her for a few hours, let alone a whole night at someone else's house we barely knew. I didn't think I could sleep at night, not with the lingering danger. "I'm sorry, Izumi, but I don't think it's safe enough," I said gently. Her eyes widened in shock as she shuffled to be let down. As I set her down, she looked at me with sad eyes. "But why not, Zuzu?" "I'm safe, I promise," she insisted. I gave her a soft look and shook my head. Her friends' faces fell as they realized my answer. Izumi furrowed her brows, and I could see she was getting angry. "But why not?" she protested, stomping her foot. I shook my head, frowning. "No, Izumi. Don't throw a fit," I told her firmly. She huffed and started running toward the car. "Izumi!" I called after her as she yanked the car door open, nearly hitting the one next to it. I hurried after her. "Don't you dare slam that." She slammed the door. I stopped and sighed, feeling a small tug on the hem of my uniform shirt. I looked down to see Tyson awkwardly staring up at me. Mr. Izuku Midoriya, sir," he said, and I bent down to his level. "You can just call me Izuku," I replied with a soft smile, and he nodded. "We can have it at your house if you want? Or the dorm place Zumi was talking about, if it makes you feel better," he suggested shyly. I smiled. That idea wasn't so bad. "I'll talk to your mom about it," I told him, and he beamed with excitement. After discussing with the kids' parents, we all agreed to have the sleepover at the dorms. They felt it would be safer since it was on UA grounds, which had high security. The kids were thrilled about the chance to see the campus up close, and I volunteered to give them a tour. As I got into the car, I noticed Izumi staring out the window with a frown. I started the car and pulled out of the preschool parking lot. "We agreed on having the sleepover at the dorms tomorrow," I informed her. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly. "Really?" she exclaimed, and I nodded, returning her smile through the rearview mirror. "You know, I hate it when you're mad at me, Izzy," I said. "I know," she replied, clearly pleased with herself, knowing she could get what she wanted afterward. Such a spoiled child. "Mama, I'm having my first sleepover at the dorms tomorrow with my friends." Izumi cheered when we got home. Mom turned from the stove, a concerned look on her face. "Sleepover? Even after everything that happened?" she asked cautiously. I nodded. "That's why we're having it at UA. The kids will be safer because of the heavy security," I explained, and she sighed, accepting my reasoning. "I hope you have fun, dear." "What time will you be back Sunday?" she asked. I was thinking of Izumi spending the night Sunday. I shrugged. She nodded, nibbling on her bottom lip, a hint of worry crossing her face. Aizu, she began, you don't have to pick Izumi up from preschool on Monday, I will. I was taken aback. What? Yay, mama time. Izumi cheered, and Mom giggled. I started, but she cut me off. You have some exams coming up on Tuesday, right? Yes, you should study for them at the dorms. I'll pick Izumi up and watch her for the day, she smiled sweetly. I hesitated but eventually nodded. These exams were important. Now, how about you tell me about your day? Mom said, tickling Izumi's neck, making her giggle. I smiled as I listened to Izumi excitedly recount her day at preschool. Wow, this is so cool! Tyson exclaimed, staring at the school in awe. It is. I can't wait until I get bigger so I can go here. Skara squealed and I chuckled at the kids. They were going to make great heroes, especially with the powerful quirks they had. Izumi giggled, come on guys. I want you to meet Shima, Yuki, and Hazy. She ran toward the dorms, and the kids followed her happily. Yuki! Izumi shouted when she spotted everyone in the common room. Katsuki got up and smiled, catching her in his arms. Hey, princess, he said, swinging her around, and she laughed. Katsuki set her down, and Izumi grabbed Tyson and Emi's hands. These are my friends. Emi, Haru, Tyson, and Skara, she introduced, and they waved shyly. Emi, Haru, and Tyson stared up at Katsuki, but Skara quickly began asking him questions about his quirk, which he answered enthusiastically. All right, brats, listen up. Katsuki called out. Sir, yes, sir, they responded in unison. Katsuki had lined the kids up in army uniforms that he had convinced Yamamo to make for them. The kids were eager to learn how to make their quirks as powerful as his, which only inflated his ego further. I was supervising alongside Kirishima, Todoroki, and Hayes, making sure Katsuki didn't go too far. All right, so you see this? He said, lifting up a whistle. They all nodded. I can't hear you, he shouted. Yes, sir, they replied, except for Izumi, who was giggling. What are you laughing at? Katsuki narrowed his eyes at her. You're funny, she giggled, and Katsuki mumbled about her being too cute to yell at. He then blew the whistle and the training began. It was a mix of crazy games and scavenger hunts, and I could tell the kids were having a blast. As we moved inside to play hide and seek, Izumi suggested the game. Do you think it's safe to play hide and seek with kids at night? I asked Hayes, who shrugged. Time to find out, he chuckled, and I rolled my eyes. Reached the dorms and invited others to join. Mina, Tsu, Kaminari, and Tokoyami surprisingly wanted to play too. Okay, let's lay some ground rules, I started, and everyone listened intently. No quirks, I said, and they groaned. No revealing anyone's hiding spots, even if you're hiding with them. Don't cheat while counting, and once you're out, you can't help the seeker find others. No hiding in other people's rooms without permission. The winner gets $5. Let's start, Zuzu, you count. Izumi exclaimed, pointing at me. I giggled and nodded. Fine, I'll count to 100 outside, I said, walking out the door. Ready or not, here I come. I shouted after counting. The first place I checked was the common room, looking under couches and around tables, but no one was there. I moved to the kitchen and checked the pantry. No one there either. I continued searching the cabinets until I spotted Emi. Found you, I said, grabbing her as she laughed and playfully pushed me away. Aw man, she pouted, crossing her arms. Want to join me in looking for everyone else? Remember, don't reveal anyone's hiding spots, I told her, and she nodded, taking my hand. We searched for the others and eventually found Mina and Izumi hiding in the pantry. We thought we were caught. Mina laughed, giving Izumi a high five. I crossed my arms, feigning annoyance. How was I supposed to know you'd be at the very top? I shot back, and they laughed even harder. Again. Again. Izumi chanted, and we played 4 more rounds. Eventually, the kids grew hungry, so Katsuki and I decided to make shrimp pasta and bread while the kids helped Mina, Kirishima, and Hayes bake cookies. Tokoyami went to gather blankets and pillows for a sleepover in the common room, while Kami checked to see if anyone else wanted to join. The night passed quickly, and soon all the kids had fallen asleep after watching the second movie, Tangled. Kiri and Hayes dozed off on the floor, while Mina and Kami cuddled together on the couch. Tokoyami retired to his room, and the others settled in the common room, some coming down to watch a movie before heading back upstairs. Todoroki helped Tanemaki fall asleep downstairs with the rest. Katsuki and I were among the last to drift off, cuddled together on the sofa. In the morning when the kids woke up, Mina, Momo, and I made sure they all brushed their teeth and used the bathroom while Katsuki and Todoroki prepared breakfast. I informed Aizawa that their parents would be picking them up, and he waited outside by the gate to greet them. That was so much fun, Zuzu. Thank you for letting them come. Izumi exclaimed, hugging me tightly. I returned the hug. No problem, Izzy, I replied. After the kids left, we began cleaning up the blankets and pillows scattered across the floor. We have to do it again. Maybe next week, she suggested excitedly, and I chuckled in response. We'll see, Zumi, I said, ruffling her hair. She giggled and dashed into the kitchen. I sighed, knowing that Izumi would be sleeping over that night, and I would be taking her to preschool in the morning. A wave of worry washed over me about Ma picking her up afterward. What if she forgot? Or what if something happened? Just then, I felt a hand on my shoulder and looked up to see Katsuki smiling down at me. She'll be fine, he assured me, leaning down to kiss my forehead before walking away. The rest of the day went smoothly. I bathed Izumi and helped her pick out clothes for school. She chose a simple green shirt and blue jeans. After tucking her into bed, I started my night routine. I crawled into bed next to Izumi, who was lightly snoring. Before I could fall asleep, there was a soft knock on my door. Come in, I called out. The door opened, and Katsuki peeked in. Can I sleep in here with you? I can't sleep, he said, making up an excuse. I giggled and nodded. He smiled, closed the door behind him, and climbed into bed. He carefully maneuvered over Izumi and pulled her close to his chest before bringing me in as well. Much better, he sighed. I rolled my eyes playfully. What, you were missing your teddy bears? I teased. He hummed in agreement. Night, Zuku, he said. I kissed the top of Izumi's head and snuggled in closer. Night, Kaken. The next morning, my alarm went off, and I picked up my phone to turn it off. I slid out of bed and headed to the bathroom to get ready. I woke Izumi and helped her do the same while I got dressed. Katsuki, waking up from the commotion, went to his room to prepare as well, saying he wanted to accompany me to take Izumi to preschool. As I styled Izumi's hair, she excitedly talked about spending time with Ma that day. I smiled thoughtfully, enjoying her enthusiasm. Katsuki made us breakfast, and we quickly ate before leaving. We dropped Izumi off, and I gave her one last hug and kiss before she ran off to find Tyson. As I got back in the car, Katsuki drove off, and I stared out the window, a frown settling on my face. I had a nagging feeling, but I couldn't pinpoint why. What's wrong? Katsuki asked, glancing over at me. Should I tell him? Nothing, just tired, I replied with a smile, turning to face the window again. No, it was nothing. I was just being paranoid about Ma taking Izumi after school. Everything would be fine. Izuku's POV. We still have some time left. Want to grab something from Starbucks? Katsuki asked as he turned into the driveway of the cafe. I hesitated for a moment. I know you want to, and I know you'll take forever deciding, he rolled his eyes, and I mimicked his expression. Yeah, just get me a caramel frap. Basic choice, he smirked at me, and I narrowed my eyes in response. Very funny, I crossed my arms and looked away, but he just laughed and ruffled my hair. You're adorable, Izuku, he said, making me blush as I mumbled back, I love you. After we got our drinks, we drove back to UA, with 30 minutes to spare before class. Katsuki parked a little farther away than I preferred, and I raised an eyebrow at him as he sat back, sipping his bitter black coffee. That's the good stuff, he hummed, and I snorted in response. He glanced at me, raising an eyebrow. What's so funny? He asked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. I giggled and imitated him with his drink. I took a sip and scrunched my face before coughing. "That's what you get," he chuckled, taking the cup from my hand. I quickly started downing my drink. "That was awful," I said, breathing heavily. He laughed, took another sip and patted his lap. "Come here," he said, pulling me closer as I shifted to straddle him. He rubbed his hands up and down my thighs while studying my face. I gave him a confused look. "What? Is there something on my face?" I asked. He shook his head, placing his coffee in the cup holder. He cupped my face in his hands and leaned in for a soft kiss. His tongue brushed against my bottom lip, asking for entrance, and I complied, our tongues dancing together. I wrapped my arms around his neck as he pulled me closer by my hips. I tangled my fingers in his hair, and he groaned softly, squeezing my hips. Suddenly, there was a knock on the window. We pulled away to see Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, Shiro, Todoroki, Naka, and Jiro standing outside, smirking and laughing at us. I rolled my eyes playfully while Katsuki flipped them off. I rolled down the window. "Come on, you two. The bell is going to ring soon," Mina called out. "Shut it, Pinky." Katsuki snapped back, and Kaminari flinched as Katsuki beeped the horn. I giggled and leaned down to give Katsuki one last kiss before stepping out of the car. "Looks like he's going to be late," Jiro pointed out, and everyone laughed as we made our way to class, ignoring Katsuki's colorful remarks. We still had some time before class started, as Aizawa was running a bit late. Yes, he was so sweet. When I dropped my popsicle in the sand and started crying, he helped me sneak another one while his mom wasn't looking, I said, standing on the podium and sharing stories from when Katsuki and I were younger, before he got his quirk. Katsuki looked less than pleased. "Ah, Baku, you were such a softie," Mina squealed, earning a glare from him. "Once there was this spider on the ground, and I hate spiders." He stood in front of me with his hands out and shouted, "Don't worry, Aizu. I'll protect you." I continued, and the class awed at the memory. Katsuki huffed, crossing his arms. And then, I was cut off when the door opened, revealing our tired-looking teacher. "Problem child, what are you doing on my podium?" Aizawa asked, his tone flat. "Well, Mr. Late," I started, wiggling my finger at him. He blinked slowly at me. I hopped off the podium. "I was just sharing some sweet stories about Kaken," I shrugged. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Katsuki. "Great, you'll have to tell me about it someday," he said, ruffling my hair as I chuckled and walked to my seat. I booped Katsuki's nose before sitting down behind him. "You didn't have to do that," he grumbled, but I just giggled. "Why not? You were such a cutie before you got that quirk of yours." I poked his bicep, and he muttered something under his breath. "We have a pop quiz," Aizawa announced, and the class groaned. "Shut up. Some of these questions will be on the exam tomorrow, so you better get them right," he said, walking down the rows and handing out papers. "Ugh, that test was so tiring," Kaminari complained, slamming his head on the table. I chuckled while slurping my noodles. "I heard we have another one in Mr. Mick's class," Todoroki said, prompting more groans from the table. "Guys, come on, it's just English," Mina giggled, tossing a chip into her mouth. "Yeah, but it's a test." "Tests are the worst," Kirishima huffed, crossing his arms. Hayes chuckled and kissed his cheek. "I fully agree," Kaminari added, raising a finger in acknowledgement, while Shiro patted his back. "Are you sure you don't want to eat something, Midoriya?" Nakamura asked. I shook my head, leaning into Katsuki as he rubbed my stomach. "Yes, my stomach hurts a bit, so I'll wait a while," I replied. She nodded, taking a bite of Todoroki's soba. My stomach had been bothering me for some reason, and I couldn't figure out why. I wasn't sick, and I knew it wasn't from Katsuki's breakfast. Maybe it was the Starbucks. When the bell rang, the pain subsided. I wasn't hungry anymore. Whatever, I would eat when I got back to the dorms. Everyone stood up and made their way to English class. President Mike was already waiting for us. Y'all," he yelled, and we all covered our ears. "We have a pop quiz today to prepare you for tomorrow's exam, so find your seats, ladies and gents, so we can get started." This was going to be a long class PRD. As we took the quiz, I felt a growing sense of unease. My head throbbed, my throat felt dry, and my hands began to shake. What was happening? Suddenly my stomach ached, and I felt nauseous. My breath quickened as I considered all the possibilities of what could be wrong with me. Everything came to a halt when my phone started ringing. I felt numb. Izumi's POV. "Come on, Tai, we gotta hide," I whispered urgently. Tai nodded, taking my hand as we slipped behind the bookshelf. I was playing hide and seek with Haru, Skara, Tai, and Emi. Emi was 8 and was counting with Ms. Togata. "Ready or?" She paused, then shouted with a giggle, "Ready or not, here I come." I quietly shushed Tai as he giggled beside me. Suddenly, we heard Skara scream loudly, "Roar!" and we burst into laughter. "Should We're going to get caught," I whispered urgently. "Sorry," he giggled back. "I hear you," Emi shouted, popping around the bookshelf. "Boo!" I exclaimed, and she squealed, causing Tai and me to laugh even harder. "I got you before you got me." I pointed at her, still chuckling, and she laughed too. "Now all we have to find is Izumi." I heard someone call my name and looked up to see Mama smiling at me. "Mama!" I yelled, standing up and running to her. I hugged her legs, and she bent down to pat my head. "Hello, baby. I'm here to get you," she told me. I looked up at her, confused. "This early?" I asked, and she nodded. "I thought maybe you'd want to help me pick out a Christmas tree. We can decorate it with Izuku when he's done with his exams." She smiled at me. I cheered and nodded quickly. "Yes. Let me go say bye to my friends first," I told her. She nodded and started talking to Ms. Togata. "Hi, Scar, Haru, Emi. I'm leaving early to find Christmas trees," I announced happily. They nodded and gave me hugs. "See you tomorrow, Zumi," they all said. I waved goodbye and turned to run back to Mama. "Did you say goodbye?" she asked. I nodded. "Okay then, we're going to go home first." "I left my wallet," she said. I nodded, grabbing her hand and swinging it as we walked to the car. Mama helped me into my seat, and I buckled myself in. She got into the driver's seat and began driving. "Mama?" I asked. "Yes, baby," she responded. "When can I learn to drive like you?" I inquired, and she glanced at me through the rearview mirror. "When you're older," she said. I tilted my head. "How much older?" "When you're like 13, she replied. "Wow, that's a long time," I giggled, and she remained silent. "Mama?" I tried again. "Yes, Izumi," she answered. "Can we get a pink Christmas tree?" I asked. She shook her head. "We aren't getting a Christmas tree, darling," she said, and I furrowed my brows. "But why?" "Izumi, stop asking so many questions, okay?" she said sternly, making me flinch. I nodded, feeling a bit sad. She sighed, rubbing her temples. Did I make Mama mad? When we got home, Mama got out of the car. I unbuckled myself and got out too, but I tripped and fell. Zuzu always helped me get out of the car. "Clumsy girl," Mama said, shaking her head as she walked away. I struggled to get up, my ankle hurt a lot, and I limped inside the house. My ankle hurts." "I fell," I told her, but she sighed, ignoring me as she went into her room. "Shut the door, Izumi," she told me before slamming her door shut. I quietly closed the door behind me. I went into my room and sat down on the floor, tears flowing down my cheeks as I hugged myself. I wanted Zuzu. I was hungry too. I hadn't had a snack at school yet. I stood up and limped my way into Mama's bedroom. I opened the door and saw her writing quickly at her desk, with some spilled pills scattered on the ground. "Mama, you made a mess," I said, moving to pick up the pills when she suddenly grabbed my arm. "Why must you be so nosy, child?" she exclaimed, pushing me away and making me fall. I watched her as she knelt to pick up the pills, tears in my eyes. "Mama, what are you doing?" I asked hesitantly. She sighed, looking up at me with tears in her eyes. She smiled, but it seemed unsettling. "For months," she laughed, "for months I've tried to live without him." She looked at me with a bright smile, tears flowing down her cheeks. I felt scared. "I can't do it anymore," she shouted, grabbing a handful of my hair. I screamed, trying to pull her hand. But you're hurting me, I cried, struggling against her grip. Then something happened that made me freeze. She threw me against the wall, screaming at her hand that was suddenly on fire. Why was it blue? I scrambled up and grabbed a water bottle from her table, pouring it on her hand, but it seemed to vanish before I could. Her hand was burnt. She looked at me shocked. Why, you demon child? You gave me more of a reason to leave, she said, looking down at the pills. What? Mama, I didn't do it, I shouted. She threw the handful of pills into her mouth. I stared at her in disbelief as she smiled, lying down on her back. Ma, I said, but she shushed me. Hush, child. Let me rest in peace, she told me, then started coughing violently. She coughed up blood. Mama. Stop, Mama, I cried, pulling on her arm. Then she stopped moving. Her eyes and mouth were open, blood staining her lips. And Mama? I questioned, poking her gently. I screamed, standing up and running to Zuzu's room. I picked up the phone I had hidden under his bed and dialed his number. Please pick up. I don't know what to do. Hello. Izuku's POV. Midoriya. You're supposed to keep your phone off at all times. President Mike scolded. I ignored it and answered with shaky hands. Izumi. Hello. I asked, tuning out Ida and President Nick's reprimands. Zuzu. Mama. She, please help, she shouted, and that was all it took for me to sprint out of class. Midoriya. I ignored them all. My baby sister needed me. Katsuki's POV. What was that about? Should I run after him? Nakamura. I turned my head to see her eyes glowing. She gasped and fell to the floor. Todoroki got up and rushed to her aid while the rest of us stood up. Ida, get Eraserhead, Mike demanded, kneeling in front of Nakamura and asking what she saw. Her eyes filled with tears. Midoriya's mom is dead. And Izumi was there. She said before bursting into tears. That's all I know, she cried. Did you see how? Icy Hot asked calmly. Nakamura nodded. Let's wait until Eraser gets here. For now, we need to call an ambulance. Bakugo, try to get a hold of Midoriya, Mike instructed. I nodded, and for the first time, I didn't resist as I repeatedly called his phone, only to be met with voicemail. Hayes placed a hand on my shoulder. Let's go. With that, we rushed out of the room. President Mike called after us, but we ignored him as I dashed past Four Eyes and Eraserhead. Please be okay. Izuku burst through the door and raced into the house. Izumi, he shouted, running past their mother's door before pausing. Holy cow. Zuzu, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Izumi emerged from his room and threw herself at him. He hugged her tightly, pulling back to check for any injuries. Are you okay? Are you hurt? He asked frantically. She scratched her head. My head hurts a bit, she replied, and he sighed in relief. Pack your bags. We're leaving, he told her firmly. Her eyes widened in surprise. She stuttered. Go pack Izumi, he said, his voice rising. She nodded and hurried to her room. He stepped into their mother's room. Did she? He picked up an empty pill bottle, tears welling in his eyes. A note on the desk caught his attention. He read the words, Dear Izuku, and immediately began to absorb its contents. Dear Izuku. Hello, my baby. I know the only reason you're seeing this is because I'm gone. I'm so sorry it had to be this way, my Aizu, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't get better no matter how hard I tried. I can't live without him. I'm truly sorry for all the times I've hurt you and Izumi. I know I was a terrible mother. I wrote this on December 15th while I was sober. You need to read this slowly. You need to run away. Don't tell anyone where you are or where you're going. Take Izumi and go. I admit this is all my fault. While I wasn't sober, I gambled and now I owe them a lot of money. But they don't want money. They want Izumi. Izuku, these people are dangerous, more dangerous than the League even. So please, listen to me. Run away. He'll be looking for her, he'll take her and hurt you. I love you both so much, and I am so sorry for leaving my problems with you. But please, I beg you. Protect Izumi. Tears fell onto the paper as he crumpled it up and shoved it into his pocket. He wiped his tears roughly and stomped into his room, pulling out a backpack. I'm so sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry I broke your promise. I hope you and Mom are together right now. He began packing when he heard sirens in the distance. Grabbing a black cloak from under his bed, he dashed into Izumi's room to find her trying to fit her midnight figure into her bag. He took it and tucked it into his pocket, then helped her put on her backpack. She wrapped her arms around his neck, hiding in the crook of his shoulder as he enveloped her in his cloak. Shoo, he whispered, jumping out the window as footsteps approached. He ran down the sidewalks of Japan, dodging civilians. Some called him a villain because of his cloak, but he didn't care. I'm so sorry, Dad. He sprinted to the safe house, one his father had built for emergencies, hidden on the outskirts of Tokyo in a forest. It looked dirty and abandoned, but he was the only one who knew about it. He entered the code and stepped inside. The place was still furnished but dusty. He set Izumi down on the couch covered in plastic. Zizuzu, where are we? Izumi asked, and he sighed, rubbing his temples. He smiled wearily and ruffled her hair. This is our new home, Zumi. I'll protect you. I'll protect you no matter the cost. It had been 2 months since Izumi and he had run away. 2 months since their mother passed away. 2 months since he broke his promise. After that day, he vowed to himself, to Dad, to Mom, and to Izumi that he would never break the promise Dad left him before he died. He swore to always protect his little sister and keep her safe from harm. Boys. Dressed in a black hoodie, joggers, and a disposable mask with his hood up, he walked down the busy sidewalk of Tokyo as sirens wailed in the distance. He was on his way to the market to buy groceries for dinner. A piece of paper poorly taped to a store window fluttered in front of him and landed in a puddle. Curiosity got the better of him, and he paused to pick it up. His expression turned blank as he read the words. Missing. Izuku Midoriya. Age, 17. If seen or found, call the police immediately. A picture of him from his second year of high school was in the center, showing him smiling as if his life depended on it. He scowled and crumpled the paper, tossing it into a nearby bin. I really have to put an end to this. He didn't want anyone looking for them anymore. If he had to find a way to create fake identities, he would. He would go to any lengths to keep his sister safe. He entered the market and gathered what he needed. Once home, he checked on Izumi. She was sitting on the floor in her room, playing with her toys. Upon seeing him, she jumped up and ran to hug him. Zuzu, you're finally back, she exclaimed, and he hugged her back, patting her head. I'll always come back, Zumi, he assured her. She giggled and took his hand. What are we doing now? She asked, knowing she was bored. She hadn't left the house in a month, too afraid to do so. Come on, I need to write a letter to Katsuki, he told her. She nodded excitedly, jumping up and down. He led her to his room. He sat down at his desk and lifted her onto his lap, beginning to write. Izuku watched as Izumi observed him, though she didn't know how to read yet. He was working on teaching her, but for now he had something important to write. Once he finished, he set the pen down and cracked his fingers with a sigh. He proofread the letter to ensure he hadn't left anything out. Dear Kaken, I know it's been a month since we left, and I know you're worried and still looking for us. But please stop. Stop with the posters and stop agonizing everyone. The reason nobody can find us is that we don't want to be found. I want you to move on and be happy without us. I'm doing this to keep not only us safe but all of our friends and family as well. We are doing well, I promise. Izumi misses you all so much and is sitting here while I'm writing this. Here are a few words from her. Hi Suki, I miss you. Tell Hazy, Shima, Kami, Mina, Tyson, Emi, Haru, Skara, I can't wait to see you again. I had spicy ramen for dinner, and it was super good. Goodbye, I love you. That was from Izumi. Nonetheless, I'm not as far away as you think. You will most likely see me again when it's safe. I won't be gone forever, just know that, but that doesn't mean you should sit here and wait. This could take years. So please be happy for me. I love you forever and always, my Kaken. Remember that. See you soon, love Izuku. When are you giving it to him? Izumi asked, watching as Izuku folded the sheet of paper. "Tonight," he replied, standing up and placing her on the ground. She furrowed her brows, following him out of the room. "Tonight? You're leaving?" "Yes, love, but I won't take long, okay?" he assured her, and she nodded. Izuku made dinner, and they sat down at the table, eating in silence. Izumi shared little things she had learned about her quirk, explaining that she could change the other but didn't know how. The neutral color was green. Once they finished eating, Izumi went upstairs to wash up while Izuku cleaned the dishes. He tucked her into bed and read her a bedtime story before cracking the door closed and going to his room to get ready. He dressed in all black, dangling a black mask from his ear, and put on red shoes that matched his hero costume. After checking one last time to see if Izumi was asleep, he quietly left the house. Once he reached the city, he jumped from roof to roof until he arrived at Katsuki's house. Knowing he was staying with his parents for now, Izuku waited for the lights to turn off before making his move. He hopped onto the roof and peeked inside Katsuki's room, relieved to see him fast asleep. Izuku quietly entered through the open window, surprised that Katsuki hadn't locked it. The room was slightly messy, a stark contrast to Katsuki's usual cleanliness, and it made Izuku sad to think he was the cause of this. He walked around quietly, stopping when he heard Katsuki shuffle in his sleep. Sighing in relief, Izuku sat down at his desk and turned on the lamp. He wrote one last thing before closing the paper again. After tidying up the room, he turned off the lamp and placed the letter on Katsuki's bedside. As he turned to leave, he heard Katsuki's soft voice. "Izuku." Izuku turned to see Katsuki blinking at him, as if he were dreaming. Suddenly, Katsuki hopped out of bed and wrapped his arms around him. "Izuku," he choked, and Izuku felt tears fill his eyes as he gently pushed him away. I have to go," Izuku said, but Katsuki shook his head frantically, grabbing his shoulders. "No. You've been missing for a month. You can't leave me again." "Katsuki," Izuku said sternly, and Katsuki fell silent, staring at him. He dropped his hands and looked down. "Fine, leave," he said, turning away. Izuku sighed as he watched Katsuki crawl back into bed. He took off his shoes and climbed in after him. Katsuki looked shocked. "One night. I have to be gone before morning." "Read the note I left when you wake up," Izuku told him. Katsuki nodded and wrapped his arms around Izuku tightly. It made Izuku sad, but he pushed back the tears as he hugged him back. He missed him so much. 5 years later. Izumi's POV. "Why not?" Izumi yelled back, frustration bubbling inside her as Izuku sighed and ran his hands down his face. "Because it's not safe," he exclaimed, his voice raised. "Like hell," she shouted, stomping to her room and ignoring his gasp. "Watch your mouth," he called after her. "Hypocrite," she retorted. "Don't you dare slam that." She slammed the door in his face. "You brat. Open this door," she heard him shout from the other side. Rolling her eyes, she sat on her bed, trying to calm down. "Izumi, you know I'm just trying to protect you, right?" he said, his voice softer now. She ignored him. "Come down for dinner soon," he added, and she heard his footsteps fade away downstairs. Another argument. She was so sick of being cooped up in the house. She wanted to go out and make friends, not be stuck here. She had already made up her mind. In 5 years she would be going to her dream school, UA, and nobody was going to stop her.